Israel declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Wednesday, November 26th. 2025 is hump day. It's news day. It's already another beautiful day. 75 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It was a cold morning, but now it is a wonderful morning. You already know what it is. It is 11:16 a.m. Pacific time here. The Star Aries, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. You already know what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're back, we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. All right, it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. This is Thanksgiving Eve, technically. It's holiday season. Los Angeles is not as empty as it normally would be around this time of the year. Normally, there'd be like less people on the streets and things like that because a lot of transplants end up leaving the city around this time. But unfortunately, in this day and age, maybe people are not actually wealthy enough to go out to travel. Who knows? Hassan, do you still feel Chinese? I absolutely, in my heart and in my soul, still feel very Chinese. Okay? I still feel very, very Chinese in my heart, in my soul, in my mind, in my spirit. Especially after getting the approval from the Chinese embassy for my interview that I conducted with CGTN, I feel incredibly Chinese. You already know. Thanksgiving happening. Now, I know we have a long and storied tradition of doing Thanksgiving, but I don't know if Thanksgiving is going to be happening tomorrow. And the reason for that is because Cenk is a very busy guy, and this might be the first year where he might be too busy to do Thanksgiving. He will still be attending Thanksgiving, but we might not be able to do Thanksgiving. I'll see if we can have it. I'll see if we can have it done. But yes, are you fucking serious? Okay, we need to dial it back a little bit. Okay, I know this is a thing that everybody looks forward to. Come to Scotland. I will not be going to Scotland, but I will be going next week to Ireland. That's right. Remember, I will be going to Ireland instead of Scotland. I mean, not that they're like, at odds with one another or anything. I'm just saying I will be going. I'll be in the area. Big if true. You have to see this. What the fuck is this?
We are Charlie, Charlie, the flame. When will you say yes to me? Tell me quando.
I'm going to get banned permanently because of what I will do to myself. Okay. That is, I can't believe that this is just like following me. It's like, it's haunting me. It's haunting me everywhere I go. Dude, Austin, you don't understand. Okay. I tried to explain this to you when we were in China. Okay. I don't listen to a lot of music. So when I do hear any kind of music, whether it's just someone singing or whatever, it literally causes earworms. Okay? It causes earworms. And basically, what has taken place so far is although I've left China and I haven't been around Austin at all, the Quando song has been stuck in my fucking mind nonstop. Careful, this is how RFK got his worm. True story. No, I agree. Anyway, it's just like it's Quando Maniacs rise up. It's Austin's version. They call you Lady Luck. Yeah. What is this? I have an interesting bear fact for you. Bears have the highest brain to body ratio of any carnivore. In tests, they compare in intelligence to great apes. They have also been known to use tools to pass other metrics of high intelligence creatures. I know that already. They're goated. Bears are, I mean, I did not know that actually. I didn't know the science behind it. I just kind of felt it in my heart, if we're being real. What is this? It has gotten out of hand now. The Just a Prank bro guys have picked it up. Oh, the Charlie Kirkification. We'll cover that. We'll cover the Kirkification. I swear Zoran convinced Trump to replace Obamacare.
In national headlines, the clock is ticking
into
for
reality. I don't think that that's going to happen. Their new healthcare proposal is going to be ass. Okay, their new healthcare proposal is going to be absolute doo-doo. Let's be real. So, I missed yesterday, but assuming you commented on the Zoran discourse, yes. Okay, we're in a holding pattern. We're in a wait and see pattern. Okay, everybody needs to calm down. Everybody needs to chill out. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And last night I went to dinner with the fam. Okay, I went to dinner with the family last night, and for the record, I don't really have too much jet lag, with the exception of waking up at 3 a.m. to take a piss every night and then not being able to go to sleep until like 6 a.m. Having said that, however, I go to bed at like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., reasonable hour. I wake up at 3 and I can't go back to sleep for a little bit, which makes no sense because it's like 7 p.m. China time. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What time zone is my brain at? Because it's not even like Chinese time zone at this point. The jet lag has just cooked me in a very weird way where I go to sleep at a reasonable hour, but then I wake up at a very unreasonable hour only to go back to sleep. Check logs. No, I'm not going to check your logs. I thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I know that there's a massive fire that happened in Hong Kong. We'll cover that in a little bit. Okay. Let me just do my fucking personal news for a second, please. Okay. It's about light, my guy, but it doesn't make any sense. It's like, I check logs, guys. Welcome to Getting Old. Yeah, that's probably what it is. What did you do before you left? I would go to bed by 9, asleep by 10, wake up by 6. And it was perfect. And I want to try to get back to that. And I hopefully will be able to get back to that. But that's where I'm at. Your circadian rhythm is dumping cortisol at 3 a.m. instead of your normal wake up time as hormones. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, we got some news to cover. But yeah, I woke up this morning, went back to sleep, woke up again, lifted, did some legs for once. Okay. Time zones have nothing to do with it, boss. It's your circadian rhythm that's fucked. I agree. Where'd you get that shirt from? This shirt? I don't know. I don't remember. But you got Huberman's on speed dial now. Just text him. I should be hitting him up. Dispatch was peak last night. I agree. Gaming is back in a big way. Let's be real.
It's a little awkward to mention, but since the
look, I see the vibes. Okay, she want me, but like I gotta play a little hard to get. Okay, she want me, but I gotta take it slow. It's okay. The fucking early bird catches the worm, but sometimes, it's like the turtle and the hare, right? It's a marathon, not a fucking sprint.
Blonde blazer.
Oh, this fucking asshole. What does he want?
Are you ready to go? Who is this? I thought.
Bro, when the Trent Reznor hit, I immediately, it's just like, there's no shot. There's no shot. Okay. Is that the Trent Reznor? I don't know what it would be. What would it be considered? I don't know. It's fucking bullshit. Omni-Man looking ass motherfucker, dude. They literally designed the character after you. Okay, I don't think that's the case. Okay, because guess what? I am a skinny, short guy. I'm Mecha Man. Okay, Robert Robertson III. I'm not fucking this Omni-Man prototype. Okay, that's not what's going on here.
I cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend, and I'm a man. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about. Robert?
The third Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes. Blonde Blazer told me about you.
Really? Did she, say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said you're a capable, honorable man that truly cares for others. Why are you so small?
Hey, come on. You gotta stop asking.
Small?
The way you spoke of him made him sound impressive. I only seek to understand. I
Small?
apologize. How was his first day? Was his lack of size and strength an issue?
No, he was great.
Oh
It was
my
great.
God,
It was
bro.
a great first day.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us.
Tokyo?
I'm sure they could accommodate one more, especially a special occasion like this.
Gotta get home to my dog.
Actually, I gotta get home to my dog. He's very needy.
Bro, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Are you joking? Oh my god, incel arc. Oh no. Oh no.
We have to kill Phenomenon Man, okay? We have to kill him. There is no shot. You guys to crash out and die in that moment for your pride. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. And then he picks my girlfriend up and flies her to Tokyo. And he's like, hey, you got to back away a little bit. Don't want your puny body to get fucking stunned by my afterburners. It is so fucked.
Oh no, Mecha Man School Shooter Edition. What the fuck? Oh no, no, no. But she was throwing work my way. What did I wasn't misreading the chat. I wasn't misreading the signs. Okay. I was not misreading the signs. I know what I saw.
You made yourself look soy as fuck. She hates him. You should have gone. No, she was telling me to decline the invite, bro. See, I'm reading the signs, and many of you are not. Okay. I'm still invested. I'll be honest. I'm still invested. It's still gonna happen. Okay. It's gonna happen. You were too busy crashing out that you missed him saying the way she talked about you made you sound big and strong. No, I heard that. But I was too busy focusing on how little I looked in comparison to him. I also learned something about my fucking haters here as well. Chat was saying, like, this is how your haters see you. And I kind of understand why my haters have such... I kind of understand why my haters have such vicious amounts of hatred for me. Like... What is this? The resemblance is uncanny. Hassan cucks himself. I get it. I do get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, you guys are right. My haters were right. I don't ever wish to make you feel the way I felt as Mega Man Robert Robertson III. You know what I mean? I was Robert Robertson III yesterday, and this Omni Man archetype cooked my ass.
I know what I felt.
Mega Man. I went from Mecha Man to Maga Man, bro.
I know what I felt. Oh my God. Chad Vice this Saturday. Postponed permanently.
34-year-old man learns empathy. What do you mean? Learns empathy? Empathy for what? Why incels get fucking in their feelings? Dear Hassan, please accept my apologies. I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. Good. Yeah, Hassan Piker apology form. Reason for behavior. The media convinced me there'd be no gaming. I didn't watch the previous gaming streams. I don't know ball. Mercury was in retrograde. I was jealous of Northern Lion viewers. I only looked at Hostwit memes. I will hereby respect Hassan Piker, and I will not talk down on the future first ballot Hall of Famer. Yes, it happened. It happened. Gaming did happen yesterday. Anyway, I already blasted off, chat. I already blasted off. Arc Raiders when? Ellen wants to play Arc Raiders, but I'm on dispatch mode right now, so I told him I probably wouldn't do Arc Raiders today, but maybe on Friday. Bilibili viewers convinced you, not us. Are we really jealous of the Chinese viewers right now? Is that what's going on? Hassan, you forget that your haters are a bunch of people who spend too much time in front of their computers and not enough time to go to the local park with unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. I fucking agree with you, honestly. If my haters spent time going to the local park to feed crows with unsalted peanuts, definitely unsalted, not salted peanuts. Salted peanuts are bad for the crows, but unsalted peanuts and boiled eggs, they would probably no longer have hate in their hearts. What about Metal Gear Solid with Will? Brother, Will is not even in the country right now. He's in Japan. He is directly on the opposite side of the planet currently. When he comes back, we'll set it up. My ex-girlfriend just called you a fascist. What does that even, like, what is... For what reason? I don't understand. People will be like, Hassan is a liberal. Okay? People will be like, Hassan is a fucking liberal. People will be like, Hassan is betraying the revolutionary cause. People will be like, I just don't understand how people operate like this. Her name is Kala Walsh. Okay, chill on that. Arc Raiders is voice AI slop though. Yeah, I've heard about this. I've heard that Arc Raiders also utilize AI or something. Is that what it is? It seems like a fucking awesome game otherwise though. I don't know why. What did they do with AI? They had like some voice lines or something. This is the big meta. Made AI voice changers with consent of voice actors. AI script on the fly. It's got to be creepy. It's not like there are certain. This isn't like in any way, shape, or form. This isn't across the board AI, like a endorsement of AI in general. But I think like there are certain use cases for AI. It's like whether it be improvements within like Photoshop, for example, that utilizes AI. It's one thing that I use all the time. It's like as an example, or like live translations. Like there are use cases for AI. It's not across the board. Like I'm not a Luddite of that sort, even though ironically enough, Luddites were technically on the workers, like the pro worker side, right? It's not like I'm not automatically going to jump to like every instance that AI is bad, even though, as you guys know, I am very, very anti-AI, right? Like there's definitely use cases for AI in terms of taking away some of the lift from route tasks that are too time consuming. I'm more so worried about the cognitive offloading. I'm worried about the displacement of labor. But there are use cases. I'm more so worried about the cognitive offloading. I'm worried about the displacement of labor. But there are use cases, like solid use cases for reliable AI, solid use cases for decent uses for AI. Who isn't anti-AI at this point? I think there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that wrote like scrote, not route. Did I say root task? Wrote task. Whatever. Like fucking annoying shit that you don't want to do that is time consuming. This is something that I have consistently talked about, even when I'm constantly ripping into AI. Opinion on people using it to make art, like digital paintings. I hate that shit. I think the worst aspect of AI is generative AI that replaces art, because art is supposed to be the most like art is supposed to be made by humans, man. Like AI art is not art. It's just a machine spitting out a combination of different artwork of different pen strokes that they've stolen from 17 billion different works of art, billions and billions of works of art. Like that's not, the environmental factor as well. Wisconsin citizens getting data centers banned from most of Wisconsin is cool by me. EA's generative AI evangelism now includes cover art AI tools were used to showcase the NHL 2026 edition. What is this? Yeah, I mean, these guys are just cutting corners. In Arc Raiders, it's just the AI voice changer that changes your own voice in-game into another voice. That's not even replacing labor because it's not in-game dialogue. It's your own voice going through a voice changer. Wait, that's how much people were mad about? That's what people were fucking upset about? Because I know I saw the tea a little bit from afar on Arc Raiders and how like they were not gonna get nominated or anything. They were getting pulled from nominations. No, there were AI voice lines. No, they use it for voice actors as well. Cutscenes have AI voice acting. There's AI voices for vendors, but it was a negotiated contract. I was literally just thinking about this while I was reading about the band sued recording Dogman Star. They spent the recording calling each other the C words, produced a hell of an album until AI. Wait, what? Okay, that seems crazy, but no, the characters and player voice lines have AI voice too. No, they do also have AI for items, shout calling, and NPCs, but I think the scenario still applies. They hired voice actors to call out dynamic events in-game. That's a lie. They use AI voice lines for comms callouts. I don't know. Some of the ping voice your character makes is also AI, but their argument is that there are so many voice lines that they can't bring in voice actors after every new update. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, I understand it. Yeah, they bring in voice actors, then use AI so they don't have to bring the voice actors back in to redo the lines. The devs did the same thing in the finals. I mean, okay. Doing research through chat. This is one of those things where it's this is one of those things where I think chat is fairly reliable. You know, we're talking about something that's like not as consequential. It's not like I'm doing research about like a political subject. I'm learning about it in real time from chat. You know, in physics, AI can be useful for certain tasks. To be fair, do you think artists don't do that? Every kind of art at this point is just an idea stolen from one form or another and simply processed by the human brain as output. When AI art gets to the point where you can't tell the difference, it still evokes feelings from the onlooker. My issue with AI is how it's used under a capitalist framework. I mean, yes, the ultimate problem always is capitalism. It can only displace labor under capitalism. Having said that, I do think you're still wrong. A dog shit doodle of a 5-year-old still has more humanity in it than an automated machine giving you an output that you required. Okay? So I think you're wrong, because the very essence of art, something that is almost inexplicable, but the very essence of art is that it is a human that makes it. Okay? It's almost like the closest you can arrive at conceptualizing the soul. And a robot lacks that. I'm not a very spiritual person, but this is the one area where I personally think that it is like what makes us human. Art is what makes us human. It's ironic because the soul isn't real, brother. Okay, don't get all fucking annoying atheist Andy, okay, with me. I'm just saying that although I'm not a spiritual person and am not like committed to the concept of a soul, I'm just saying there are still inexplicable things about humanity that even science has not been able to address. And what makes us human beings, or what I am conceptualizing as the soul, is best reflected in fucking art. Also, I think we can all agree that the one aspect of robots and automation was supposed to be that, like, we do the art and the robots do the fucking boring shit for us. How did we flip this where the robots are doing the art and we're still relegated to doing the boring shit? What the fuck? Will this take change if we get the true AI that is indistinguishable from consciousness? Not that this AI is even a fraction of that. Yes. If it was if it was literally like complete, actual, real artificial intelligence the way that we understand it, then yeah. You should do one stream with emote only chat so we can see how much of your anger is because of your dumbass chatters, Hassan. I mean, you already know that. That's like called me. That's called me on a podcast, or me speaking at an event where I don't have immediate feedback from the most aggressive chatters of all time. In any case, what you're describing is an entirely separate piece of technology that doesn't even exist at this moment, and who knows what the world would look like if it did actually exist. So we can only entertain it as a hypothetical. But as far as creativity goes, as far as like our personal human experiences goes, I think that there's like, we're different than a machine, right? Our imperfections is what makes us human, and ultimately our experiences are the work that we put in to become artists. Every fucking stroke of the pen is work that plays a formative role in your output. All of your lived experiences play a formative role in your output. That's what makes art. And the machine replacing this is not like, I don't know what it is, but AI is becoming indistinguishable from, generative AI in some respects is becoming harder and harder to fucking figure out. Okay? Stop being utopian. Art is whatever you think is art. Tackle AI from a materialist perspective. Hassan, do you think dialectical materialism is just vibes? Art is whatever you say is art, even if it's soulless. Art is a superstructural construct. It is whatever you want it to be. Tackle it from a materialist perspective. Labor, capital, enclosure, not the spiritual angle. Come on, dog. I think it's fine to allow yourself to feel a little bit, okay? That is the most, I already have given you my materialist framework, okay? In terms of the damages of AI, it specifically is it's a damaging construct because it is being developed under a capitalist organization of the economy, which means that it's used as a labor displacing mechanism. in an effort to draw out higher profit margins. Having said that, however, in terms of like art in and of itself, like what makes art or what makes the things that you look at, yes, it is subjective. One argument is art is whatever makes you feel things. Okay, well, AI art makes me feel nothing, or it makes me angry. Okay, and I guess in that respect, it is technically still art. I'm not going to relitigate the whole like modern art is not real art because it's so stupid. Somebody put a ham sandwich to do critique of how silly modern art is. Someone made a ham sandwich and snuck it into a modern art gallery and put it on the wall, and everyone thought, wow, this is brilliant. Ironically enough, that in and of itself is also performance art in some ways. Okay, that person, without realizing, did critique of modern art and simultaneously engaged in art. But again, that person itself was a human being that put thought and effort and the initiative into this critique. I think I saw a deepfake of you that Lonerpox reacted to and blew up at you for like 2 minutes. You were saying something about Jews working in the Nazi party. It was super out of context, but something about it felt really not right. I don't even know what this is referencing, but it probably wasn't. It probably wasn't AI. It was probably just like the regular ass out of context shit. You know? Also, who cares? We literally learn to draw before we can talk. If anyone thinks art is anything other than an intrinsic language we all use to express ourselves, then I am sorry, grow up. Being a purely logical, I have no feelings. Andy is unproductive as being a sycophant. Not going to hear arguments about art from a community that watches loner box clips. Sorry, chatters. Yeah. I remember you saying that. It was out of context. Of course. Also, there were Jewish people working within the administrative structure of the Nazi party. What the fuck? Are people just like literally engaging in revisionist history now in an effort to get some dunks on me or something? Like, what the fuck? That did happen. What? Like it under no circumstance am I blaming Jewish people for the Holocaust in any way, shape, or form. And I don't even remember it in which context I was talking about the historical relevance of this. But, can you find a source on that? I didn't find anything. You didn't find anything. You didn't find anything about Jewish people working within the Nazi ecosystem, the Nazi party structure. Did you actually Google this? Here's the clip. It was from your interview with the matter. I mean, why are you showing me these fucking losers, brother? Just give me the OG clip. Who gives a fuck about what these guys have to say? I'm kind of sad about the fact that the Majority Report is still so Plattner pilled that there's new documentation about him having lied about not knowing his tattoo meant that they're actively not interested in. It was during the Trigonometry podcast where you critiqued the head of the Reform Party for being Muslim. Oh, yes. Okay. That doesn't... Yeah. Also, this is literally the first thing that comes up when you Google it. Jewish collaboration within Nazi Germany. It's also the Zionist favorite fucking line of defense against anti-Zionist Jews is they literally consistently call anti-Zionist Jews capos. Okay? Now, obviously, capos are not directly within the party ecosystem. Having said that, it's something that I think many of my critics who themselves are upset about my statements about Israel are very familiar with, because it's a slanderous term that they deploy against anti-Zionist Jews with regular frequency. Yeah, capos are not exclusively Jewish, yes, but most commonly used by Zionists against anti-Zionist Jews nowadays. Anyway, another rent is due clip trimp. I know, but no one gives a shit about this stuff anyway. Like the people that are already knowledgeable about the history, of the situation are familiar with what I'm saying. Okay. And the people that are just trying to get fake mad about it are doing it in bad faith because they've already lost the fucking entire argument. That's it. They've lost the argument on Israel, so they just will endlessly try to punish people that were on the right side of history. Yeah, they can't defend Israel openly anymore because people will be like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Shut your stupid ass mouth. So they have to be like, I'm actually pro-Palestine. And also these other pro-Palestine people that I spent every single fucking day shitting on are actually bad for the cause. It's stupid. I will now go ahead and take things out of context and try to make it seem like this progressive figure is actually not a real progressive. I'm a real progressive. It's basically another version of the fake centrism that you see from a lot of people who are actually right-wing, but they claim to be centrists. Okay, new episode of Pluribus is goated. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I mean, there are varying degrees. There are varying degrees of, they're mad that you get more attention from the Democrats, just jealousy. I know. They should try doing good politics and having a world view that they can, a worldview and a project that they want to advance. Half the time it's not even out of context, it's just people being absolute dumbasses. Yeah. My favorite version of this, is the people that just completely hallucinate an alternative reality. And there is definitely an audience for it. I don't know where I saw this, but someone was talking about like how Asmongold did a video on me getting canceled. It's like Hassan is finished. His audience is coming after him. And apparently it was because I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but apparently it was because my audience was canceling me because of traditional Chinese medicine, and also because the horse racing, which is really funny because like I think there was one comment that we just like kind of laughed at, and that was it. But I guess that was enough for them to like clip that to be like, this is a real significant concern. He's finished. He's done. He is fucking done. He is so done. His community is leaving him in droves. They've realized that he is a fake socialist. Were we pro or anti horse racing? No, they were saying that the community was like very upset that I went to a horse race in fucking I went to a horse race in Hong Kong, but he's got more viewers. Yeah, that means his opinions are more correct. Nebraska is super upset. Yeah, that's how this works. Your subreddit is your biggest op. Oh wait, was it my subreddit? Yeah. If you look at my subreddit and any of the comments from my subreddit and you take it sincerely, you are the biggest dumbass of all time. Dude, they're saying you made 30,000 USD bet on the horse races. No, I made a 1,000 Hong Kong dollar bet. I almost made 60 grand off of the fucking horse races. That is true. We have to cut the subredditors some slack. They're exposed to Chernobyl levels of radiation daily. Yeah. It was $150 that I put down. And then I made like 4 grand, almost 5 grand off of the horse race. It's not even that deep. Not all of your fans need to agree with you on animal ethics. No, I 100% agree. And plenty don't. There's a shit ton of vegans in my community that are always upset at me for eating. Always upset at me for eating meat, for example. That doesn't mean I'm fucking canceled. You can have disagreements with your favorite content creator. It's normal. I don't know why people think that this is like a major disagreement. It's a huge issue on the left in general, you know? It's entirely dependent on who chooses to make this a major deal. Yeah, there was also the people who were like socialism. Anyway, have you ever ridden on stream? No, but I want to. I was good until you fled for Blonde Blazer when Invisigal was right there. That's what made me stop being a fan. Okay, well, I will not be taking this disrespect. I think I did the right move. Do you think you can still ride? Yes, I can. Horse races, exploitation of animals to accumulate capital via gambling is a real L. Well, guess what, dude? It felt really good to win, though. I'm just saying. The fact that you called Waterboy a fucking loser was enough for me to burn all my mom's Hassan merch. 3 people shot in downtown Washington, D.C. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Blocks from the White House. Shooting confirmed by police in Washington, D.C. Took place blocks from the White House near the intersection of 17th Street. The coroner is home to... Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. Well, I don't know what's going on, but here...
Let's start with the breaking.
Here's some news out of Hong Kong. At least 36 killed in Hong Kong fire with 279 still missing, authorities say. We're going to start here. Some of the chatters are so fucking psycho ever since the China trip. I know. There are... well, every new thing I do, I pick up every new thing I do, I pick up a new variant of hater, right? Like there's people who are like, I really like Tassan, but I fucking hate China. And now I'm hearing about, him liking China, and that's really fucked up, right? Or there were plenty of October 7 leavers and stuff. This is going to be the story of the day. Yeah, every new thing that I do, there's going to be some fucking haters. And there are always going to be some people who just like cannot come to terms with it. It is what it is. People will be like, I actually really like this guy, but but this is a bridge too far, and now I'm his number one op, right? Hate is such a strong word. I mean, yeah, but there's a lot of people. The White House is on lockdown. 2 National Guardsmen have been shot. What the fuck? Okay, this is a little bit crazier than I expected. This story saw several shot, including National Guardsmen near White House. Jesus fucking Christ, what is happening? Okay, I take it back. Maybe this is a pretty big story. I thought it was like, I did not realize it was an issue. I don't usually cover breaking news, but what the fuck is happening here? We'll start here.
A live view of that area, a block from the White House on 17th and I Northwest. You see from the other angle we showed a moment ago where police were unfolding yellow tape, you could see...
I'm going back to China, bro.
The Eisenhower Executive Office building, which is right next to the White House. And Chief, this is typically an area that is very busy, not only with folks who work there, but also with tourists. Given that it is a holiday week, you imagine that there are a lot of folks that are visiting D.C. Can you talk specifically about that area near the White House grounds and what it is like from a security perspective?
Well, I mean, it's quiet as far as crime goes. I mean, it is crowded. You have a lot of people that come down to this part of D.C. Obviously, that looks like 17th Street, that one shot that we were looking at there. But yeah, it's just a very busy area. But as far as crime goes, you might have a shoplift or a theft or something like that, and even that doesn't occur with any kind of regularity.
DC police says suspect in custody.
Because you have so many police departments in the city, and because you're so close to the White House, the patrol footprint is going to overlap with a lot of different agencies in that particular area: Secret Service, DC Police, even Metro Transit. There's not if my memory serves me correct, there's a Metro stop not too far from there as well. So there'll be a lot of agencies that are in that area just on a regular basis, not for any particular reason, just on a regular basis.
And as you've been speaking,
Trump down?
We
No.
just got in a statement from the White House saying the White House is aware and actively monitoring this tragic situation, and the president has been briefed. We should note the president is not at the White House right now, currently at his West Palm Beach golf club where he's spending the holiday. But as Boris was talking about, there are so many people in town, typically as we see in Washington, D.C., but especially so leading into the Thanksgiving holiday here. I mean, just talk a little bit about how tourists generally should approach the security situation in a place like D.C., where, as you mentioned, there are many different security apparatuses here. There are lots of moving
It's incredible
parts,
how condescending you are. What do you mean?
To a situation like this,
About
what
what?
should tourists be thinking about as they come here to Washington?
About what's going on right now?
You know,
I haven't even
for the
said
normal
anything.
Tourists, I mean,
Chatter might be on rewind right now.
enjoy the city. I mean, there are obviously going to be some areas that, you're going to see heightened security around the White House,
fuck?
for an example. But for the most part, tourists just come, they visit, they visit Smithsonian's, they walk by the White House, grab a couple photographs and so forth. But I mean, it's not a difficult town to get around in. And even though there's a heavy police presence there because of so many different agencies, and it is our nation's capital.
You're just sitting there
it's not as
silently,
if it
acting like you're better than me. Everyone
with
always
anything,
does.
Unless you want to go into one of the secure buildings like White House, Capitol, and places like that. But just an average tourist, there's really, and they just move around.
Yeah. We're now joined by CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe, a former FBI deputy director. I are just learning from our producer that the scene has been secured. This is 17th and I, one block from the White House. There is a suspect currently in custody. Obviously, we have very limited details, just that several people were hurt. At least one member of the U.S. National Guard has been shot. Can you give us a sense of how an investigation like this begins, essentially. We have a suspect in custody, but now is when some of the real work begins.
Yeah, absolutely. So, especially if we go back maybe half an hour or so before we learn this, just knowing there's been a shooting in that area, as Chief pointed out, you've got so many different agencies that are overlapping each other in this space. DC Metro PD clearly in the lead here. This is their turf, but you're in between the White House, where you have Secret Service, you've got Park Police. They have locations that they're responsible for all over the city. You've got the other federal agencies like the FBI. So there's the capability of a massive response, and usually I've seen it in responding to many situations in DC. You get an over response. People, officers on the street, self-deploy to the area around the spot because they want to be helpful and they want to be able to kind of see what they can accomplish. And that's not that can be challenging with traffic and if you have medevac issues, it's tough to get ambulances in and out of there. But for this, where you're looking for a subject, the more law enforcement, eyeballs that you can put on that problem, the better off you are.
I'm too
so this
European
is also
for
an area
this.
where there is an extraordinarily high degree of
I don't know.
capture.
I don't know what
Most
the fuck
of that is
happened,
private
and we still don't know what the fuck
residences,
happened.
things
But
like
I
that
guess they
will
already have the.
Street-facing video capture, and so one of the first things
Secretary Noem says, "Please join me in praying for the two National Guardsmen who were just shot moments ago in Washington D.C. Department of Homeland Security is working with local law enforcement to gather more information. Are they okay? Like, I don't understand.
To a description,
like, Associated Press says their condition is unknown. Follow the latest news on President Donald Trump and his administration.
On the scene who may have seen things and been able to provide information. But it's great news that they have.
But yeah, I think it was.
Is responsible. That will.
I think the suspect is in custody already, right? Or is that also made up?
Manhunt in the nation's capital on the day before Thanksgiving.
FBI probing Democrats who told troops to defy legal orders. I mean, that's like the separate story. Two National Guard soldiers were shot Wednesday near the White House, and their conditions aren't immediately known, according to two law enforcement officials not authorized to discuss the matter publicly, who spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. Emergency vehicles were seen responding to the area. The Joint DC Task Force confirmed they were responding to an incident in the vicinity of the White House following reports of the shooting. However, the spokesperson wouldn't immediately confirm or deny if the National Guards members had been shot. President Donald Trump was at his West Palm Beach golf course, so we don't even know if they got shot. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, we don't know what kind of, like, was there a... The scene is secured, one suspect in custody, according to the DC Police Department, but we don't know what level of harm came to the National Guardsmen that were shot. Like, did they get shot in the vest and have, like, minor bruising, or did they get actually shot? There's a photo on Twitter.
To Washington D.C. as part of the president's push here, but also
Kash Patel's looking into it. Oh god, oh brother, we're so fucking cooked.
Typically be outside the White House in a spot like this, again, a block from the White House.
Is this the event? Is this the
area,
triggering event for martial law? I don't
National
know.
Guardsmen, but obviously you would have police officers. Just what would
One
this
is shot in the head. There's pigs. Wait, what?
Omar, typically it's a super crowded area of the city. You've got to the south and east just a little bit. You have the whole White House.
Do not show on stream, but this dude is fucking dead for
where
sure.
You have the White House itself, the East Wing, the West Wing, the mansion. You've got the old executive office building next door with the Treasury on the other side. You've got the Ellipse, Lafayette Square, all these kind of square block areas that are part of the White House.
There is a photo of a
controlled by the Secret
okay,
Service.
so there is a photo of a National Guardsman on the ground, and there's like a lot of blood on the ground. But the two people that are responding from, I think, Secret Service, U.S. Secret Service, are applying pressure to the wound, and it could be like an ear. It could be an ear, or he could have just gotten shot directly in the head. But I don't know. I can't tell from this photo.
The lobbying firms, major corporate offices are all right in there on that like K Street corridor, L Street, all those areas going up Constitution Avenue into the more northern part of the city.
Or a non-fatal shot to the head. Yeah, it could be.
Office workers, professionals, people who are
Trump
leaving
got
their
shot in the
offices
head,
on foot, trying to
technically.
make their way to the metro train, or going down into the garage and bringing their vehicles up onto the street. So a lot of traffic, a lot of crowds, a lot of chaos in there normally. In addition, you have all those other law enforcement entities that we talked about. And any one of those entities, Park Police, FBI, Homeland Security, could have units out in vehicles doing whatever businesses they have to do. Just patrolling, conducting investigations, in the case of Homeland Security folks, conducting maybe immigration activity. So it's a very dense, kind of charged area, both with civilians, with the people like cabinet members and people who would be going in and out of the White House doing business, and law enforcement. So that's why I think on our video now, you're seeing a lot of those different uniforms. Now, so add to this very confusing picture, the National Guard, who've been around in DC for a little while, so they're not quite as novel as they were in the first week or two. But these are folks who've basically been thrown into a pseudo law enforcement function, most of whom don't really have law enforcement backgrounds. And that adds, I think, a real wild card element to this thing. We don't really know how those folks would respond if confronted with a violent incident on the street with an armed person. So there's a lot of variability, I think, in the platform here, and so we'll have to just wait to see what more facts develop from the investigation.
Very important perspective there, as we're getting a new vantage point of the scene, just about a block from the White House in Washington, D.C., where we've learned there's been a shooting. At least 2 National Guardsmen, according to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, have been shot. Police say that a suspect is currently in custody. Unclear at this point whether those guardsmen were actually targeted, whether they were responding to an already unfolding incident. Those details are being gathered as we speak, and we see a very large law enforcement presence there. We've seen
I just
ATF,
don't know.
U.S. Marshals,
I don't
FBI,
know what the response to this will be, because I feel like the counter to this is like, oh, National Guardsmen didn't even stop the leftist violence. Like they'll say like this is Antifa left violence, and then they'll say if the National Guardsmen couldn't stop this leftist Antifa violence, like I don't know who is supposed to be able to stop this Antifa leftist violence from Trump's perspective, and that they might say, they said suspect in custody, not the shooter. Well, I mean, yeah, the suspected shooter is in custody.
Obviously, you're going to want to make sure that you, at some point in time, interrogate that person, but first you want to secure him. We don't know. He could be one of the people shot. I mean, we just don't know a lot of information right now.
I mean,
so it's going to
did they send the Marines in this situation?
Exactly
is that what they would justify? I don't know. They'll probably try to say that this is like all a consequence of like violent leftist rhetoric.
Response, and I heard Andy mention
it'll be a consequence of violent leftist rhetoric.
So close to the White House, you almost get an
they'll say, send in the Marines, or they'll say we have to be more aggressive in our
have specific
apprehension and our prosecution of like people who are engaging in any sort of criticism of the administration's actions.
I would imagine between interviewing witnesses, recovering video, securing individuals. If the suspect is wounded at the hospital, you got a guard there. You got to process the crime scene, and hopefully they're not trampling all over the crime scene. I see tape up, but
nothing happened after Kirk. People thought that would be a triggering event. I don't think Trump would do something for a National Guard dude, to be honest. I know, but it's a buildup, right?
Like DC police would probably
it's a buildup. It's a steady
agency, but if more
there was a lot of demand from the MAGA base after Charlie Kirk. They were screaming bloody murder, and they wanted revenge. They wanted revenge to be taken on the left. And I think like they tried to test it. And it didn't work that well. And basically, I feel like this is another point that they can add on to the consistent flow of propaganda.
point in time, seeing National Guard troops on the streets of D.C. would have been a little bit more unusual. It's become a little bit more of the norm over the past few months as troops from multiple states have been in D.C. as part of President Trump's anti-crime crackdown. But one of the dynamics that Andy McCabe was talking about was sort of, you know, usually on the streets you see police officers, you might see federal agents that typically are more used to interfacing with the public or dealing with situations, unfortunately, like this. We still don't know the circumstances here, but can you just tell us a little bit about how police are typically trained if there is a confrontation on the streets, if they run into a situation where someone may come up with a weapon, and where to go from there?
Well, I mean, obviously you have the de-escalation training, you have use of force standards that are in place. You have all these things that are part of the training. If my memory serves me correct, the basic training for Metropolitan Police Department officers, somewhere around 800 hours of training. And I'm not saying anything negative about the National Guardsmen. They have been deployed. They're doing what they've been asked to do. I see that they're armed. I don't know how much training they received in general, because, you know, policing in urban areas is just different from what they're trained as part of the military. Now, having said that, we don't know the circumstances around this at all. So it's very difficult to say, but that's been a concern of mine early on. I was in D.C. last week, and I saw the National Guard, some of the National Guardsmen, you know, walking down the street. You know, they were in groups of 4. And I spoke to them. They spoke to me. I mean, it was just very casual. It was nothing out of the ordinary because, you know, they've been there for so long now. People are starting to get used to it, at least in D.C. Anyway. But people in D.C. are just used to a whole lot of uniforms. I think there's something like 32 different.
Candlanian from MSNBC, now known as MS Now. DC police now saying a suspect is in custody after at least one National Guards member was shot in downtown DC. DHS secretary saying 2 were shot, and the fire department saying 3 people were taken to the hospitals. I don't like that whenever stuff like this happens, it's just like there's so much misinformation flying around. Like, they need to, especially at a time when there's like unprecedented amounts of insecurity. Like, there's not a lot of credibility for the administration or any of its organs. I hate that it's like I hate that there is this like misinformation flinging around. You should steal Clandis's move and blame Israel. I'm not going to do that. That's not what I do. Even if it's like even if it seemingly is a very successful method of immediately destabilizing the media landscape. That's my whole job, my whole shtick is to not do that, is to specifically not do that. Here's some details from ABC News. Let's take a look. 2 National Guardsmen shot near the White House.
I mean, literally, you are, what, 2 to 3 blocks away from where we are here at our ABC News Bureau. We can see all the rescue crews, the police behind you. Tell us everything you know.
That's right, Kira. And as we ran to this scene, we could see National Guardsmen running here as well. You can see some of them set up here behind me. It is a chaotic scene. We just watched what appeared to be one of those 2 wounded National Guardsmen loaded into an ambulance that just sped off with a police escort. The scene seems to be concentrated, and it's difficult to see through these vehicles, but it seems to be concentrated inside the metro station. So if you look at that fire truck, on the other end of that fire truck is the entrance to the Farragut West metro station. It's often where National Guardsmen stage here in Washington, D.C. as they patrol the metro stations and attempt to keep them safe. And I can tell you, maybe just about an hour ago, Kira, I actually emerged from that metro station and I saw 2 National Guardsmen standing there. There were some others in and around the station. We do not know who was wounded, but we can report, according to 2 sources, that 2 uniformed military personnel were wounded, and sources tell us that the suspect here was also loaded into an ambulance. And it has since somewhat calmed here, although it is chaotic. But I can tell you, just mere minutes ago, Kira, we watched as EMS sprinted up here toward the metro station as tactical units with what appeared to be the Secret Service, because we're only a block away from the White House, also staged here. D.C. Metro Police as well. Obviously, we are very...
You predicted the MAGA response. Just a few days ago, Sikh Democrats claimed President Trump was issuing... I mean, these guys are so obviously, like... They're so obviously fucking grifting. We don't know any of the details of this incident, and MAGA Twitter has already started blaming Democrats for telling the military to not follow unlawful orders, which is the law. You know, it's just so fucking, it's crazy. Check the location on Twitter. No, it's Benny Johnson. It's Benny Johnson. It's Benny Johnson. He is in America, okay? It's Benny Johnson. We know he's in America, unfortunately. Overseas MAGA or domestic MAGA? No, it's Benny Johnson. It's domestic. He's one of our own. He's homegrown.
We will continue to get more information and bring it to you, but a tragic and a chaotic scene here.
Although technically you could say he's a foreign agent because he does get a Russian paycheck. Like that's not even a suspicion. That is quite literally that is real. Benny Johnson is a foreign agent. He has gotten money from the Russian government specifically to do anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia propaganda. That is not a meme. That is not a joke. That is real. That is the Tenet media controversy that took place. Air travel has been grounded around D.C. Jesus Christ. Okay, I mean, departures to Reagan National Airport grounded due to security incident. I mean, we keep saying, like, is this overreaction much? I mean, I don't know. The government is going overboard on it, but I don't know why they're doing that. Because we don't know what the details are. Benny Johnson received millions of dollars in what the DOJ said was a Russian government propaganda op, but a year later, it turns out no one in the right cares. He retains a fast-growing viewership and what appears to be a voice at the highest levels of the Trump regime. This is true. This is literally what happened, just so you know. He did get money from Tenet Media, from the Russian government directly to do pro-Russian commentary. Libs of TikTok has already moved on. And is saying, Libs of TikTok is saying, CNN guest just a few weeks ago compared the National Guard to Nazis. 2 National Guard members were just shot in D.C. These Democrats know exactly what they're doing. They wanted violence against the National Guard. Some MAGA accounts spreading a picture of a naked suspect being handcuffed looks like an Arab Muslim. Whenever this stuff happens, whenever stuff like this happens nowadays, it's just like instantly, instead of people saying, hey, let's wait for more details to come out, it's always first to market, okay? There is no penalties for it, unfortunately, in this media environment. There are no penalties for being first to market. There's only benefits for being first to market. If you are the first person to quote unquote report on what took place and then instantly lock in what your suspicions are, it's over. Like, look, bro, can you summarize this shit one a day instead of posting this shit every hour? You literally didn't say anything useful again. I get farming, but this is pathetic. Define unlawful. The dots do connect, though. Words have consequences. Yeah, you have to get ahead of it. MK Ultra false flag to give military enlisted appetite for fighting domestic terrorists in the wake of Dems telling them not to obey unlawful orders. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Okay? That's crazy. Yeah, Tim Pool, my sources say Charlie Kirk is stable is another example of this. Aftermath of the shooting in downtown D.C., Guardsmen and multiple people reportedly shot and maybe others. Video passed along from someone nearby. Here, let me scan this real quick. See if there's anything crazy in this video. I guess you can. Oh, you just see an arrest being made, but you can't really tell. It is kind of like a YouTube comment section. They lodge the message on the first few hours because they know most people don't follow up after that and will just carry on with that message in their brains. Yeah, it's the same principle behind botting Reddit. Okay, it's the same principle behind botting Reddit. If you want discourse to flow, you put a narrative out there and then you instantly get the first couple comments off and you hit those comments with upvotes and you set the narrative. And then once you set the narrative, it requires a tremendous amount of undertaking to actually anchoring bias is correct. Exactly. Once you literally create the bias narrative, even if it is completely backed up with misinformation. By the way, I don't know what happened. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and act as though I know exactly what the motives of the suspect is. We don't even know if they got the actual suspect, the actual shooter. Okay, but basically, this is exactly how the right operates. In the aftermath of every single shooting, and there are a lot of them in the United States of America, the right will automatically go, this is transgender, this is Antifa, this is the radical left, this is the radical Democrats, right? And they will try to set a narrative. And once additional information comes out that oftentimes will directly contradict that evidence, they'll just move on. They'll either double down because there's no penalties, or they'll just move on and move on to the next story, right? And there is basically nothing. There's basically nothing. There's no defense system. There is no accountability system to try and get ahead of this like misinformation. And even in this situation, I'm not even saying that this might not be correct. This might not be like I'm not even saying that this isn't one of the few instances where this is like a radical, Democrat or whatever, right? I'm not saying that at all. It could be, but we don't have any evidence for it. And they're just going along with this just like they do every single time. Every single time. Okay? We just simply do not know. We don't know anything yet, right? We don't know what the condition of we don't know the condition of the shooter. We don't know the condition of the National Guardsman. Like, we're trying to piece together details and try to figure out exactly what took place. But before we can even figure out what the fuck's going on, everyone on the right, including the fucking president, runs along with whatever narrative they want to use. It's crazy. I think this is a very dangerous media environment. Open Presence, thank you for the 25 of the subs. Donald J. Trump posts on Truth Social. You want to see the pic of the alleged suspect circulating? It's NSFW? Sure. Who cares about the condition of the shooter? I do. What do you mean? Of course I care about the fucking condition of the shooter. That's how you can figure out if the shooter is still alive or if the shooter is dead. That's how you can actually interrogate the suspect. What do you mean? Was it the actual suspect that they apprehended and shot? Or was it a fucking bystander that they thought was the suspect? Of course you should care about all the fucking details. What are you talking about? This is not a controversial opinion. I cannot believe that this is even being considered as a controversial opinion. What kind of fucking stupidity is running amok in my goddamn chat? Yes, of course you have to care about the fucking condition of the suspect as well. How else are you going to do conduct a serious investigation? It makes it much more difficult to figure out and identify what the motives are. For example, photo of civilian possible suspect in Farragut West shooting looks like an Arab Muslim. He's handcuffed and stripped. Okay, the idea that like again, they're saying that this is a Arab Muslim. Jesus Christ, dude. Wait, is he fully naked? What the fuck? Again, I don't even know if this person is from the shooting. This account claims they took the photo. Source of this picture. If it was a suspect, you really think there would be no police or Secret Service agents surrounding him? Just DCFD. Clearly looks like a person that is being restrained, possibly due to mental health. Probably not even from today or related. It's real. Taken directly from above the scene. Yeah, I don't know. I can't trust random anonymous Twitter accounts. It could very well be true, but again, I'm going to maintain my healthy skepticism on who on any of this information until it's coming from a reliable news outlet. And even reliable news outlets can sometimes be a little bit unreliable. All right, the animal that shot the two National Guardsmen, with both being critically wounded and now in two separate hospitals, is also severely wounded. But regardless, we will pay a very steep price. God bless our great National Guard and all of our military and law enforcement. These are truly great people. I, as the President of the United States and everyone associated with the office of the presidency, am with you. Are we cooked? I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, we're always cooked, but it's just a matter of how cooked we are. Like, we don't know how cooked we are yet. Everyone in America is cooked, regardless of whatever their politics are. Okay, we are living under the Trump administration. People are cooked because they can't afford things. People are cooked in general. People are cooked because the administration is incompetent. People are cooked because there's an incredible amount of destabilizing misinformation in the current media landscape. We're already fucking cooked, regardless of this shooting. We were cooked yesterday, and we're going to be cooked tomorrow. It's entirely dependent on the details of the shooting and how the administration moves after the shooting. That will determine how cooked we are. We might be deep fried, or we might be, moderately cooked. But we are cooked nonetheless. The shooting is not. This shooting is not entirely the reason.
National Guardsmen were shot. The D.C. police say that one suspect is in custody and that the scene is secure. That's according to the D.C. police. according to Kristi Noem and according to sources who are talking to CNN. Now, our photojournalist Joe Merkel said that a witness to this said that she heard gunshots and that she saw 2 National Guardsmen getting CPR. That is one detail we can give you according to a witness who spoke to a member of our team here, Joe Merkel. Again, they're trying to secure the scene. They are trying to move vehicles and people away from this scene so that they can just get some more clearance here, guys. That's what I can tell you from the scene here. We hope to get more information very shortly.
Yeah, an active scene still behind Brian with some traffic moving by, but also blocked off. I want to bring back in our panel as well. Jonathan Wackrow, former Secret Service agent, Chief Charles Ramsey, former Metro Police Chief, and former Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe. Good to have all of you here. Chief, I want to start with you because we heard and saw some of Brian's report there that yes, they had the main portion of the scene, of course, that had investigative value blocked off, but also trying to manage what was clearly a fast-moving, leaving work traffic situation going on the other side of this. When you try to secure a scene like this and obviously begin a very serious investigation of 2 guardsmen shot here, how do you balance where that scene, where the division of that scene is from where the public can access versus this, and how do you control when this does happen in the middle of a busy metro area like this?
Well, they certainly have enough resources there on the scene. And so they'll be securing the actual location where the shooting took place, but then they have to have a much broader area. And that's why you're starting to see other streets being shut down. They're going to try to identify the people that own the vehicles in that area and get them out of there and so forth. Now we know this person is not only in custody, but severely wounded. So you're not going to get any statements from this individual, but at the same time, they may know exactly who this person is.
Trump is saying he's severely wounded. The photo that they're showing that is supposedly the suspect being arrested does not show severe wounding at all. And other resources have said that he's not severely wounded. So are we actually listening to Donald Trump on this?
Between the FBI and the DC Police, they're going
because I don't know
right now.
I know the suspect is in custody, according to the Associated Press. I trust the Associated Press on this. But we don't know the condition of the suspect. The only was also shot and has injuries that are not believed to be life-threatening, the source said. Okay? So the Associated Press is saying that he's not severely wounded. Donald Trump is saying he is severely wounded. Emergency medical responders transported all 3 victims to a hospital, according to Vito Maggiolo, the public information officer of the D.C. Fire and Emergency Services.
Whoever's in charge, the incident commander, is establishing that footprint and giving people specific assignments in terms of what they need.
I don't like that
right now.
I don't like that, you know, every single time something like this happens, there's always the fog of breaking news. And there's a shit ton of misinformation that flies around, but it has gotten significantly worse. And I'm saying this as like someone who's been doing this for 12 years now. Okay. As someone who's been doing this for 12 years and doing live stream broadcasting full time, at least for like the last 7-8 years, it has gotten radioactive. It has gotten significantly worse. Like the media landscape has gotten so much worse in that time frame. Like back in the day, there were some people who would get shit wrong, right? And they would apologize for it. Or they would like immediately come out with new information. They would say, hey, we got this wrong. And it was primarily mainstream resources that would do this, right? Nowadays, nowadays you have official organs of the government. The fucking president. The president himself just like completely obfuscating the truth and basically going along with like biased narratives, making shit up. It's devastating. Do you think it's because of the rise of independent media like TikTok? So it was a rush to market to compete with that? I think there is definitely that definitely plays a role in this. That 100% plays a role in this. But the irony, of course, is that for people like myself, for people who are also capable of critical thinking and media literacy, this is when mainstream resources are more important than ever before. Because I would much rather go to a place where I know has credible, reliable information than be the first to get information that is false. I would rather the mainstream outlets wait for more information to come out instead of rushing to control the narrative, for example. And to their credit, to their credit, you're glorifying a past that never existed. No, that's not true. That's not true. I think with the way that information disseminated in the past, because it was so heavily, tightly controlled in the hands of like a select few, were there moments, were there opportunities for the mainstream to like drive home whatever kind of narrative they wanted? Absolutely. Having said that, in terms of breaking news and information that came out during events like this, the overwhelming prevailing narrative was never whatever some random dipshit made. And yes, if you're talking about foreign policy, that's entirely different. We're talking about domestic breaking news incidents. Okay? What you are describing is something that I'm also very familiar with, something that I talk about quite a bit in terms of creating a unified message on foreign policy that aligns with the State Department goals. The mainstream media has historically always been on board and has always actually misinformed the public in an effort to basically galvanize the public. Dispatch Dev here, so cool to see you play the game. It's fucking amazing. I love it. It feels like a game that was made specifically for me. I know it's not, but you know, it's so perfect for me and this community. Anyway, even though I got cucked in the first 2 episodes, but hopefully we're gonna turn it around today. Anyway, I genuinely do not believe that we've ever had. I genuinely don't believe that we've ever had this level of misinformation on domestic incidents and this much misinformation being flung around. There was a punishment. There was also a self-sustaining ecosystem, even in like 2016 or whatever, when right-wingers would come out and say fake shit. There were other right-wingers that would go, okay, well, I don't want to be misinformed. There is definitely something that has changed in the mindset of the collective where people would rather be misinformed in a biased fashion than to know what the truth is now. Like, I think our collective consciousness has shifted. It's no longer relegated to like the edges of the internet or anything. It's just like literally we are now officially living in an era where people would much rather not know what the truth is and go along with whatever bias that they had beforehand on any incident. I mean, even the Charlie Kirk, Israel killed Charlie Kirk narratives was a great example of this. Like that, like one singular figure, Candace Owens, who's now saying that the French government is trying to assassinate her and may have even played a role in the assassination of Charlie Kirk on top of like Israel. But that one singular person was able to literally single-handedly change the goals of the federal government, change the goals of the White House in terms of the biased narrative that they were going along with in the Charlie Kirk assassination. They wanted to be like, this is a trans-Antifa assassination, and they came out of the gates swinging in that regard. And then Candace Owens came up and was like, no, Charlie Kirk was my bestie, was my work wife, and I think it was Israel. And that threw a wrench in the plans of the government. It's crazy. What is that, if not a clear-cut indication that it's actually like that people can just like make up shit or go along with unreliable narratives that as long as like enough people are committed to believing, you can get, you can actually change the way that people are dialoguing on whatever fucking new incident that took place, even if there is enough bias and enough momentum from the government.
But also the video capture of whatever security cameras, and remember where we are in
the French gendarmerie killing Charlie Kirk because Brigitte Macron is transgender is like a parody of a conspiracy theory, but Candace heads still believe it. If it's crazy, I know.
At least a visual of
I know, it's fucking nuts.
What happened and, importantly, how it started. One of the great disadvantages here is this is not your typical police-involved shooting where it was put over the radio as it was happening.
FBI Director Cashpatel on scene after the shooting of 2 National Guardsmen. I mean, he's going to fuck this up, and I'm telling you right now, not only is he going to fuck this up, and that's a given, but not only is he going to fuck this up, but also when he fucks this up, it's going to turn into he's going to get fired after he fucks this up. That's what I'm calling, okay? Because especially the private jet stuff for his girlfriend was, I think, seemingly enough seemingly enough, or maybe a bridge too far for even the administration, even the Trump administration, that there was enough there was a lot of criticism of Kash Patel in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk stuff, and then it reached a boiling point with the private jet incident and his incompetence and his endless need to be in front of the camera and reveal far too much information about like ongoing investigations that end up creating an environment for defense attorneys to yell about prosecutorial bias is paired up with the fact that his girlfriend was taking like private jets, like the FBI's private jet to and from Mar-a-Lago and stuff. I think led to at least some feelers being thrown out in the media. There was the MS Now report. There was the MS Now report that came out claiming that Kash Patel might be on the verge of being fired. House Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, what? This has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Kash Patel's girlfriend suggests that, wait, what? Kash Patel's girlfriend suggests that Senator Mark Kelly's video is responsible for the shooting of the National Guard. Okay, this is the narrative, I guess. This is the narrative for MAGA. They're going to say Mark Kelly is responsible for the National Guardsmen being shot. They're not going to go with like, this is Trans-Antifa. They're going to say this is actually the Democrats. Liberal Democrats are responsible for this because they said that the liberal, like a couple liberal Democrats came out with a video saying that you have a duty to not follow unlawful orders. This was from a couple days ago. A bunch of Democrats came out and posted a video. Does anyone have the video? I'll just show it to you right now. It's fucking crazy because like there are different routes that they can go with, and this is one of them, and they are predictably choosing the dumbest one. I think they can't say Antifa as there is no Antifa. Like you keep saying, there's no prominent left wing that people can point to. Yeah, Trump backs Kash Patel after report that he considered. Here was the Kash Patel saga. Trump said he backs Kash Patel after there was a report that a report came out that said that he was considering ousting the FBI director. But reports like that don't get floated around unless there is already discontent. Okay? This kind of information only comes out because there are some people in those rooms that are sending this information to the media. Okay? It's usually you feed it, you quote unquote leak it, so you test out whether or not like how the public will respond to it. Trump comes out and says it's fake news. It doesn't really matter. A couple weeks later, you'll see whether or not it was fake news or not. Okay. The Roach King is already running with that narrative right now on his channel. It's also your fault. Yeah. Everyone has their own version everyone has their own dog in this fight, right? Asmongold has horse blinders on, and I'm his number one op, so of course he's going to always lead back every new thing that happens in the media back to me. But that is utterly irrelevant. That is utterly irrelevant. What's more relevant is, I think, what MAGA Twitter is going off of, and MAGA Twitter is saying that it's like the Democrats that was the big story, right? The big story for MAGA this past week was that Democrats were saying that you have a duty not to follow unlawful orders in the military, and that's, I think, the reason why these guys are all going along with that narrative, saying that it's the Democrats that said you have a duty in the military to not defy unlawful orders. Here, this is the video. Okay. Breaking. Elected Democrats just released a video encouraging members of the military to commit treason and defy orders for Trump and Hegseth. They did not do that. They actually elected Democrats, and all of them are either like CIA or actually are veterans themselves. They did not actually say you should commit treason. They said you have a duty not to follow unlawful orders. That is the truth. That is literally one of the most important differentiating factors within the American military as opposed to other militaries in general. Go offline. Okay, you got it.
Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
No is treason. Trump is correct. Dog, the American military literally has, like, this is different from other militaries around the world. Whether people oblige or not doesn't matter, okay? But having said that, it is literally a rule in the rule books, okay? It is a part of the code of military conduct. It is right there. When you're swearing your fucking oath, it straight up says you as a sworn officer have, or a military active duty service member, have a duty to not abide by unlawful orders, okay? This is simply, you can even disobey a superior officer. Disobey a superior officer. Defenses to the UCMJ Article 90 and UCMJ Article 92. Okay? It is a part of the military code of conduct in the United States of America. In the United States of America, this is a part of the military code of conduct. Okay? Their oath is to the Constitution and not to their commanding officers or their superior officers. And that, therefore, if their commanding or superior officers give them an unlawful order, right? Like execute a prisoner of war, for example. You have a duty not to oblige, okay? It is illegal to execute a prisoner of war, for example, right? You're not supposed to do that. If your superior officer gives you an order to execute a prisoner of war, you literally can say, no, I refuse. You will still most likely get thrown in prison, okay? You will still most likely get thrown in prison, but the reality of the matter is the courts, like military courts, will find you to be acting out in a lawful manner. Of course, if the action is deemed lawful, then that soldier is royally fucked. This is true, but it doesn't matter, okay? West Virginia governor is claiming that both of the guardsmen have passed away, but I don't know how much we know about the fucking, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually trust the West Virginia governor here, but it is with great sorrow that we can confirm both members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot earlier today in Washington, D.C. have passed away from their injuries. These brave West Virginians lost their lives in the service of their country. We are in ongoing contact with federal officials as the investigation continues. I guess we can trust the governor on this. I don't know. The entire state grieves. I don't know what to trust anymore. You're fucking wrong, bro. Just admit it. Trump was right about everything. Yes, you're correct. Trump is right about everything. I mean, I guess if he's saying it, I mean, he is in charge of, he would know, because if these were West Virginian National Guardsmen, then he would probably know. Is the Associated Press reporting on their deaths? If they are, then yes, this is real. National Guards members have died in the shooting near two West Virginia. Okay, so both of the National Guards members from West Virginia were killed. Two West Virginia National Guards members shot Wednesday near the White House have died, the state's governor has said. Governor Patrick Morrisey confirmed their deaths in a social media post. A suspect now in custody was also shot and has injuries that are not believed to be life-threatening. The source said one National Guard member was shot in the head, according to a person familiar with the details of the incident who spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. Anyway, going back to what we were talking about, the reason why the Republicans have decided to attack these Democrats, specifically Mark Kelly, is because of this video. Okay, this video came out last week, November 18th, 2025. They released this video saying you have a duty not to follow unlawful orders if your superior officer commands you to do something that is unlawful. Okay? And this seemingly is the direction that they're going to take this incident in. Okay? Here, this is the video.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
Like us. You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
Yeah, this is literally just correct. Okay? This is just straight up a thing you can say. Okay? This is as totally normal of a thing to say as is like you have a First Amendment right, you have a Fourth Amendment right. You know what I mean? If they came out and basically said like, oh, you know, you have a right to not you have a right to not get harassed by police officers and have them break into your house. Like, you should know your rights. You know how like ICE, there are you know, anti-ICE initiatives from like the ACLU that will tell people both in Spanish and in English like what rights you have if there is a raid being conducted. If there is a raid being conducted on your home, if they don't have a judicial warrant, they do not have a right to come into your house, right? They will try to trick you. They will try to break into your house. Like, basically saying that these are your constitutional laws, or these are your constitutional rights, is not actually something that is illegal. It is illegal to technically violate the Constitution.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army,
Our Navy,
The Air Force.
your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
because now, more than ever,
The American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
And who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
don't give up. Don't give up.
don't give up the ship.
Yeah. And for the record, they launched an investigation into Mark Kelly. Yeah, the White House has supported the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, and I think what Senator Mark Kelly was actually trying to do is intimidate the 1.3 million active service members. That is fucking ridiculous. Remember, the American military is vast. The American military is diverse. The American military reflects the American government and the American population. And therefore, there are a lot of fucking libs in the American military as well. The idea that this is like the idea that this is what is happening here was like already super illegal is really silly and really stupid. But the FBI was seeking interviews with them lawmakers over the video because it's lawfare, it's intimidation. They're trying to, it's not going to work. Or even them trying to fucking tie this new shooting that took place that killed 2 National Guardsmen from West Virginia in D.C. This is breaking news for those of you just tuning in. Them trying to tie it back to these 6 Democrat lawmakers is idiotic, okay?
Is with 6 Democratic lawmakers over this video they posted on social media with a message to service members.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this is it, okay? At West Point, cadets walk past a plaque that says our officers must follow the law if orders ever conflict with it. That is how our military has protected this nation for generations. This is somewhat unique to the American military, for the record, okay? It is quite literally a fundamental difference with many other nations' militaries, okay? That the military, first and foremost, serves the Constitution, does not serve the whims of the president. I'm not like getting super libbed up here. It's just facts, okay? Our American Code of Military Obedience requires that should orders and the law ever conflict, our officers must obey the law, okay? It is super clear cut. It is super duper clear cut. It's an important statement. And the very fact that these 6 Democratic lawmakers are reflecting on this does not mean you can't consider this to be fucking treason, okay? It's completely ridiculous. The United States boldly broke with the ancient military custom of swearing loyalty to a leader. Article 6 required that American officers thereafter swear loyalty to our basic law, the Constitution, okay? While many other nations have suffered military coups, the United States never has. Our American Code of Military Obedience requires that should orders and the law ever conflict, our officers must obey the law. How does this even link to the shooting? I'm confused. This links to the shooting because the Republicans are trying to link it back to these Democrats. Okay? Not only did they try to get the FBI to investigate these lawmakers, Donald Trump said that these Democratic lawmakers were actually committing treason and must be punished severely, killed. Okay? And the Republicans, in the immediate aftermath of any new shooting, have decided that they are going to look for scapegoats. One of the scapegoats that they've identified, because this was like the last thing that Republicans were lasered in on, is the 6 Democratic lawmakers that came out with this fucking video. One of the people that on MAGA Twitter that I identified early on was doing this was Benny Johnson. Okay? Just a few days ago, 6 Democrats claimed President Trump. It was 47 minutes ago. This is before we even knew that the National Guardsmen were actually killed. Right? Just a few days ago, 6 Democrats claimed President Trump was issuing unlawful orders to the military and the troops must resist. 2 National Guards members were just targeted and shot in Washington, D.C. I reposted to say, we don't know any of the details of the incident. MAGA Twitter has already started blaming Democrats for telling the military not to follow, blaming Democrats for telling the military to not follow unlawful orders, which is the law. Okay? It is fucking ridiculous. They say woke-stitution. They're honestly really stupid. The Constitution was designed to protect everyday people and workers, to make sure they are represented. If you think that's a bad thing, you're stupid. I mean, Republicans have never actually given a shit about the Constitution. Let's be real. But they do lean into it as though they are the protectors. Now, here's Kash Patel's girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, who also said, leaning into what Eric Doherty had said, it was another conservative MAGA Twitter guy, Democrats told the country that President Trump is giving illegal orders to the military and that it is incumbent upon the military to rebel or they're betraying the country and Constitution. Alexis Wilkins said, while everyone on X is fighting, the left is still attacking people who wear the uniform and support this country simply for doing so. There are more important things in this world and far bigger enemies who actually hate us and do, in fact, want to kill us. Pray. Here is, from 2 days ago, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking about how the White House is supportive of the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly for that same video that I showed you earlier.
The White House is supportive of the Department of War's investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, and I think what Senator Mark Kelly was actually trying to do was intimidate the 1.3 million active duty service.
Yeah, if you tell people not to speed or if you tell people to stop at traffic stops, okay, you're actually intimidating the 100 million commuters. Okay, you're intimidating them. Clearly, you know, when you tell. I mean, they do unironically do this when Tom Homan goes on television and says like, oh, the ACLU telling people what their rights are is actually impeding on our active investigations. Like they should stop telling people. It should be illegal to inform people what their fucking constitutional rights are. So like they are unironically waging war against the American Constitution. They are unironically waging war against the truth. So this is not new. It's just that the government itself is actively taking the initiative now to try and make it seem as though it is treason to reflect on the pre-existing fucking duty, the pre-existing oath that active duty service members take to the Constitution and the rules that determine the rules that actually the rules that are actually different than other militaries of other nations that say if you are given an unlawful order, if there's a contradiction between the order that was issued to you and the law, you should follow the law. You must follow the law.
Members who are currently serving in our United States Armed Forces with that video that he and his Democrat colleagues put out. Senator Mark Kelly well knows the rules of the military and the respect that one must have for the chain of command, and that all lawful orders are presumed to be legal by our service members. You can't have a functioning military if there is disorder and chaos within the ranks. And
She accidentally said it and then had to stop. Look. You hear this? Look.
Service members. You can't have a functioning all orders that one must have for the chain of command, and that all orders.
All lawful. I mean, all orders. She tried to literally shit on Mark Kelly and defend this investigation that is happening into Mark Kelly, and then repeated what Mark Kelly was saying while simultaneously claiming it's treasonous. There you go. All orders, I mean, all lawful, I mean, all orders are lawful. No, it's not. It quite literally is not the case. That's the reason why there's a distinction here. So stupid.
Orders are presumed to be legal by our service members. You can't have a functioning military if there is disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members.
And no, not every single order made by the president is lawful. Okay, as a matter of fact, with this president, definitely not lawful. Okay, it is ridiculous. Yeah, presumed to be lawful. All orders made by the president are presumed to be lawful. No, that's not how that works. Yeah, the other meta is blaming CNN and saying that like CNN is also instigating this violence against the National Guards. Like it doesn't really work for the Democrats in general. It doesn't really work for the Democrats in general because like Democrats don't say anything even remotely violent. And even if you were to say something about someone like myself, like I don't actually shit on the National Guard in general. I do think that it's illegal to deploy the National Guard. I think it's silly to deploy the National Guard. Having said that, I've never fucking demanded violence against the National Guard either. So like they're just gonna try and fling shit at the wall to see what sticks. And there's not really many people, especially amongst the liberal American commentariat and the liberal American base of support in general, that actually shits on the National Guard. Most people just go, these are our neighbors as well. And they have a lot of reverence for the military in general. So I don't necessarily see any of this stuff sticking. I mean, it didn't even stick with the ICE agents that were shot by, again, another fucking, or not the ICE agents that were shot. He didn't actually shoot the ICE agents. He was trying to shoot the ICE agents allegedly, and then ended up shooting a bunch of people in custody and killing a bunch of people in custody. But even then, they were trying to be like, this is the trans Antifa leftists doing this shit. And it, you know.
No one has to carry out
Reverence? You mean fear and dread? No, liberals, the average liberal has tremendous respect for not only just the National Guard, but just the military in general. What are you talking about? Liberals love the military. Americans, by and large, have a lot of respect for the military. Much of that respect is just like, oh, you know, you must salute the military, but or it's just like a talking point that people repeat over and over again. But there is definitely a real level of respect for active duty service members. Yeah, did that chatter just forget the past 4 years with Joe Biden ending every single goddamn speech with "God bless our troops"? Yeah, God bless America, God bless our troops. Just a few weeks ago, Oregon Congresswoman Maxine Dexter said the National Guard coming to cities is tyrannical and dangerous. Yeah, this is correct. It is tyrannical and dangerous. They're not blaming the National Guardsmen for it. They're blaming the fucking president for it. These guys are so stupid.
Maxine Dexter, Oregon's 3rd, checking in after what I would say is an indefensible ruling by the Ninth Circuit that opens the door to National Guard troops being deployed in our peaceful city. Let's just be clear. Portland is not lawless. We have been extraordinary in our resistance to Donald Trump's fairy tale about our city. We have remained peaceful, persistent, and clear that we do not bend the knee to Donald Trump and his wannabe kingmanship.
I like that this is somewhat MAGA coded because she's in a moving vehicle. Okay? Doing this front-facing camera in a moving vehicle is very MAGA coded. Respect.
And we will continue to be so. This ruling must be challenged, and we must remain steadfast in our peaceful resistance to Donald Trump, the tyranny he is trying to take onto our cities and across this country, and what I would say is an extraordinarily dangerous
It seems she's not driving. I know. That's why it's not MAGA coded. She's not wearing a skin-tight Oakleys around her face. I'm taking points off for not wearing skin-tight Oakleys, not actually driving, and the Alex Jones method, which is the best version of this, where Alex Jones not only is driving, but also holding his phone with one hand and then swapping hands and grabbing the wheel sometimes, not all the time. Oftentimes, both hands are off the wheel and using his hand to communicate while holding his phone like this. And wearing a seatbelt too. Again, less MAGA points for that too.
By militarizing our city and moving towards a dictatorship. We will be united. We will remain peaceful. I was just in DC trying to work out how we were going to get out of this government shutdown, and I'm heading back to Portland now so I can be with you tomorrow. Let's continue to stay loud, stay peaceful, and I'll see you soon.
How are people connected? Can you please explain the conservative logic behind connecting Mark Kelly's statements to National Guardsmen being targeted? I'm so confused by this connection. Okay, I'm going to give you homework, okay? Take the biggest frying pan you have in your kitchen and slam your head with the frying pan until your prefrontal cortex is reduced to nothing, okay? And once you get to that level of stupidity, you will be able to understand this connection. You will start making connections where no such connections exist. Okay? If you lobotomize yourself, the John Fetterman method, okay? If you have a life-altering aneurysm through a blood clot in your brain, you will be able to start making these connections that other fake news demon rats are incapable of making. Other things you can do: lead exposure, okay? Crunching on the popcorn ceilings that you might have in your home, like to get asbestos poisoning. Taking out the batteries from your carbon monoxide warning system in your house, and then turning on your grills so that there's a gas leak going on. Like, these are the many different ways in which you can become a Republican, and then you will understand how they make these connections. The point I'm trying to make is there is no fucking real connection. There is none. There's none at all. They are trying to actively tie these two things together, even though the inciting incident is not even something that's worthy of scrutiny. It's just Mark Kelly and 5 other Democratic lawmakers telling the military that they have a duty not to follow unlawful orders. That's it. They are reflecting on the pre-existing code of conduct within the United States military. This is not treason. No matter how hard Donald Trump claims it is, no matter how much they yell about it, it's not treason. Okay? Mercury might be quicker if they play with the forbidden liquid. Yeah. Here's Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. There's another person that they're yelling at. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson leading a protest against the National Guard with disgusting signs demonizing them. The disgusting signs are: no soldiers in our streets, Union strong, vote blue. Look at these disgusting signs. Fire RFK Jr. before more people get sick and die. Another sign that says, Trump is a dictator. Yeah, we don't negotiate with fascists. No troops in Chicago. Incredibly stupid shit. Yeah. They should have signs that instead say yes to troops in Chicago. Please, more military deployment at the domestic front, please. This is what we demand. Great. Now, JD Vance is going to speak on the shooting, but I did want to also add one other thing to the conversation. In their endless interest of flinging shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, Libs of TikTok is also claiming that a CNN guest just a few weeks ago compared the National Guard to Nazis. 2 National Guard members were just shot in D.C. These Democrats know what they're doing. This is what led to it. Also, the person that she's calling a former Democrat or a Democrat is actually a Major General Randy Manner, the former acting vice chief of the National Guard Bureau. Just a Democrat.
Actually, what the president is doing through the Secretary of Defense is creating units, official military units, to, quite frankly, watch the American people. And that's the thing that is absolutely abhorrent. It reminds me so much of what happened in Germany in the 1930s. Actually, what the president is.
Wow. Guys, once again, Phoenix emoji. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Now, I do need you to understand something here, okay? All of this All of this comes down to one singular need. Wait, what? Morsi is walking his previous statement? Breaking. Morsi has now walked it back, saying we are now receiving conflicting reports about the condition of our 2 guard members. What the fuck did I tell you? What the fuck did I tell you? Okay. What did I tell you? I mean, it could still be very well true for the record. His previous statement could very well still be true. I wasn't here. What did he say? When the initial report came out from Governor Patrick Morrisey that both of the National Guardsmen had been killed, like both of the National Guardsmen that were shot were shot and sent to the hospitals, and that they had been killed, I said, let's just wait, because even the governor might get it wrong. It's just, accidents happen in moments like this, and people are in a rush to be first to first to inform the public. I'm not as mad at the governor for doing this, because this is more so like an unfortunate mistake, rather than someone who is like deliberately trying to spark up drama and chaos. How do you fuck that up as a goddamn heart monitor? Because he's not there.
Joey, a big development, and one that I would pray to say may be happy. The governor of West Virginia has just provided an update saying we are now getting conflicting reports about the conditions, and that we will provide additional updates once we receive more complete information. This is Patrick Morrisey, Republican governor of West Virginia, who had made the news on social media just a few minutes ago that those service members had died. His latest statement indicates that he's getting conflicting information. Joey, it's an emergency. There's chaos. There's absolutely a lot of back and forth happening between the governor's mansion.
AP said they're dead following the reporting of the governor, though. See? They haven't even updated yet. This is new. Remember, when you come to the Hassan Iber broadcast, when you come here, the Piker Broadcasting Service, when breaking news is happening, we oftentimes have information before the producers get to it in all of these other media outlets. Do you understand? Which is why there is no, which is why the reporting has not changed yet. But I'm sure if we keep refreshing this page, eventually the AP will also say that the Governor Patrick Morrisey confirmed their deaths and then went back on it. Was rewatching your Lena Khan interview the other day, and you had her thoughts on a recent ruling in the FTC's favor before anyone else? Yeah. This is also why you don't like covering breaking news? Yes. There's a reason why I don't like covering breaking news. This is it. Because there's already a structural issue with instantly. There is already a problem with reporting in real time on stuff like this, because there's a lot of chaos. That's why I more so focus on like the immediate narratives that come from MAGA in moments like this, while weighing the accuracy and the veracity of the information that's coming from reliable sources, the governor being a reliable source, even though I was still skeptical of the governor's initial statement, because it's too, everyone has the capacity to get something wrong. Okay. Yes, the governor in this circumstance, as someone who has direct knowledge of the National Guard and troop positions and what they're up to, would probably have verified information. So it's understandable to assume the governor is working with reliable information, okay, credible information. And the Associated Press, because it's such credible information, that the Associated Press also went along with it and said that the 2 West Virginia National Guard members were killed. Because if you look at their reporting, it says Governor Patrick Morrisey confirmed their deaths in a social media post. Notice how they didn't independently verify it, because they assume that the governor of West Virginia is not going to fucking speculate. Except in 2025, you definitely do need to go and find additional sources. That's just the truth. Especially because the West Virginia governor is now walking that back. We are now receiving conflicting reports about the condition of our 2 guards members. But we don't know. They might have still passed away. I'm just saying that the only source of credible information on this has come from the governor. No one has independently verified this. As far as I've seen so far, none of the outlets have independently verified this, and they're reporting on it off of what the governor has said. Okay? But to be fair, the governor's initial statement might be correct. Remember, the governor's initial statement might be correct. They might have actually passed away. Okay? How do you independently verify? You send a reporter to the hospital. That's how you independently verify. You get a reporter to call up the hospital. Or you send a reporter physically to the hospital. That is how you would independently verify it. You would have to go and confirm with a first-hand account. Confirm now, I think? No, this is the old post. That's private info, though? What do you mean that's private information? What are you talking about? This is like information that's important for the public to know. This is the most consequential national news story right now. The fuck?
If these are his troops, as well as what's happening here in the nation's capital. But some slimmer of good news that perhaps at least one or both of these service members may be okay. The governor went on to say our prayers are with these brave service members, their families, and the entire Guard community. I would imagine we'd get a much more definitive stance of where things are when we have the official update from D.C. police, as well as top federal law enforcement.
HIPAA, the hospital will not inform you on the patient's status unless you're a relative. I know. I'm saying that you go and you try to verify through someone who is a doctor or through someone who is there. You can get additional confirmation, okay? You can go to the National Guard. You can go to immediate family members. You ask a relative. The relatives will know. The relatives will be informed. Chatters can't conceptualize that while family members have the right to deny sharing information, they can also choose to disclose it to a reporter if asked. Exactly. There are a bunch of people that are no, you can't verify from the doctor. That's illegal. It would have to be a non-medical professional. So wrong. Okay. Not the doctor, not the healthcare professionals. You can, there are methods of verification is all I'm saying. Okay. You can ask the fucking immediate family members. The governor jumped the gun, in my opinion. It's not policy to release that information until the family has been informed. The point I'm making is that it can be independently verified. Okay.
Officers, the governor of West Virginia here clarifying his statement on social media. No indication that these service members may be out of the woods. Of course.
Also, you still can ask the doctor. The doctor won't tell you, but you can still ask.
Of course not. This is horrific, and it just happened within the last 2 hours. But there is that possibly slimmer of good news that maybe one or both of those service members may still be alive. It's you imagine when Joey, there's a lot of crossed wires here. Medical conditions, people in the hospital trying to convey what's going on. But the official word has not come down from federal law enforcement. Instead, that was the governor of West Virginia who said that. Joey, the second I hear any more, and we're praying for all of those service members, we'll let you know. Joey?
My simple point that I was making was that news outlets should still try and independently verify this on their own by going to additional sources, whether it be the family members or whether it be people that were, eyewitnesses to what took place, and try to independently confirm whether or not what the governor said was correct. Having said that, however, the governor is a reliable source of information under normal circumstances, which is why it's understandable that they're still going with this. They're going along with the fact that the 2 National Guardsmen were shot near the White House. They changed it. Oh, shit. They changed it. They were saying initially the Chiron said 2 National Guardsmen dead. Now they changed it back to 2 National Guardsmen shot near the White House. See? They're fucking updating it. The AP is not slop, chatters. It's the governor. Like, of course, there's conflicting information. Okay? This was the initial statement, and everybody took it as, understandably, all the mainstream resources took this as like truth. And then the governor came back and said, my bad. We're now receiving conflicting reports. The governor should be a trustworthy primary source. Exactly. Under normal circumstances, it is. But I was skeptical because, unfortunately, the year 2025, maybe the governor is not a fucking reliable source of information. Okay? That's it. But they might as well, they could be dead. Okay? I'm not even saying that they're alive. I'm saying that there's a high likelihood that they are dead. Anyway, meanwhile, this is what Fox News is doing.
Lost friends in combat. I've lost friends in combat. And so we know what this is like. So let's all pray for the families here. But then let's ask ourselves, how did we get here? How are we in this spot? So there's a sitting member of Congress who over the weekend on some talk shows was saying that President Donald Trump putting National Guardsmen on the streets was an unlawful order. We have people on CNN, a competing network, saying that putting National Guards people on the street is equivalent to Nazi Germany. So this inflammatory...
I need you to understand something. This is so fucking stupid, but all of this all of this is happening primarily because they just don't want anyone to criticize the administration. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. There is no veracity. There is no accuracy. They're just mad that people are saying that the admin is fucked up and wrong. Whichever word that the critics of the admin use is completely inconsequential. Ultimately, their anger comes from the fact that Democrats are saying this is wrong, and the administration and all of the Republicans don't want people to actually express discontent. They do not want to hear dissent. That is the reason why they keep saying, you're not just criticizing my actions, okay? You are actually engaging in violent rhetoric. Words are violence. Not when we do it, by the way, okay? Not when we do it. Not when we say, not when we scream bloody murder, or not when we say fucking, Democrats deserve the death penalty. That's not words or violence. Words are only violence when you criticize my favorite president. Okay? They do not want there to be any sort of discontent. They do not want there to be any sort of dissent. They do not want anyone to say what the government is doing is wrong, what Trump is doing is wrong. That's it. That's where this is coming from. So they just use incidents like this to drive home this narrative that Democrats aren't just saying what the Trump administration is doing is wrong. They're doing something beyond that. They're actually demanding that people go and fucking kill National Guardsmen. That's not the case at all. Okay? That's not even remotely the case at all. And if anyone has any critical thinking skills, they understand that that is not the case at all. Of course, you're going to fucking criticize the goddamn administration. That's one of the most redeemable aspects of American existence. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, I thought this was America, and I'm saying that, like, unironically, I'm saying that sincerely. Okay? That is the fundamental American difference. Okay? You can and should criticize the fucking government. And this is a value that Americans care about quite a bit. Okay? This is a value that the American government cares about and the American population cares about. You cannot just go, free speech is fucking woke. Shut up. You're not allowed to do it. It's not going to work. Republicans themselves will get mad at this, and they have gotten mad at this. So what these guys are doing in this circumstance is trying to say, your criticisms of the big, beautiful president doing his very best are actually causing this kind of violence to take place. It's fucking bullshit. No American's going to believe that, especially because these guys also blow their loads on Democrats who are unimaginably careful with their rhetoric, sometimes even to a fault. Democrats are not even fighters in general. They're not seen as aggressive, right? They're seen as cowards for the most part. So when you turn around and you say, oh, these guys are actually really violent and scary people because they have said that what the government is doing is wrong, and this is actually violent rhetoric directed against the National Guard, when all of these people are like active duty or former military members and members of the CIA and stuff like that, who shy away from any sort of spicy rhetoric whatsoever, let alone barely put up a fucking fight in their communication against the Trump administration. It's not going to stick. Most people are just going to be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Rhetoric by the left has to stop. Now, did this drive this shooter? We don't know the answer to that question. But did it prevent him from doing it? Hell no. So my Democrat colleagues need to understand that their words have real consequences.
Again, words are violence, words are violence, words are violence. Claiming words are violence over and over again after spending the last decade claiming words are violence and doing words are violence narratives after spending the last decade being like woke libtards are doing cancel culture, it's just not going to fucking work, okay? It is one of those things where, like, yes, Republicans don't really give a shit about hypocrisy in general, but this is one area where Republicans do also get annoyed with the notion that, words are violence, especially when it's coming from the Republican side. Not all of them. Plenty of them actually do repeat this kind of narrative, but there are significant numbers of Republicans that will actually criticize the government for taking any heavy-handed approach in terms of punishments against people who are exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay? That's it. Here, going back to Mark Kelly, by the way, with respect to what this guy was talking about, trying to tie this back to Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is the astronaut, yes, with a twin. Yes, he is the NASA astronaut, Arizona senator. Let's take a look.
Let me first just get your response to this threat from the Defense Department saying that they are investigating you. They may potentially recall you to active duty to face a court-martial.
Well, Rachel, I said something that was pretty simple and non-controversial, and that was that members of the military should follow the law. And
yeah, it's true. I don't even like Mark Kelly. I think he sucks, for the record. I don't like his politics. I think he's an annoying centrist Democrat. Having said that, he is 100% correct. Okay? I hate Elisa Slotkin even more than I despise Mark Kelly. And what she said was 100% correct. All of these Democrats that came out and said, you, members of the military, have a duty to protect the oath that you swore to the Constitution. You have a duty to protect the Constitution and follow the Constitution and follow the rules. And if there are conflicting orders that your superior officer is giving you that actually force you to violate the law, then you follow the law. That is a part of the military code of conduct. Saying that and reiterating that is not seditious. Saying that and reiterating that is not treason. Okay? These are Democrats who I don't actually agree with and don't really like all that much, saying something fucking correct. Unc, why are you always mad? I don't know, because the entirety of the media organ on the right is currently trying to say that like Democratic senators are actually fucking responsible for 2 National Guardsmen that may or may not have been killed. We don't actually have full-blown confirmation on it at this moment. Are killed because 6 Democratic lawmakers said that the military has a duty to serve the Constitution and not fucking follow unlawful orders. Okay? This is a ridiculous media environment that we're existing in before even fully comprehending whether or not the National Guardsmen were even shot and killed. Okay? We know that they were shot at. We don't even know that they're like fully fucking killed or not. And there are already a bunch of psychotic right-wingers that are running to drive home this narrative that like Democratic lawmakers are responsible for this shooting. And they do this every single time, dude. They do this even when Democratic lawmakers are shot. It's very frustrating. They have like a couple different talking points, right? They have different thought bubbles that they can engage with. They have like a what is the term? Like a tree, you know? They have talking points that you can click on. Trans, Antifa, Democrats, radical left. They have a dialogue tree. And this time, they basically decided to click on the radical Democrats dialogue tree, okay? Disco Elysium tree. Yeah, exactly. What is this? President Trump orders Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to surge 500 more National Guard troops in the Washington, D.C. after today's shooting. Someone targeted National Guardsmen. We will never back down. We will secure our capital and our cities.
Productive meetings, but I want to start.
I do think that in this also media landscape, people are gonna say this is a false flag. That is the other side of this. Like I think that dark woke will probably say this is a false flag to continue beefing up and justify an overreaction from the administration. So that's what I suspect is going on the liberal front. I haven't really seen that as much so far, but I do suspect that they will say, Blue Anon will say this is a false flag.
By saying after those meetings, myself and my team were notified that 2 National Guardsmen have been shot in Washington, D.C., critically wounded. The shooter shot in a cowardly, dastardly act targeting the best.
Don't give them any ideas. Look, man, look, I'm just observing, okay? Analysis is not endorsement. Analysis is not justification. I'm just observing it, okay? That's my job. My role in this insane media landscape is to look at every single ideological tendency and what kind of narrative they're running with. You can't say false flag didn't cross your mind. I mean, probably not if the National Guardsmen were killed, you know?
Of America, heroes willing to serve in Washington, D.C., serve for people they don't know and they've never met because they love their country and their capital and their community.
The reason why I don't immediately run to false flag narratives, even if it's like convenient for my ideological position, the reason why I don't immediately rush to false flag narratives is because we live in the United States of America. Okay. Any other country, there is more credibility that this could be a false flag incident. But in the United States of America, we have more guns in circulation than we have people. We also have a litany of mental health complications. So anytime a fucking shooting happens, okay, anytime a shooting happens, the highest likelihood almost always is like a crazy person, okay? That's just it. That's just the reality. It's just like as normal as apple pie at this point. Like shootings taking place, whether it be a high profile political commentator in a fucking school, or whether it be a Republican politician, or whether it be a Democratic politician, the highest likelihood, more often than not, is some fucking crazy white boy who wanted to take matters into his own hands and went a little nutty mode with it. Okay, that's usually what it is, which is why I don't immediately go, oh, this is a false flag. This isn't to say that I don't think their false flags don't happen. I just feel like we have designed a powder keg here. We have designed an environment here that requires no false flags to take place whatsoever. We're just kind of always killing ourselves every single day, you know? And things also are getting worse and worse year over year. So oftentimes oftentimes it strikes me as yet another day in the United States of America. The U.S. empire's history is full of false flags. I feel like it's weird to always write off the possibility. No. I'm not always writing off the possibility. I'm just saying that I need more evidence and I need more motives, and I need more information on the suspect itself before saying that. And in the absence of such evidence, I am going to assume that it's yet another day in the United States of America. Do you understand? Anyway, Vance says we just don't want people who mindlessly follow orders. We want people who think.
Something really interesting. And a guy said to me something really interesting. He said that 250 years ago, when the army started, there was a Prussian military leader who came over and helped train the very first United States Army. Of course, back then, we didn't have very many military experts in our country. We were still in our infancy. And what he said was very fascinating. I think the guy's name, he said, was von Steuben. Von Steuben said that it was only the Americans who just didn't need an order, but also needed to be told why they were doing what they were doing. And I thought that was a fascinating insight to the soldiers of 250 years ago, and a fascinating insight to the soldiers of today. We don't just want people who mindlessly follow orders. We want people who think. Because
unless they're following the president's orders, in which case we want them to mindlessly follow orders. And if someone actually says this exact same thing, but they're a Democrat, then they're going to prison. Okay. Wow. Look at this. Hope you and the dog are okay. Hope nothing too electrifying happened. No, I'm electrocuting her right now. I'm hitting the button of electrocution right at this moment. Because you said that, I'm electrocuting her extra hard. Yeah, JD Vance can say it. As I was saying, stop, please, no. Yeah, it's your fault, chatter. Yeah, when JD Vance says this, it's not seditious. Okay? When a Democrat says this, it is sedition. I'm a vet. This is literally not true. The military does not want people questioning orders. I mean, yeah, that's kind of against the military, the military's primary directive. Having said that, however, the American military does 10,000 volts to Kaya. Good job, chatter. Yeah, he did that.
Because we know that the most powerful weapon in the United States arsenal, the most powerful weapon anywhere in the world, it's not a rifle, it's not a tank, it's not a helicopter or an airplane. The most dangerous and lethal weapon anywhere in the world is a United States soldier, and we're proud of you, and we're going to stand behind you every step of the way.
This is why certain streamers call you a lib. Not saying you're wrong because you're right, but simply covering what happens to these centers is enough for them to latch onto. It's annoying how they're not recognizing that they only covering softball right-wing alt media stories makes it almost hard not to stay pure. Yeah, my primary job, my primary responsibility to my audience and to those who actually come in here is to always, to the best of my ability, accurately reflect on events that are taking place and offer you the best possible analysis. I do not care about the different competing ideological battles that are taking place. I have my own personal biases. I will always tell you what they are. Having said that, especially when it comes to stuff like this, like my job, my responsibility is to inform you. Okay, my job and my responsibility is to look at the situation, and even if it's actually not helpful to my cause, is to still do my very best to give you the accurate information. And I think it's very important to do that, especially in a dangerous and divisive media landscape like this, where disinformation, specifically biased disinformation, runs amok. That is my job. Anyway, here is Kash Patel,
Americans and citizens around the world,
soon to be former FBI Director Kash Patel, going back to his podcasting.
we must remember them on this day and every day, and their families and the sacrifice they have made. I will now turn it over to Chief Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Oh
everyone.
my
name
God.
is Jeff Carroll. I'm the Executive Assistant
Oh
Chief
my
of the Metropolitan
God.
Police Department. At approximately 2:15 this afternoon, members of the D.C. National Guard were on high visibility patrols in the area of 17th
I'm not gonna say
and I
anything.
Street Northwest when a suspect came around the
This-
corner, raised
I mean,
his arm
this
with a
speaks for
firearm
itself.
and discharged it at the National Guard members. The National Guard members, there were other members that were in the area. They were able to, after some back and forth, able to subdue the individual and bring him into custody. Within moments, members of law enforcement in the area were also able to assist and bring that individual into custody. At this time, as the director mentioned, the National Guard members are being treated at a local hospital. DC Fire and EMS responded to the scene to provide first aid for those individuals and transport them to a local hospital. The suspect in this case was also transported for treatment at a local hospital. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C., and I, too, want to send my thoughts and prayers to the families of the guardsmen and to the guardsmen who are in critical condition in a local hospital.
Oh, so they're not
I
dead.
am joined by members and leadership from the D.C. National Guard, from the West Virginia National Guard, United States Secret Service, Deputy Mayor Pia, Fire Chief Donnelly, and Metro's General Manager Randy Clark. And we join with the FBI Director in ensuring that MPD investigates, the U.S. Attorney prosecutes this case to the fullest extent of the law. I've had the opportunity to brief U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was speaking to the president when I called, as well as the United States Attorney Pirro, who assured me that this case will have her office's complete attention.
Mayor, is there any other suspect?
I'm gonna be honest. I fucking told you. Okay, this is why I
So
said
no,
what
at
I
this time,
said.
there's no indication that there was any other suspect. The one suspect that was involved in this incident, they were shot during the interaction, and they were transported to the hospital for treatment.
What we know, Andrea, is that this is a targeted shooting. One individual who appeared to target these guardsmen, that individual has been taken into custody.
Mayor, can you tell us any more details on the condition of the two National Guardsmen and whether or not anyone else was injured? And a quick question follow-up for the FBI Director.
What did you call beforehand when the governor of West Virginia came out and was the first to say that that the National Guardsmen were dead? I said I would still wait on this, even though under normal circumstances the governor is like a credible narrator of events. I would still wait a little bit, but they could have just as well died, for the record. Or they could, if they're in critical condition, they still could not survive. I don't know. I'm just saying that you have to wait in these moments.
In the preliminary stages of investigation, there's a lot of things, a lot of agents that are here from various federal agencies, law enforcement agencies. We have the full power of the FBI and our
This
federal
cop
partners
is
here in the task force.
the
So we're looking at all those
living,
different
breathing,
aspects.
existing proof of my age-old take, thumb phrenology.
At this time, that's part of the preliminary investigation.
He has the craziest cop skull I've ever seen.
Sure. So how the suspect was apprehended, as I said, the suspect came around the corner. He immediately started firing a firearm at the 2 National Guard members. So at that time, there were other National Guard members that were in the area. They heard the gunfire. They actually were able to intervene and to kind of hold down the suspect after he had been shot on the ground until law enforcement got there within moments. At this point, we're still investigating exactly who shot the individual. It's not clear at this time. We don't know what kind of weapon. There was D.C. police. It happened right in front of the Metro, although there is no indication that the perpetrator was on the Metro. So there's Metro Transit Police in the area, and obviously being on 17th Street by the White House, Uniform Division Secret Service were in the immediate area as well. We do not know at this time. It's still under investigation.
We're going to be able to take a couple more.
Sure. Again, so as I said, we're very preliminary in the investigation, so we're looking to all aspects of who the individual is, his connections. At this time, he's still in the hospital receiving treatment.
And I would just like, hang on, I would just like to add, the reason that this suspect is in custody is because of the bravery of the men and women of the National Guard who responded due to their extensive training to secure American lives today. There was not any further injury and any further shootings. We should highlight the
Okay, once again, it kind of feels like Kash Patel did it. I know he wasn't there during the incident taking place, but
today and
his vibes are so fucked. He just seems
These
so
National
untrustworthy.
Guardsmen are heroes, and we must pray for their safety and their speedy recovery. And as the chief said,
look at his
we're
eyes.
in the preliminary stages of this investigation. We will run down every single lead, every piece of evidence.
That's guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty. Lock him up. I'm sorry. I don't need to see anything more.
Agency group is standing behind us to assure America and the world that we will continue to keep D.C. safe. And thankfully, we have Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guardsmen, and federal agents, and the Department of Justice and Attorney General willing to prosecute the mission to keep Americans safe.
Look at how
President
cagey
Trump
he is.
Has rightly stated
Look at how he's
that this
talking about
heinous
this
act
situation.
Will be investigated.
The vibes. If you just listen, if you mute him and just look at his body language, you're like, did you do this killing? Did you shoot the National Guardsman? Why do you look like you shot the National Guardsman? What the hell is going on? He looks fucking guilty, dude. You are not a guard dog, okay? You are a lap dog. Whenever Kash Patel does a press conference, he looks like he took a few lines of coke just before it. The police confirmed that it was a lone gunman and both National Guardsmen are in critical condition. Yeah, I feel like he did it, bro. He looks like he did it. He's got the vibes of a person who did do it. Anyway, alleged photo of the suspect. What is this from OSINT? Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if that's the guy. I don't even know where that fucking photo is from. It could be. She's National Guard's dog.
They were willing to do dangerous things. Others were not because they love their fellow Americans. Someone decided to turn that into targeting National Guardsmen. That will only stiffen our resolve. We will never back down. We will secure our capital. We will secure our cities. In fact, this happened just steps away from the White House. It will not stand.
They still haven't said the shooter is trans or Antifa yet. So I don't know. It could be because they don't have enough information on the shooter yet, that hasn't been leaked. But once there's depending on what the background is, depending on the background of the shooter, they'll figure it out. Give it some time. You know what I mean? If it's if he's got a little bit of melanin, if he looks Arab, then it's Hamas. If he has long hair, then trans for sure, right? Like anybody that has long hair, automatically they'll say this is a trans furry Antifa super soldier. If he has a tan, they'll say he's a Muslim. Don't turn into a conspiracy theorist lunatic, bro. I'm sorry, but what the fuck is this conspiracy theorist shit phase you're going through? What? Explain what you mean by that. Wait, did you take seriously what I was saying about Kash Patel looking like he is always the person who is responsible for the crime because he looks untrustworthy? Serious? Like you think I'm saying Kash Patel shot the National Guardsman? That's what are you okay? You can't read jokes at all? Just started listening and yes, this is what I'm referring to. It wasn't clear it was humor. Brother, come on, dude. Then again, I'm not a native English speaker, but it looks serious to me. Brother, be for real, okay? That's crazy. Of course, I'm fucking joking, man. Yes, I'm joking. The joke is about Kash Patel looking like he's hiding a zombie bite whenever he fucking speaks. Oh my God. Too much Tylenol. Too much Tylenol. Fuck. I can't even be sarcastic.
And that's why President Trump has asked me, and I will ask the Secretary of the Army, to the National Guard, to add 500 additional troops, National Guardsmen, to Washington, D.C. This will only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we make Washington, D.C. safe and beautiful. The drop in crime has been historic. The increase in safety and security has been historic. But if criminals want to conduct things like this, violence against America's best.
You need to tell them that the Tylenol bit is also a joke. Fuck, brother, it's just not clear whenever you're sarcastic, I think, at least from my non-American POV. Yeah, if I'm saying something so fucking insane, I don't know why you automatically assume that I'm being sincere. You have you have a brain. Just because you're ESL doesn't mean that like you're brainless, right? Like if I were to tell you right now, oh, it's probably Trump that shot the National Guardsman, would you assume that I'm being sincere, or do you think I'm being fucking silly? It's all good, you know? Also, the reason why I came in hot with this was because he said I'm doing lunatic conspiracies. To be fair, if you're saying something crazy, people just assume you're American. Well, I am American. I do say crazy shit sometimes, but sometimes I'm joking. This is very clearly a joke. You literally said, even though he wasn't even there in your joke. I know, I try to factor that in as well. I try to be as like autism friendly as well. Okay, let's be real. You know, I have a pretty fucking high RAD score myself. I try to do my very best to clarify and add little tidbits that you can pick up on that I'm like saying that this is impossible.
We will never back down. President Trump will never back down. That's why the American people elected him. America and our warriors, our National Guardsmen, are strong. And so we're following this very closely. We're getting information rapidly. I mentioned the faith of this country, the Christian faith, the prayers. I would ask for prayers for our National Guardsmen.
Excuse me, Mr. P.
Appeals to heaven for our National Guardsmen.
Dude, what are you fucking saying? What is like? This is so insincere. You're like a fucking alcoholic rapist. What do you mean? What is this like Christian bit that these guys try to do? Like, it's so fucking fake. It's so, who believes this shit? You have to be a real dumbass to be like, wow, you know, that boy right there, that's a good Christian, okay? Like, he's a television guy. He's a fucking television guy and an alcoholic rapist. Like, what are we talking about? What is this fucking, oh man, we need to do an appeal to heaven bullshit. Pentecostals from Indiana, it comes pre-installed with white nationalism. I just cannot I don't know. I am too fucking pessimistic, too skeptical about like every person that works in politics in any capacity to assume that they are legitimately following the Christian faith. Okay? It's especially ridiculous for someone like Pete Hegseth, who's like a TV guy. If you're a politician or if you're working in the government, I automatically assume you're an atheist. You're just faking being religious, okay? 100%. There is no world where I believe anyone in a position of power actually believes in any higher power but themselves, okay? And not only that, but especially these guys. They're so fucking fake about this shit.
For their families, on bended knee as a
more than an alcoholic rapist, his wife was married to my cousin when he got her pregnant. Yeah. He's had like, he is Mr. Steal Your Girl. He would just like, he famously went through 3 different marriages, constantly cheating on his wife. First wife, he cheats on with another woman that he ends up leaving his first wife for after impregnating, does it again, and then again, I think. It's just like he's Mr. Pump and Dump.
War Department as a nation.
Excuse me.
We will never back down. How we think about them right now.
Venezuela.
We had a couple of great, productive meetings with the President and Minister of Defense here, where we are dedicated to the counter-cartel effort here. Criminality knows no boundaries, whether it's the United States of America and Washington, D.C., or it's the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere. We are going to go after narco-terrorists. It will not stand. Our borders will be secure, whether it's the Dominican Republic or the United States of America, and we look forward to working with our partners to make it happen. You know, President Trump believes in a clear principle: peace through strength. You get peace by being strong. And if you're a narco-terrorist who wants to bring drugs to the United States of America, we will find you, we will fix you, and we will finish you. Because we have all the rights in the world. We've got lots of attorneys and lots of intel analysts, and we know exactly who we're targeting and why. If you're involved in that conduct, we will kill you. It's that deadly serious because of the poison that has made its way into the American public for far too long. President Trump is serious about it. We're serious about it, and we're proud to be working with the Dominican Republic and other countries very serious about ensuring that cartels don't set the agenda. We do. Thank you very much. It's been a great series of meetings.
Thank you very much.
Johnson & Johnson family better watch out. Yeah. All right.
To D.C. And so there would be a fairly significant likelihood that these guardsmen would have been deployed from the Eastern Panhandle.
This is going to be another Russia will not invade Ukraine moment when it comes out Cash actually did do it. Okay. I'll take it. Okay. I'll take it. What am I supposed to do at that point? You know, that chatter's going to come back with the utmost vindication, even though he said it was conspiracy lunacy. I haven't heard of this until now. Are they blaming the radical left perchance? Depending on whose perspective we're operating off of, they're not immediately insta-locking blame to the radical left. They're just blaming the 6 radical Democrats who are not even radical, nor are they a part of the left. They're blaming the 6 Democratic lawmakers that came out last week and did a video saying like the military, active duty service members have a duty to protect the Constitution and follow the laws, and they have an obligation not to follow unlawful orders. So they're
potentially
they're
even other
going with
injuries.
that. I do not have any further information that I can share with you, but what I can tell you is that there's an army of people here in West Virginia that are praying for their recovery, and we're hoping for a Thanksgiving miracle.
And have you been able to be in contact with their families at all?
I have not been able to be in contact with their families. I spend a lot of time with Guards members here in Charleston, and I've been in contact with a myriad of my Guard friends, and I've reached out to the TAG here in West Virginia, and I can assure you the resolve is steely.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth just a short time ago said that the president is requesting an additional 500 National Guard troops be deployed to Washington, D.C. Do you believe that's the right response in this moment?
Yeah, it's not my job to judge the response from the president. He is the commander in chief. If he believes that is the best way to keep our nation's capital and our service members that are serving there safe, then we will defend his actions.
If an additional 500 were deployed, do you know what the chances would be in terms of how many could potentially be from West Virginia?
I don't know how many would be from West Virginia, but I do know that there are Guards, men and women here in West Virginia that would jump at the chance to try to secure a city where 2 of their own have been brazenly ambushed and attacked in broad daylight, merely blocks from the White House, in a city where every American is supposed to be able to feel safe, to come to, and to do the business of the government. And that is a crucial, incredibly crucial mission. And the folks here in West Virginia, when asked to serve, will serve, and they'll serve in the way that their commander-in-chief asked them to.
As we just learned in the press conference, the mayor said that she had briefed Attorney General Pam Bondi. She said that when she spoke with the Attorney General, she was actually on the phone with the president. And also this would be given their complete attention. We, of course, heard very strong words from the director of the FBI there. How can, if at all, how could your state help? Kash Patel, of course, noting this is, all hands on deck, that all agencies are working together.
Where are you going?
Yeah, I think we will respond in whatever way it is that we are asked. But I think crucially and most importantly right now, what needs to happen is that every West Virginian, all 1.8 million of us, and every single American needs to be praying for these 2 families. And we need to really be taking a long look at where we are in a country where somebody would ambush 2 service members in our nation's capital in broad daylight in what appears to be a targeted attack. And these 2 service members' lives will not be forgotten. Hopefully they will get to be with us for a long time longer. But this attack is something that will be remembered for a very long time.
It is an important message, certainly on this eve of Thanksgiving as well. Attorney General J.B. McCuskey, thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your thoughts and prayers, and to everybody out there, thank you.
Is this Gen Z's 9/11? Dude, the way that Gen Z operates, the way that Gen Z operates is like there will never be an incident, I don't think, that Gen Z will ever consider seriously. I mean, look at what happened with Charlie Kirk. This is in and of itself definitely isn't anyway, but I mean, look at what they're doing with fucking Charlie Kirk right now. Look at what they're doing with Charlie Kirk. They're Kirkifying everything, and that took like a month. It took like a month for them to memify Charlie Kirk into the ether. Gen Z and Gen Alpha have zero fucking chill. They do not care about anything. All right, well,
glass from the bus shelter is shot out. They struggle to get the gunman down on the ground and handcuffed. Secret Service.
Yeah, Gen Z was out in the streets of LA taking selfies with me while the LAPD was firing fucking tear gas at us. That's the level of chill that they're on. Is the dog all right? No. No, she's tortured every day. Every single day. You are not Charlie Kirk. Yes, I'm actually very happy that I'm not. I've spent an entire career not being Charlie Kirk. Being the opposite of Charlie Kirk in every respect.
Who, although they are from the National Guard, were assigned to a law enforcement mission as part of the DC Safe Task Force. So now...
Why are we getting an influx of weird comments today more than usual? I don't fucking know. There's probably another video that... There's probably another slop tuber video that did LeBron numbers on the timeline, and people see that and they go, I am reminded of this person that I despise. I must go into his broadcast. Gen Z trauma suppresses, adapts and evolves to every situation. You cannot stop those dudes from vaping nicotine and weed and loitering. Yeah. There's also, during the holiday season, there is always an influx of like some fairly sad comments, at least in my experience year over year. All right, we're going to move on from this for now. And if there are new developments, I will update you on it. I just see someone asking if your dog was okay, Lamau. Yes, you did. You did hear that. Anyway, I'm a younger Gen Z and went to school a few miles from Uvalde. We experienced a lack of care for the students, and I've noticed that my then classmates making nihilistic jokes. Yeah, we've bricked the collective consciousness of the younger generation by our lack of interest in caring about their ailments, caring about solving any of their problems. And then also, More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly. He's the best in the business. Every other day, there's another Hassan is Finished video that comes out of those guys. It's fucking awesome. I thought Andy Pants Gaming was, yeah, until we found out that he like had made AICP of his own underage daughter and lost the custody of his children. And yes, that is exactly what that's exactly what my haters are doing out there. Okay. It's just about waiting, just waiting it out. They're making mad money from you. I mean, I don't give a shit. Whatever, dude. Hopefully I'll put his kids through college if anyone actually is stupid enough to have sex with them. And then their kids won't be just as dumb as their dad. Hassan is a vibe that bears love and pedos hate. Exactly. So, we're gonna move on from this until there's new updates on the issue, and then I'll get back to it and inform you about the latest on this shooting that took place. Except this story is actually really interesting. A Brazilian woman who is the mother of the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leivitz's nephew has been detained by ICE. Okay? The mother of Caroline Leivitz's nephew grew up here. She was brought here at 6. She went to elementary, middle, and high school here. She has no criminal record and the mother of a citizen. There is strong bipartisan consensus that people like her should have a path to stay. Ferreira migrated with her family to the United States from Brazil as a child. She is the mother of Leivitz's nephew. Mass deportation is pathological, says David J. Beyer of Cato Institute, one of the few open borders libertarians that remain. Nope, there is consensus. They all got to go. Wrong. It is extremely strong, durable consensus, says Aaron Reichland Melnick. Gallup's latest poll shows 85% support for a path to legal status for people brought here as kids, up from 81% last year and 83% 7 years ago. If you disagree, you're in a very small minority of the American public. Because the option doesn't exist. Why didn't she ever seek that option in the 30 years that she was here? Because the option doesn't exist. For the vast majority of the undocumented population, no matter how sympathetic, no matter if they came here as literal babies and speak English like a native and have clean records, until Congress acts, they have zero path to staying legally. This guy then follows up by says they have the option to self-deport and re-enter legally, where they won't be human trafficked by cartels, supported, screened to make sure they're compatible and have skills we need, etc. God, I wish you were right. I wish the people here illegally could just leave the USA and apply to come back in. But that's not how the system works. There's no line they can get into, no path to leaving and coming back, no way at all for the vast majority to ever come back. Yeah, that is not an app to re-enter the country legally. That is a program set up by the Trump admin to permit some people to accept voluntary departure, self-deport, and leave without a deportation order and also get $1,000. That's it. It offers zero path to coming back at all. Overstaying visa is not a crime, and she was 6 years old when it happened. She is technically eligible for DACA, okay? In any case, let's take a look at the news story here on ICE and someone from Caroline Leavitt's immediate family getting arrested for deportation.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, Homeland Security confirms ICE arrested a woman a source says has a connection to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Meanwhile, refugees admitted into the U.S. during the Biden administration could be in jeopardy of losing their legal status. Immigration reporter Armando Garcia and Justice reporter Luke Barr are here for more on that. Armando, what's the latest on this woman ICE detained, and what's her connection to Caroline Leavitt?
Well, this is her nephew's mother. DHS has forcefully described her as a criminal illegal alien, saying that she had a previous arrest for battery and overstayed a visa, presumably when she came to the United States when she was a child. Her lawyer is pushing back on some of these claims, saying that she had absolutely no criminal.
If you come here illegally, your ass is GTFO. That doesn't even make like any grammar sense. If you come here illegally, your ass is get the fuck out. Why so hard to understand? Says Griff. First message in the chat. Very simple. If someone has done no crimes whatsoever and they're just a normal functioning part of American society, there is absolutely zero reason to deport them, especially if they were 6 years old when they came to the United States of America and know nothing but America. They are American. Okay. And there is not a single good counter narrative to this. Okay. And it's not even unpopular, for the record. We are talking about people who are, in most circumstances, parents of American citizens, married to American citizens, are just normal functioning members of society. Okay. I would go so far as to say that they are probably better than you. Okay. They are probably a better individual than you are, and probably more important for American development than you are. In most circumstances, they fulfill a role that is needed. You don't. Okay. And I know for a fact that you don't, because you're sitting in this fucking chat anonymously chirping about some of the most vulnerable population members, some of our most vulnerable community members, some of our most vulnerable and productive neighbors. Okay, that's it. My cousin came here illegally from Europe. Now he's a Republican business owner and a Freemason, and is one of the California Republicans that moved to Texas. Wait, I don't understand. Is he getting deported now, or what?
Record, certainly no criminal record that would have prevented her from getting deferred action for childhood arrival status. And he's also saying that this is somebody who is now being held in Louisiana, thousands of miles away from home. They plan to challenge her arrest in federal court.
And Luke, a memo obtained by ABC News shows the Trump administration is directing U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services to review refugees admitted during President Biden's time in office. What's the goal here?
Diane, those who were admitted during the former President Biden's time in office will be under review, and some might even have to go through another interview. And the memo that we obtained says that basically those who were admitted and will be, they're going to look at all of those who were admitted and see within 3 months. If they're, need to go through a re-interview, they're going to identify people who don't need to go through a re-interview. And let me just read you a quote, Diane, from this memo. It says, quote, throughout this evaluation phase, in order to make improvements, USCIS has identified that from January 20, 2021 to February 20, 2025,
The U.S. Refugee Assistance Program and USCIS prioritized expediency, quantity, and admissions over quality interviews and detailed screening and vetting. Now, advocates are already saying that this is unprecedented, and others predict that there might be challenges to this memo, Diane.
And Armando, a judge is now moving forward with a contempt inquiry after the administration sent 2 plane loads of Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador, despite orders to turn the planes around. What's the latest on that, and what are we learning from this?
Yeah, DOJ in court filings essentially says that it was Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, who made the decision to continue removing hundreds of Venezuelan nationals to this notorious prison in El Salvador, despite the judge's order to turn those planes around. This is a very stunning development, a stunning case, one that's lasted for several months. Essentially, the judge is...
Cat Turd says that this is the seditious 6 shooter. We don't even know if that's the shooter, by the way. Like, that's what people are going along with. They're saying that that is the shooter. But Cat Turd is also incredibly washed, for the record. Cat Turd is unimaginably washed. So it doesn't even matter necessarily what he has to say, because he's got 400 likes. 400 likes on that fucking tweet. If you remember, he fucking fell off after he had a falling out with Elon Musk. He's got no motion. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer following Cat Turd. It's over. It's fucking over, dude. Hang it up.
Continuing his contempt inquiry and seeing why his orders were essentially rejected by the Trump administration. As we know, hundreds of Venezuelan nationals were sent to that notorious prison in El Salvador, where they reportedly endured inhumane conditions until they were released several months later, Diane.
And meanwhile, another judge also just struck down a DHS policy ruling thousands of immigrants could be eligible for bond hearings. So what are you watching for there?
Yeah, this was a DHS policy instituted in July that essentially forced thousands of immigrants who came to the country without inspection to remain in detention during their removal proceedings. That could take years because of the millions of backlog of cases in the immigration system. But essentially it forced ICE to also consider any immigrant who came without inspection as an applicant for admission. Under current immigration law, that means that they are susceptible.
Genuine question. How can you have a system where they live in the U.S., have a job, pay taxes, and is not registered? Why do you have a system where they can be employed and taxed, but they are not considered illegal immigrants? But they are considered illegal immigrants. From an outsider perspective, it seems a bit weird. It's because you can use and abuse them and discard them. So it's beneficial to business owners to maintain this structure where it's basically like a handshake and a nod agreement. Their existence on U.S. soil and their participation in the labor market also depresses wages for everybody across the board. Their participation as undocumented workers, for the record. Because if they were participating in the labor force as documented workers, then it wouldn't depress wages in general. They'd be a part of the normal fucking labor force. So that's it. It's one of these structures that we've designed with full knowledge. Everybody knows how it works. Okay? You hit a nerve. There's only one side of the political aisle who has consistently called for violence against law enforcement, has been attacking and shooting ICE agents, and has also widely celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And it isn't the right wing, you pompous asshole, says Savannah Hernandez, Sav with one N, protest coverage, political commentary, proud American, contributor with TPUSA. Benny Johnson also replied with the same zero IQ take. What is this? It's not a conspiracy. Trump really is bringing back the good old days. Just look at his latest use of the National Guard. From 2017? What the fuck? You wouldn't work the jobs you're accusing them of stealing? Wait, what? Are you talking to me? Because I didn't say that. I didn't even accuse undocumented migrants of stealing jobs necessarily. They're just human beings. There's no job theft in general. What did Benny Johnson say? Kaya? Other chatters? There is not a single chatter in this community that have said that immigrants are stealing jobs. This is a very pro-immigrant chat. As a matter of fact, you're the only one who said that even implied that Chad is saying it or even used that term. What is this? Torturing your dog is also against the law? Fucking owned. Boo. Do better, Benny. You could have at least kept it relevant to what I'm saying here. You know what I mean? He got your ass? Yeah, I'm fucking owned. Off topic, but are you the one Greenblatt is quoting here at 20 seconds?
Unquote, aid that goes from the United States to Israel, particularly the military aid, gets spent on, guess what? Goes from the United States to Israel to get spent back in America, buying American munitions from American companies, make it creating American jobs. That being said, our relationship is not just a transactional one. Somebody who said that Israel was like an aircraft carrier that can't be sunk, like essentially of our military interests. Again, there could be a transactional reason.
Wow, he's stealing my fucking takes. I mean, I'm not the only person who said this. This motherfucker has the audacity to steal my fucking analysis while simultaneously constantly saying I'm a fucking danger, bitch. Anyway, that's not just my take, though. It's very common. I say it all the time, but that's you must be in some big trouble then, considering you broke the law live on camera. It's over for you, buddy. It's always over for me. Any day now. Hassan is finished. Any day now. Okay? Hassan is getting canceled by his audience. Any day now. China is falling apart, guys, have basically turned into Hassan is falling apart any day now, guys. Yeah. Any day now, China is collapsing. He is 1,000% finished. He's 1,000,000% done this time. It's been over for you. It's over for you, buddy. Anyway, let's get to Hong Kong, because there was a massive fire that happened in Hong Kong. You are canceled, lol. Exactly. Every day. And it's strange because, like, the cancellations, or I guess, like, people who say that are just fucking fantasizing about this thing happening, but they're all on the right.
News now, and that is that at least 36 people have been killed in a fire at a high-rise residential complex in Hong Kong. We now know that more than 200 others are missing. Well, let's take you live to the scene now, and you can see the flames that have spread across all 8 blocks of this development in the northern Tai Po district. Among those killed that we know about so far is a firefighter. Thousands of residents have been evacuated to shelters, and it's unclear yet what exactly has caused this blaze. Well, with me now in the studio is our correspondent, Graham Satchell, who's across the story. Graham, what more do we know?
Well, Mariam, this is a terrible story that we've been following for the last sort of 10 hours or so now. It's a tragedy that has developed and got significantly worse over that time. The latest update that we had was from the city leader in Hong Kong, who gave us the terrible news that the death toll has risen to 36 and that 279 people remain unaccounted for. The first news of this broke late afternoon Hong Kong time, around 3 o'clock, when we first got reports of a fire this is a very densely populated part of Hong Kong. There are 8 tower blocks with nearly 2,000 flats, so you can see how densely populated it is. They're old. They were built in the 1980s and they were undergoing renovation. So they were covered in a bamboo scaffolding. And eyewitnesses say that it was the scaffolding that initially caught fire. So the bamboo on the outside of the building, and that spread very, very quickly. Firefighters have been trying to tackle the blaze all day, but it has spread from one tower to another. And we think that now there are 7 buildings in total that have been affected. 3 we think are just about under control, but 4 are still on fire. And it's difficult to say where this goes now, but the likelihood is that this will get much worse before it gets better. The news coming out of Hong Kong has been terrible, and I think will continue to be terrible.
Graham, thank you very much indeed for that. Graham Satchell there, who's across the story. These are live pictures that we are continuing to watch. You can see there, it's 2 in the morning local time, and firefighters, more than 700, as Graham said, have been trying to tackle this blaze for many, many hours indeed. And as I mentioned earlier, we know that at least...
We saw a building with bamboo scaffolding on stream. Bilibili was saying dangerous. Yeah. They said that, I think people were, they said that people were arrested for it or something. I don't know.
One firefighter, a 37-year-old, died fighting the blaze. And the government has earlier today paid tribute to that firefighter, describing him as dedicated and gallant. Now, we also know from a local councillor who's spoken to the BBC that residents are asking for help from local authorities after losing contact with their relatives, their friends. Remember, this is a complex that houses over 4.5.
Yeah, 3 men have been arrested in connection with the deadly Hong Kong high-rise fire. Police say hundreds of people remain missing. Executives have been arrested. At least 44 people have been killed in a major fire engulfing apartment blocks in Tai Po district of Hong Kong, with 279 people not accounted for. More than 800 firefighters are tackling the blaze at Wong Fuk Court, with the fire under control in 4 of the 8 buildings. 3 construction company executives are under arrest on suspicion of manslaughter connected to substandard materials that may have allowed the fire to spread quickly. The fire has been classed as a level 5, the most serious level in Hong Kong. A baby and an elderly woman have been rescued as the late-night emergency operations continue, local media reports. The government has paid tribute to a 37-year-old firefighter who died fighting the blaze, describing him as dedicated and gallant. Residents are asking for help from local authorities after losing contact with relatives inside the buildings. 3 construction company executives have been arrested. Oh my God, that is shocking. It just, as an American, this actually is a very, very surprising. We have more details on the 3 arrests that we reported a little earlier. 2 directors and a consultant of a construction company were arrested by police on suspicion of manslaughter. Police said they found polystyrene, I don't know how you say that, boards blocking windows at the site, and suspect they, along with substandard construction materials, may have allowed the fire to spread quickly. Isn't it super sus that they arrested the executives? No. Why would that be super sus? Polystyrene? People are saying it's styrofoam, basically. Dangerous conditions hampering efforts to put out the fire. Remember, from what we've seen, it's just like these buildings oftentimes are in a state of disrepair and they constantly are under construction. There's also, corporate accountability is impossible for the American mind to comprehend, by the way, or the Western mind really to comprehend. So much so that like people are saying it's suspicious that they got immediately arrested. In Singapore, if you have a cargo ship and it dumps waste into the ocean, the executives of the shipping company get arrested. Guess how many ships dump their shit in the ocean there? Yeah. In the U.S., executives will be publicly grilled by Congress, then quietly let go with a slap on the wrist and a negligible fine. Barely. Kaya, get out of there. No. Corporate accountability sounds like oppression to the eagle-brained. Yeah. Isn't Hong Kong capitalist? Yes. I mean, yes and no. Also, you can still have a competent government even in a capitalist country, for the record. Anyway, the thing is, they have they have these houses that are very no, I can't give you attention right now, little lady. I'm streaming. That's crazy. Kaya's sticking her tongue out at you. No, she's literally sitting on my foot. Okay. Nope. Don't deny her love. I'm abusive by not giving Kaya. What the fuck is going on? This is on the Twitch end, I think. Oh wait, it is here. I'm still here. We're back. Okay, that was very strange because I didn't actually have any drop off on my bit rate. I didn't have any drop off on IRL. That was a Twitch related thing. That was on the Twitch end for sure. I don't know what happened there, but I am going to. Is there a big delay right now? Delay check. Type this number that you see on screen. 4. Okay, the delay is not that big. It's like 3 to 4 seconds. Okay, we're good. Kaya, get out. No, get out of there. What the fuck? She is gonna. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? I don't know what it is. It's not my bit rate is fine. My bit rate is fine. No, Kaya, do not go over there. I don't know what you're doing over there. She's using the Conqueror's hockey. No, my bit rate is fine. My IRL servers are fine, but for some weird reason, the video randomly freezes. I don't know why. I can see it on my end. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but my internet is fine. Yeah. Chewing the cables because she got addicted to electricity? I think so. Yeah. No, OBS is fine. OBS is fine. Bitrate is fine. The IRL Toolkit servers are fine. I don't know what the fuck happened. I think it might be Twitch related.
5,000 people, and we know that over 200 are unaccounted for. They are effectively missing. We don't know what has happened to them. So as Graham mentioned there, this is just going to get worse. And we, of course, will try and bring you as much information as we can.
What the fuck is going on, man? Hello? Blackboy Max streams are going down and coinciding with your Fs. Yeah, I think it's a IRL toolkit related. It's got to be IRL toolkit related. I'm already talking to them. I'm talking to them already. But I mean, they haven't responded yet. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Internet better in a tier 3 city in China? No, this is an IRL toolkit related issue, I think, maybe. Because I was able to swap to a different, like, I don't know. I was able to swap to BRB and it swapped to BRB. But for some fucking weird reason, I don't know what the fuck's going on. God damn it, I'm so fucking annoyed. I'm so fucking annoyed. All right, well, we're going to keep pushing. Hopefully the problem will just go away. I'm calling Twitch right now and chewing them out for you. Okay, good luck, chatter. All right.
The pictures really do tell.
Overnight, in a push to end the war in Ukraine, President Trump ordering his special envoy to Moscow to meet Vladimir Putin. Steve Witkoff will travel to Russia to present the latest draft of a peace plan.
They're going to be meeting with President Putin, I believe, next week in Moscow.
But this morning, Witkoff facing controversy, accused of coaching a top Kremlin aide on how to appeal to President Trump by employing flattery. A report from Bloomberg, but not verified by ABC News, says it's heard a recording of a phone call between Witkoff and Putin's top foreign policy aide, Yuri Ushakov. It alleges Witkoff also suggested that Russia proposes a 20-point peace plan, saying, I know what it's going to take to get a peace deal done, Donetsk and maybe a land swap somewhere. Weeks later, the president pressing Ukraine to accept a 28-point plan, which heavily favored the Russians. This morning, Ushakov telling a Russian reporter, I speak with Witkoff quite often, but I don't comment on the substance of our conversations because they're confidential. While not denying whether the report's accurate, Ushakov was asked who'd leaked it, saying, I don't know. Someone is leaking them, someone is listening in, but it's not us. When asked if he'd seen the reports, Trump brushed off any questions about Witkoff.
No, but that's a standard thing, because he's got to sell this to Ukraine. He's got to sell Ukraine to Russia. That's what a deal maker does.
Bloomberg now publishing a second call, saying it's between Ushakov and another key Russian negotiator, Kirill Dmitriev, who's also working with Witkoff. It suggests the Russians were actively seeking to ensure the Americans simply take on Russia's plan for ending the war. While diplomacy moves forward, the war grinds on. Russian officials reporting a massive attack by Ukrainian drones, seen in videos circulating online, damaging residential buildings and injuring 2.
Well, a number of Republican lawmakers have charged the Trump administration with appeasing Russia, and now this morning, one Republican lawmaker calling for Witkoff to be fired. And this morning, the Kremlin clearly unhappy, saying these leaks are aimed at disrupting President Trump's peace plan.
But,
George?
Ian, these leaks do appear to confirm the initial suspicions of the Europeans and the Ukrainians that the initial plan that was put forward favors the Russians.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. The Russians seem to be very clearly saying it's not them. They're clearly unhappy, and they've been unusually vocal over the last 12 hours or so about this. So you have to ask the question, who else is capable of listening into a private call that comes from within the administration to the Kremlin, and people may well start to look closer to home. George?
Ian, panel, thanks very much.
And we have breaking news. The new
Apparently, Trump hasn't learned that the Russians are the toughest negotiators known to man. I mean, Donald Trump loves Vladimir Putin. Might be joined the wrong chat. We already covered the Witkoff transcripts yesterday. Let's see what Donald Trump's response was to it, though. I didn't see that one. Reporter, have you heard of this audio that Bloomberg has of Witkoff coaching the Russians on how to appeal to you? Trump, well, I haven't heard of it. No, but let's see. I suspect that Donald Trump likes that Witkoff is telling the Russians that, like, you have to be nice to him. He personally likes this attitude around him, you know, like, oh, I'm just like a dictator. All of the people working around me, talk about how they're at the mercy, how they're at my, how they have to respond to my unique opinions on everything. I don't know. It's just
they're losing too many people.
Have you heard this audio that Bloomberg has of Witkoff coaching the Russians on how to appeal to you?
Well, I haven't heard it, no, but that's a standard thing, because he's got to sell this to Ukraine. He's got to sell Ukraine to Russia. That's what a deal maker does. You got to say, look.
That's not what they were saying. No, that's not what the transcript showed. The transcript showed them basically worrying about selling this deal to you and telling what the Russians have to say to you to sell this deal to you. But the reason why he likes this, is because this makes him look powerful in his mind. You know, all the Russians, they're even though the terms of the negotiated agreement are favorable to Russia, ultimately he's this makes him feel like he's more important than he actually is, because he's an egomaniac first and foremost.
They want this, you got to convince them with this. You know, that's a very standard form of negotiation. I haven't heard it, but I heard it was standard negotiation. And I would imagine he's saying the same thing to Ukraine, because each party has to give and take.
So you're worried that he's too pro-Russian?
They're losing too many people.
Have you heard this audio?
Yeah, this is standard in negotiations, guys. Is a totally standard negotiation technique when you have to tell the other side that you're negotiating with that they're at the mercy of your whims, and they must abide by whatever the fuck your needs are at any given moment, and that even if the terms are not favorable to you, ultimately, as long as the opposing side is saying you're the best, then it's good. I saw the Wickoff transcript Bloomberg had. It is completely unremarkable, and frankly, Trump is right here coaching a counterpart on how to sell something is often part of the negotiation. Question is, who leaked this and why, and what was their agenda in trying to twist it? No, I don't think it's normal. The fuck? Steve Wickoff and Trump are a unit. Having spent way more time than I would like to recall studying Kissinger call logs around much higher stakes negotiations, I can tell you that this is run-of-the-mill. Wickoff is no Kissinger, but the tactic is common. They're on the same side. They are on the same side in this instance. Why would two people on the same side tell the opposing side how one of the two people on the same side have to be convinced? Maybe in a business deal, but this isn't geopolitics. It shows that Donald Trump is operating on a separate operating with separate interests than I guess the rest of the American team is. Anyway. Yeah, the Georgia prosecutor dropped the election interference case against Trump and others. Big W for Trump. I'm just going to skip that one. I don't really care about that. FDNY commissioner says faith is a factor in leaving role after the Mamdani win and says it's an emotional decision. I mean, this guy was already fucking bad news anyway, but let's take a look.
New York, with the largest police and fire departments in the country and a more than $100 billion budget, New York is a very tough city to govern, and it can be even more so when incoming Mayor Zohran Mamdani has apologized for past calls to defund the police.
Another fake win for the admin. Okay, that's what that is.
Last week, in a closely watched decision, Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch said she had accepted the mayor-elect's offer to stay in her job. But Fire Commissioner Robert Tucker announced his resignation effective December 19th, just hours after Mamdani was elected. Both leaders are Jewish, and in his first interview since deciding to leave, Tucker told me his faith is...
Dude, Barry Weiss at it again, okay? This guy is notoriously corrupt. The very fact that you guys are interviewing him directly, the very fact that CBS News is interviewing him directly as though he is some sort of like consequential figurehead in this admin and has like serious gripes with Zohran Mamdani's incoming mayoral administration is so fucking pathetic and so stupid. Okay. Oh, it's my religion. My faith is a factor in leaving the role after Mamdani won. It was an emotional decision.
One of the reasons he decided to quit. Talking about police and public safety has been a little bit awkward for Mayor-elect Mamdani because of some of his past comments. Does he have some work to do still in winning over the support of first responders in New York?
Yeah, I think he has a tremendous amount of work to do, and I think it's work well worth doing.
While Robert Tucker's police counterpart, Jessica Tisch, is staying on.
I respect her.
Oh my God, brother. What is this fucking dumbass news piece, man? Oh my fucking Lord. Oh no, dude. We have to hear from every person. We have to hear from every fucking person that thinks Zohran is bad and especially if they're Jewish, okay? Like, what are we doing here? Oh, your faith is what guided you. Your faith is what motivated you. Oh, no. Oh, no.
For the decision to stay, and I know she respects me for my decision to leave.
The fire commissioner submitted this brief letter of resignation 1 day after Zohran Mamdani won New York City's mayoral election.
To what extent is this decision of yours about being a Jewish New Yorker?
Yeah, I think it's a factor, no doubt. And I don't want to tell you that it's the only factor, but I believe that the things that I have heard the mayor say would make it difficult for me to continue on in such a senior executive role in the.
What the fuck are you, bro? I don't think these guys realize this kind of shit, like this kind of like tying this back to your faith or whatever, doesn't actually make Zohran look bad at all. It just makes you and the entire religion look bad for the onlookers. Also, it's additionally funny because he is like a notoriously corrupt guy. The former FDNY chief got 3 years in prison for taking bribes to fast-track safety inspections. Okay, this was all the way back in this was a story back in May 14th of this year. Okay. Second former high-ranking FDNY official sentenced to prison for role in bribery conspiracy. The fire department in New York commissioners are notoriously fucking corrupt. Just discovering that New York City's current fire commissioner, who is resigning over Zohran Mamdani's position on Israel, has zero firefighter experience and was appointed by Mayor Eric Adams after making a donation to Adams to borrow a line from Brad Lander. Good fucking riddance. Who gives a shit, dude? Like, why is this fucking relevant?
Administration.
Mamdani's political rise has been taken as an ominous sign by many Jewish leaders.
Zohran Mamdani has contributed to a mainstreaming of some of the most abhorrent anti-Semitism,
who point to, among other things, his opposition to Israel as a Jewish state.
Look, it's a complicated, emotional decision to.
Brother, you are the commissioner, or were the commissioner of the fucking fire department in New York, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? His opposition to Israel as a Jewish state? Like, this in and of itself openly shows that you are not capable of doing this job anyway. He's not a firefighter, by the way, chatters. He's never fought a single fire. He's just a guy who knows that this position is notoriously easy to win favors on, and bribed his way to getting the position after the previous guys got fucking arrested for using that position to fast track building permits without proper fire safety inspections. Notice how being a Jewish leader has never been an Islamic issue, but the other way around is a Jewish issue, yet somehow Muslims are the intolerant ones. It's not even a thing. These are fucking dipshits who think they can masquerade, who think they can carefully craft an Islamophobic narrative while shielding themselves and making it seem as though this is a disagreement in their faith. Can you imagine a Muslim fire department commissioner turning around and being like, yeah, oh, our mayor's a Jew? Sorry, I can't fucking do that. Did you already cover the Barry Weiss clip about you? Yes, I did it yesterday. Like, can you imagine? That would be fucking insane. Also, this has nothing to do with Judaism. This fucking dickhead is just simply saying that it has something to do with his Jewish faith. It's ridiculous. It's insane. And I think most people don't actually look at this and go, wow, well, this actually lends credibility to the fears that a lot of Jewish New Yorkers feel about Zohran Mamdani. No, it makes people go, okay, what's up with these Jews? That's what people say. It breeds anti-Semitism, okay? For the onlookers, they look at this, who aren't brain broken by pro-Israel sentiment. The onlookers that look at this go, what the fuck is this guy saying? What's up with Jews is the question that they ask. That's how you become more hostile to Judaism, Jewish people in general.
Leave, but ideologically, there's no doubt that the mayor and I disagree on some very fundamental things to me.
Tucker.
Yes, Zohran, as the Islamic-style jihadist, wants fires to continue burning. I, as a Jewish commissioner of the fire department of New York, obviously don't want fires to continue burning buildings. This is the fundamental disagreement that we have.
And others aren't convinced by the mayor-elect's words of reassurance.
I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them.
More importantly than hearing it, we want to see it. And, you know, there was an example very recently on the Upper...
Brother, do your fucking job. Literally, your faith has nothing to do with you doing your fucking job. What the fuck is this conversation? Dude, it doesn't matter. No matter what I say, obviously, Zionists are not going to listen to me because a big part of Zionism revolves around Islamophobia. And you know, my background, it becomes a filter for many Zionists. Like, they just literally will refuse to hear me say this. Okay. But this kind of pairing is not working anymore. The faster you realize that, and the faster you craft a new narrative, the better it will be for all of the Jews who aren't Zionists, who aren't as fucking invested in the state of Israel being an ethno-state. Okay? I know you don't care personally, but I'm sure you have relatives that are going to be falsely maligned in this regard. It is so fucking stupid. It's like if a Muslim candidate or a Muslim New York police department commissioner and a fire department commissioner was running around being like, as a Muslim, I think the criticisms against ISIS are very Islamophobic. I can't believe it. As a Muslim, I can't work with a Jewish mayor. As a Muslim, I can't do this. As a Muslim, I can't do that. Why is everybody being so Islamophobic against Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Okay, that's the way people read it because people don't fuck with Israel anymore. Any Jewish Zionist that runs around claiming all Jews are Zionists is actually doing a disservice. Okay, they are doing a disservice. They are making Americans and everyone else that's tuning in that hasn't had their brains cooked by Zionism in general, who are, the majority position now is anti-Israel. They're making all those anti-Israel people go, okay, I guess all Jews are Zionists. All right, well, then, I'm against all Jews now because I'm against Israel. Like, this is a ridiculous thing to say and do. What about you, people starving while you earn money? You're right. I should not be earning money when other people are starving. You also earn money while people starve, for the record. Everybody does that. This is not a normal standard to apply to any human being, I think. Very confusing. But thank you. Thank you for the incredible retort. Oh my God, Farley. You're right. I'm quitting this job. Joke's on you. I don't earn money. I'm an unpaid grad student. Every dollar ever made was done while people are starving. Literally. That doesn't even make any sense. Why did these guys never have a follow-up?
East Side.
Park East Synagogue.
Yeah, Park East Synagogue.
In a protest last week outside a synagogue hosting an event to support Jewish immigration to Israel, activists shouted threats. A Mamdani spokesperson was
What's your problem with Jews having their one country? I mean, where do I fucking begin? I'm anti-ethno-state no matter what, especially when the ethno-state is designed and built on top of indigenous land where there were non-Jews living there alongside Jews, I have a very controversial opinion on this matter. It's called I'm anti-fascist and anti-ethno-states in general, okay? And before you say Japan, I don't have any disagreements there either. Japan is literally cooking itself alive at this point because of its incredibly xenophobic anti-immigrant attitudes. So, it's bad. Anytime Israel mentioned on the chat, some of the stupidest fucking motherfuckers come in to be like, well, what about this? What about that?
Quoted saying he discouraged the language, adding in an apparent nod of support to the protesters that these sacred spaces should not be used to promote activities in violation of international law.
I don't know that the public has heard appropriately from him.
What could he have done?
Look, I think he could have come out very quickly and condemned the behavior and some of the rhetoric. But again,
by not doing it, what are your concerns?
Yeah, I'm less worried about what he didn't do and more worried about him, realizing the
Not the Japan gaslighting? What do you mean? Y'all need to get that distinction. True, but several countries doing that, if not all, right now. Not the Japan gaslighting. It's gaslighting to say that that Japan notoriously has a self-defeating mentality about maintaining some kind of ethnic and national purity. That's not gaslighting. That's just an accurate reflection of events. I say this as someone who loves traveling to Japan. Okay? How did Japan become Japanese? How did Turkey become Turkish? How did Israel become Jewish? Genocide is the answer in all three cases. Yeah, the difference, of course, is that this is currently ongoing. You know? Like, we can talk about the legacy of the death and destruction that the Ainu people faced in Japan. Okay? Turkey also isn't Turkey is not a religious ethno-state. And I would say neither is Japan. It is an ethno-state, however. Regardless, this is not only happening currently, but it's also happening with American support. There's interviews, two annoying freaks saying yes to each other meme. Yeah.
Enormity of his job.
Inside headquarters in Brooklyn.
This is the nucleus of how we run the department.
Where the FDNY coordinates
What? I feel like it's being
responses to
exaggerated. It's reaching a little. That's never the answer. Why would that be the answer? God, some of us are still fucking mammals. What are you saying, Turbo Granny? Yeah. There's a hit piece on Zohran Mamdani. Tucker knew he was going to be fired because he's an unqualified hack. 6 weeks before Tucker's appointment last August 8th, employees of a security business made political contributions to Mayor Adams on the same day. No mention of that. Yeah, it is. It is directly a fucking attack. It's a very clear cut. It's a very clear cut attack, and much like many of the Barry Weiss related news pieces, it got very little motion. This video has been up on Twitter for hours. It got 18 likes, dude. Nobody wants anything that Barry Weiss is putting out. It's so funny. Why are your chatters so arrogant and hateful, racist and hateful? I don't know. That's the funniest thing. They just Barry Weiss is not only getting paid to do Hasbara, getting paid to try and make people pro-Israel, but she's also failing to do so because she's so goddamn incompetent. It's really funny. But yeah, Tony DeCoppel, Tony Double Cirque is Barry's strongest soldier. Tony was already doing this before Barry came in and took charge, you know?
Agencies across America's biggest city.
You're going to miss this.
Very much.
Tucker says they're still waiting for outreach from Mamdani.
That I haven't had any personal conversations with the mayor-elect. I haven't heard from anyone in his incoming administration, nor has the department. And so I only hope that is not an indicator of their feelings about the FDNY. I'd like to think they think everything is going so well here that they don't need to transition so fast.
Well, things are going well at the fire.
I'd like to think they think everything is going so well here that they don't need to transition so fast.
Well, things are going well at the fire department. I mean, look, it's a great department. I want to point out that Robert Tucker, the commissioner there, he loves his job. He loves the people he's working with.
He quit. Why would they reach out? They got shit to do. Yeah. Well, the reason why they're even doing a fucking news bit on this is because they want to do an anti-Zohran. They want to do anti-Zohran coverage, but they want to do it as subtly as possible, even though this is as subtle as a fucking heart attack. The very fact that this dipshit resigned, knowing full well that he most likely would have been replaced anyway, because he was an incompetent asshole who paid for the position, is ridiculous. I cannot believe that they interviewed this fucking dipshit. They're so stupid. It's so dumb. Thank God Barry Weiss is the greatest propagandist Israel has, because she is really fucking bad. Bro, someone in the chat just says states have to do genocide to become states, so genocide is normal. No, they didn't say that. So genocide is normal. I don't think they were saying that, even though I obviously criticized that take regardless. That chatter wasn't even implying it. That chatter was saying the other chatter was implying it. Okay? Anyway, once again, we are relying on the incompetence of these monsters. And luckily, they are very incompetent. Another F? Really? Another one? What the fuck is happening, bro? What is happening? Can't figure out if Twitch side or IRL toolkit. The toolkit shows no issues. It's back. Use a China. Okay. I had to hit the No, I hit that. I hit that. I did that. The black screen you saw, I did. Okay, I had to reset the ingest, so I'm back. I connected directly. Can you not see me? Am I not live? Wait, am I not back? So I'm not back for my own damn self. Look at this. I'm literally not live for myself, and I'm live for some other people. How is that possible? What the fuck is going on? Look, it literally shows that I'm not back for myself. Okay, now I'm back. I kept refreshing over and over again, and it wouldn't even fucking, it would not even go, it wasn't even live for myself. It wasn't a Twitch related issue. It's 100% IRL Toolkit. Every single streamer that uses IRL Toolkit got fucking kicked off the platform. Incredible stuff, dude. Incredible stuff. Shouts out to IRL Toolkit. Virtually every single streamer that uses IRL Toolkit went offline. 5K viewers, you're washed. Just rejoined and you're still having issues. 5K viewers, you're washed. Yes. My life is over. Not even 5Ks, 1K viewers. I fell off. This is not the internet. For once, it's not my fucking ISP. Trust me, I'm the first to blame my own ISP. Okay? I love blaming my ISP. It's not. Open Ludwig stream? What is happening with Twitch? I can't even fucking open Ludwig stream. Network error. The others' lives didn't even come back yet? Yeah, because they probably stopped. They probably didn't go live and instead went offline. I'm still on. I went back and went direct to Twitch. I've been on OBS streaming for 30 minutes now, and it just said I'm online. Yeah, I think AWS is broken and IRL Toolkit is broken. So both, I think it's Cloudflare having an outage again, possibly, because I went online. I went online with Twitch and direct to Twitch. IRL Toolkit charges thousands of dollars a year for a dog shit service. I know. It's fine now, at least for the time being. Archie down 2, the whole block just got taken out. Yes, every single person. It's both a Twitch related issue, I think, and also a, what is this? Widespread major service disruptions reported as major platforms go down worldwide. Is this recent? When is this from? Why did you send me a Ynet article, chatter? Yeah. Reported outages on Twitch. Might be worth doing another tweet to get people back in here. I don't even know if they're going to be able to, I don't even know if we're going to be able to see it. Not only was the IRL Toolkit busted, but also Twitch was busted at the same time. That's what ended up happening. That's what cooked me. I'm not refreshing because I can't even open other streamers right now. Yeah, I'm still kicking. We're still good. This is why you should be a YouTube streamer. Yeah, okay, chatter. IRL Toolkit charging at the wazoo for absolutely nothing. It's not just IRL Toolkit. A bunch of other things went down as well. So it's not even just IRL Toolkit. Dispatch will be happening. Okay, dispatch will be happening later. Obviously, that's part of the reason why I said I was gonna do dispatch later. It's a lot of stuff. North American servers for Final Fantasy 14 went down too. Yeah, a bunch of shit went down, but we're still here. How are you live now? It's because I'm the fucking GOAT, okay? It's because I love my chatters and I love my stream.
Joining me now is someone who calls Tennessee home. It's Fox News contributor Brett Cooper. Brett, you just had a child. Congratulations, by the way. I didn't know you were giving up so much power.
Thank you. I know, that's just so embarrassing of me. I just need to go stand in a cafeteria and scream it.
Scream that you want power. I guess the path to that is running for Congress. But
yes.
You have a hard time, I would think, getting elected with the positions and the opinions that have been out there about Afton Bain in Tennessee.
No, it's pretty crazy. And, I'm seeing a lot of people compare her to AOC. She's comparing herself to Zohran Mamdani. But I feel like the difference between those candidates, those politicians, and her is that AOC does claim to love New York. Mamdani claims to love New York City. Afton Bain hates Nashville. And she's walking around saying, oh, I represent downtown Nashville. That is the Broadway area. That is where all the tourists are. And yet she's getting on podcasts, she's getting on the news and saying, no, I hate country music. I hate everything that makes Nashville Nashville. It's like, is that really who we want to be representing us? Absolutely not.
Well, let's dive into that question there, Brett, because, you know, we have seen the growth of this movement. It's as you point out, not just Zohran Mamdani, but the Seattle mayor is openly socialist. A guy in a runoff in Minneapolis was socialist. It's happening more and more across the country, mainly in urban areas, mainly in big cities. And you and I are both not strangers to this. I'm from Texas. I know what has happened to Austin. Is that not happening as well to Nashville? Does somebody like Afton Bain have a shot in Nashville?
Unfortunately, I do think she does. And I think she does because the people in Nashville are also worried about affordability and the price of groceries, and that is what she's primarily been speaking about. I mean, that's the same reason I think that Zohran won in New York City. So I think that she has a shot there. However, again, she just has a complete, utter disdain for not just our city, but also our state and the values that make this state great, that make it such a haven from people who move all over the country, who, you know, grit their teeth and say, no, I'm never leaving because I love Tennessee. And unfortunately, Nashville is more of a purple area. I think that's actually, I said unfortunately, but I think that's one of the things that makes Nashville wonderful is that people can cohabitate and live amongst each other. And I feel like politics is never something that I am, you know, disagreeing with people on or being confronted with in Nashville. And I think that if she was elected, she would make it far more radical, far more progressive, and just take the city in a, you know, further left direction, which would not be good for us.
So, but just to be clear, Brett, what would kill her presidential campaign is not necessarily.
Yeah, she's the race is a toss-up in a Trump 20 district. It's so fucking Jover. There's some polls I already showed. I briefly looked at it earlier, but here it is. Tennessee 7th district poll. Matt Van Epps at 48% and Afton Bain at 46%. Other at 2%, 5% undecided. R plus 21 to R plus 2 is an insane swing. What an insane fucking swing.
Good morning.
Just in, Tennessee's 7th Congressional District Special Election poll, according to Emerson, shows Afton Bain in striking distance. Tennessee resident here, everyone here sucks. I just don't I mean, I'm a hardcore leftist communist socialist, but I really have an intense crush on Brett Cooper. I can't help it. What do? I don't know, chatter. Be less horny.
Everyone, State Representative Afton Bain, the 7th Congressional District Special Election Democratic nominee. It is cold, which is why my coat is so dramatic here in Nashville. But I woke up with the energy of 1,000 Dolly Partons and decided to go canvas because a new poll dropped showing us about 2 points behind my opponent, which is wild. And I've got the election excitement wiggles, as I do. So I decided to jump out of bed, go out and canvas.
Afton is endorsed by the DSA and anti-Israel, by the way. I like mentioning this because people, for some reason, don't know this, despite it making Tennessee news. It's because it's Tennessee, chatter. That's the reason why people don't know about it, because it's just one of those things that there's so much to pay attention to that sometimes people just like fall through the cracks. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because when a situation like this happens and you have a real shot in a special election in a place like Tennessee, that also causes the opposing side not to focus as much on the race in general. Here's the Tennessee holler. As Sean for 5 points out, unsurprisingly, Matt Van Epps is backed by AIPAC. Afton Bain is not. This is the first time I'm covering her as well. Yes, like I'm admitting that this is like there are so many things that happen all the time around the country that it's like virtually impossible for me to be tuned in and locked in at any given moment. People forget, like, America is the size of fucking Europe, dude. You know, it's the size of almost like a continent. So yeah, it's like sometimes it will literally be like, oh, as a French person, why aren't you covering the elections in Hungary? It's like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? It's just too big. It's too fucking big, man. I don't know. I'll give you another example. It's like China, okay? Not as populated. But like, yeah, a special election in Tennessee, I wasn't paying attention to it. Her scandals are these 2 audios being pushed by the Republicans. Let's take a look at her big scandals. I hate the city. I hate the bachelorettes. I hate the pedal taverns. I hate country music. I hate all the things that make Nashville. I hate it.
Taverns. I hate things. I've been heavily involved with the Nashville mayoral race because I hate the city. I hate the bachelorettes. I hate the pedal taverns. I hate country music. I hate all of the things that make Nashville, apparently, an it city to the rest of the country. But I
Wow. What a scandal. Arrest her. Pedal taverns are such a meme. As a Nashvilleian, all those takes are based as fuck. I mean, saying I hate the bachelorettes, I don't even know. It's from a podcast from 2020. It's not a leak. It's literally public. Yeah, but it's Oppo, right? The reason why they're resurfacing it is because they're saying that it's this person is not capable of being your elected representative, and I don't even know what a pedal tavern is, but it sounds whack as fuck. So a pedal tavern. Oh, dude, this. Oh, hell yeah. No, she needs to be. They need to make her the governor. Okay. They need to give her the district. They need to make her the mayor. They need to simultaneously make her the only person who's capable of being the mayor, the representative, and the governor at the same time. Didn't you go on one before stream? I did. It was a shameful moment. Okay. I did do that on stream. It was fucking shameful. I did it in Amsterdam. Those things are whack as fuck. Okay. Those things are shameful. I hate the bachelorettes, also a great take. I hate the pedal taverns, good take. I hate country music. I also hate it, but you kind of can't say that in fucking. You kind of can't say that in Nashville. I feel like, Tennessee is the one place where you can't really say that, But I don't think this is a significant line of attack.
hate it. Yeah, I'm that girl at the airport that all these bachelorettes are giddy walking out in their two-toned colored Pantone pink shirts, and they walk out and they're like, oh my God, Nashville is so bad. Yes.
Yeah, this is just her shitting on the fucking tourists. That's it. Okay, what is this link, bro? What is this link?
Come on, guys. You wanted a one tap, right? Yeah, do it for the one. Guys, for the one time. Yeah. Woo!
I don't know who this guy is. Look at him. He's got a big beard. He's got long hair. Who is this guy? That's not me. Hey, yo, chill. Hey, yo, fucking chill, dude. This is not, I don't know who this guy is. Who are you showing me? That's not me. Does that even look like me? I wear glasses. Turkish flambe. Yeah, no, flambe is from Afghanistan. I'm from Turkey. Clearly not me. Clearly a different person. Turkish soccer prospect, I think. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You shouting at Austin and look at the road?
Fuck, she didn't know any of you. She said, hey, Austin? She said, are you Austin? I said, yeah. No, she didn't. She literally did. You're so gone. You're so far gone, Austin. I'm kidding you not. You're so far gone. Austin, look at the fucking road! Boy! We're going left. We're going left.
See, that's why it's not. I missed this, Hassan. What are you talking about? Dude, you got to experience this, Hassan, for the past, 2 days ago, I was this Hassan. You look like Wake. Thank you for saying that, because Wake is very hot. Do you still hang out with the other people? I haven't seen them in a minute, but, they're all busy doing their own thing. When was the last time you had fast food? I had it in China. What happened? Oh, my God. I almost accidentally ran over little lady's tail. Anyway, Afton Bain was calling for Israel's actions as genocide in April 2024. Harris campaigning for her is a good sign she's reading the tea leaves correctly for 2028. Kamala Harris is hitting the campaign trail today with a surprise event for state rep Afton Bain, the Democrat running for the Tennessee 7. Yeah, I'm an abuser. You guys know this already. I literally beat her ass all the time. Okay? I do every day. I must come clean. I beat Kaya's ass every day. To be fair, she's 120 pounds and she also beats my ass, but we're evenly matched. I beat her ass and then she beats my ass way harder than I ever could. I do wrestle with her and she wins usually. Who wins in the marketplace of ideas? You or Kaya? Who do you think? She runs the show here. Proof. What is this?
Kind of high maintenance. He doesn't show it, but my cats are high maintenance too.
Yeah, they are. You are Bumper.
I'm my cat.
But you are so Kaya coded, it's crazy.
True.
You love attention.
Also abused. Used and abused.
Let's have Clipping Stalker watching this slobbering right now. Yeah. Yeah, no, that narrative worked really well. Everyone hates me and is firmly committed to the idea that I abuse my dog, and it's over.
have. It's just like my hole. Ooh. Okay.
I mean, look, I have 20,000 viewers right now. It's the 10,000 people left right now. It happened. Any day now. The Progress Meat Pig is 1 year old today. Isn't it time for another update? It happens to be my birthday as well. So, oh my God. That's when I was actually, I was in much better shape back then. I don't think you abuse Kaya, but I got to be real with you. Most of the memes are funny as fuck. No, I agree. I think the memes are funny. I agree that the memes are funny. What's psychotic is the people that are, I followed the accusation, stigmatization, institutional pressure, narrow discourse. Why isn't it working? Yeah. The memes are actually funny. The people who are like psychotic about it are the only ones who are still holding on to it beyond like just memeing about it are the ones who are the most right-wing motherfuckers. It's not as funny when people are like, you literally killed your dog. Where is Kaya? You are killing your dog. You should kill yourself. I'm going to come to your house and murder you. What the fuck is this? 30 sexy pics of Hassan Piker that prove the only thing that is hotter than his takes is his bod? What the fuck? Out Magazine? When did they post? Why did they post this? What the hell? Oh, they got the meat pig on there. Goddamn. The anti-Hassan Reddit industrial complex is starting to get tired. Soda and Nick talked about it on their podcast. When there's 25 clips of you on there every day, they start to get tuned out. Yeah. The problem is that people have moved on from it's funny because it's true to it's true because it's funny. Who cares? Damn, they got the old pics as well. Oh my God, this is the article that Chatter said her grandma sent her. Wait, your grandma was reading Out Magazine? Penny was wrong. You 300% vibe. This is just 4-month-old Kaya. Oh my God, this is what Kaya does to bugs. I think the chatter meant people don't care if it's true. They want to lie and make jokes. Yeah, but it's also irrelevant. They're so remarkably daft. Pandas are so fucking cute, dude. It's crazy. I just cannot in good conscience ever assume that these fucking animals would kill me. Okay? I just cannot. You will never convince me that if I saw this thing in the wild that it would actually kill me. There is no shot. I'm sorry. It is impossible. It is quite literally impossible for an animal this cute and this goofy to unironically kill me. Okay? I know. Go ahead. Say it. Hassan, you can't vibe out a bear. Okay? You can't do it. You can't vibe out a bear. Okay? These bears just do not seem violent. Okay? They just don't. They just do not seem violent at all. They don't seem to have a violent bone in their body. It always seems impossible until it's done. Yes. 6 fingers or 5 fingers. One world, one struggle. Revolt until we are all free. Exactly. At most, they could accidentally hurt you, but never deliberately. Oh my God. They are the fucking best, dude. If they do hurt you, you probably deserved it type shit. Yes. Watch the BBC video of panda keepers tricking a mother panda with honey water to swap out their baby. No shot pandas would ever hurt you. Would you fart on a panda? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. It would be funny. Your vibe out a bear take is your most successful rage bait. You're really giving white women watching Facebook reels and resharing with the caption, "Aw, so cute." Yes. I am a white woman in my heart and in my soul, but I'm also Chinese. Okay? I'm white Chinese. I'm a white Chinese woman. I like that people just assume that I'm rage baiting, but like low-key, I'm not rage baiting. Okay? I'm going to keep it a $1.50 with you. Okay? I'm kind of not rage baiting when I say this. I mean, look, just look. Does this look like this would do some violence to you? Are you serious? Yes, I guess I'm crazy. If I don't want to be sane, if this is insane, if saying that like hanging out with these little guys, they have more fingers than you, I don't care. You're like Emma Stone in that movie where she's a white woman and also Chinese. Sure. You're using curated clips. They're vicious. Okay. That's crazy to say. I saw them in broad daylight as well with my own 2 eyes. What do you mean I'm clip chimping pandas to make to create a narrative? That's crazy. Yeah. Where are the vicious clips? What did you say to Xi at that wax museum? 2 giant pandas loaned by China to France, where they lived for 13 years, departed back to Chengdu, leaving behind their twins at Beauville Zoo. Yeah, I told Xi, I was like, yo, pull them back. Dude, what is happening? There's a lot of there's a lot of the places that I visited are in the news right now. Some for good, some for bad reason. NBC News update. Suspect is an Afghan national. Perfect propaganda for MAGA. Here we go. NBC News. 2 senior U.S. law enforcement officials say that the man they believe is the suspect in today's National Guard shooting used a handgun in the attack and has been initially identified as an Afghan national. Oh, brother. Here we go. Not a white guy. You're about to see the Republican media ecosystem go crazy over this, I suspect. She saw the clip. Oh, this one?
Justin Trudeau gets to touch a panda, but I can't. Are you kidding me? He did blackface.
He did blackface.
Wait, why was that in one point?
Before the COVID-19, you can... Justin Trudeau gets to touch a panda, but I can't. Are you kidding me? He did blackface.
You think she saw that clip and was like, we got to pull some of these pandas back? We have not been selective in the people that we've allowed to touch our pandas. We need to be more curated in our approach to the pandas and who gets to have them and who gets to touch them. If you get a choice between a regular and red panda, which one do you choose? Regular panda. I do love red pandas, but regular pandas are more, size-wise, they're more in line with what I with what I can vibe with. You know what I mean? Anyway, uncovered audio. We're gonna go back to Afton Bain. We're back to the Afton Bain situation in in Tennessee. Tennessee Democrat Afton Bain, who once brought a transgender pastor to the Tennessee legislature, said it made her uncomfortable to see her colleagues pray. Yo, she's fucking dope, dude. What is going on with this lady? Oh my God. She's anti-Israel. She's anti-genocide. She's anti-bachelorette parties in fucking Nashville. She's anti-pedal bar. Pedal Tavern. She's fucking awesome.
And I think, especially as someone who is more secular,
she's pro-trans.
I have a hard time when religion is at the core of everything we do in the legislature. And so, for example, on the House floor, we say a prayer every session. Some committees open up with prayer. We also stand for the pledge. And there are also prayer groups in the legislature that meet routinely. There are Christian pastors that have a lot of say and proximity to power in the legislature and dictate a lot of what the power players do. And it is uncomfortable. And I think, especially as someone who is more secular, I have a hard time when religion is at the core of everything we do in the legislature. And so, for example, on the House floor, we say a prayer every session. Some committees open up with prayer. We also stand for the pledge. And there are also prayer groups.
Sorry, chat. The GOP supermajority here has taken over 15 years ago. As a practicing Christian myself, I hear zero bad takes here. Cancel her. She's against cousin marriage. To be fair, I voted against cousin marriage. Why y'all acting surprised that Trump is winning cousin fucker states? To be fair, I voted against cousin marriage. New, in a 2024 deleted tweet, Afton Bain amplified a post that said states which voted for President Trump like Tennessee were cousin fucker states. She loathes you. She loathes Tennessee. She doesn't belong in Congress. Wait, this is fucking awesome. They are unironically saying that they're pro cousin fucking. The RNC research group is like, wow, I can't believe this person that wants to run for office in Tennessee is actually against cousin fucking, unlike us, real Tennesseans. She's literally defending Tennessee in that fucking tweet, saying not all people from Tennessee actually engage in the act of cousin fucking. She's literally saying she is from Tennessee and she has voted against cousin fucking. Tennessee resident back again. Some people here do fuck their cousins. I just don't think that is a single issue voter out there. Okay. I'm going to keep it a $1.50. I don't think there's a Tennessee guy out there who's like, listen, I'm a single issue voter. Okay. And for me, that single issue is getting to dick down my cousin. Okay. blowing my cousin's back walls out. That's it. No other issue. That's the only thing I care about. That's what I vote on.
Meet woke liberal Afton Bain.
This is great. We've got our girl squad.
Meet woke.
Matt Van Epps, the GOP candidate for Tennessee 7 special election next month, started running this attack ad against his Democratic opponent Afton Bain yesterday on Facebook and Instagram. Afton Bain so woke she thinks it's a win to harass police.
Liberal Afton Bain.
This is great. We've got our girl squad, and we're bullying the ICE vehicles and state troopers. So this is a win.
Afton Bain.
Oh my God, she's so fucking sick. Oh my God, what a goddamn legend, dude. Listen, I have admittedly dropped the ball on a lot of these areas while simultaneously talking about the importance of running candidates in areas exactly like this one, and telling you over and over again that like there is a lot of promise and a lot of potential in places like this. I'm telling you right now, this is a rare artifact. This is not a rare Pokemon, actually, to be fair. There are a lot of wine moms out there and a lot of liberals out there in places like this that straight up see right from wrong, recognize what's going on is fucked up, and want a real fighter. And it seems like she is. I mean, it seems the polls are showing that, that they will respond positively to. Who said Blonde Blazer IRL? Yeah, unlike Blonde Blazer, she would never hurt me.
So woke, she thinks it's a win to harass police.
This is great. We've got our girl squad, and we're bullying the ICE vehicles and state troopers. So this is a win.
Woke liberal Afton Bain. When she wins, we lose.
I'm Matt Van Epps, and I approve this message.
Meet woke liberal.
Wait, that's what he
Afton
sounds
Bain.
like?
This is great. We've got...
No shot. That's got to be AI, right? If he sounds like that, it's over.
When she wins, we lose.
I'm Matt Van Epps, and I approve this message.
That's AI, right? Except it's not supposed to be AI, I thought. I thought that was the one part of the ad that you can't actually recreate. It has to be like the real candidate, no? No, he just sounds like a nerd with a cold.
With my good friend Bob, Matt Van Epps here, with my good friend Bob, Kid Rock at his place on Broadway. Need you to get out the vote.
All right, shouldn't be rocket science, kids. Yes.
Oh my God. LeBron numbers incoming. LeBron numbers incoming, dude. I'm Matt Van Epps, and this is my favorite pedophile who's endorsing me. All she has to do is straight up be like, hey, how's that rent looking? Do you feel great when you go to the grocery store and things are less affordable than ever before? I'm gonna fix it. That's it. That's it.
Somebody who served our country, thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This willing to put America first against this left-wing lunatic nut job who is pretty much, it's come to surface if you haven't seen it yet, in case you live in a cave, who said she not only hates Nashville, she hates country music. And also, she thinks, if little Johnny goes to school and wants to be called Sarah, that the parents shouldn't be notified, wants to defund the police. I mean, everything else. Come on, people. If you want to live in a city like that, move to Portland. Let's keep Tennessee conservative. Let's keep it moving forward with people like Matt here. And let's not let these lunatics into our politics.
Yeah, let's not bring lunatics into our politics. As Kid Rock joining politics is pretty funny.
We all know the system.
You are the lunatic getting into the politic, okay? You fucking stay out of it. Republicans are mad at her for protesting against the pedophile. Context matters. Afton for Tennessee Bain was protesting a child sex abuser who admitted it. Now Republicans are attempting to shame her for it. We were there covering the activism of the bird survivors. Afton and others is how the holler was born. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I sure do. And thanks, Matt. I've got an incredible leader, true patriot, and conservative champion with us today, and that's Speaker Mike Johnson.
All right, Speaker Johnson. Oh, wow. Speaker, it is a wonderful honor to get a chance to speak with you, and thank you for coming to us on Super Talk and participating in the 7th Congressional District race.
Thanks so much, guys. Great to be on with the great Matt Murphy. And
oh, my fucking God. Everything I'm learning about her in real time makes me love her more. What the fuck?
System is rigged in Washington. Here's how it works. Politicians make it easy for their rich donors, tax cuts for billionaires, and burying the Epstein files, while hardworking Tennesseans get a rough ride. by cutting health care for Tennessee families, doubling health insurance premiums, and tariffs that hurt our economy. I'm Afton Bain, and I approve this message. Vote early to shake up Washington. I'm Afton Bain. High grocery prices, worried about healthcare costs, feeling burned by tariffs? Then December 2nd is your day to shake up Washington. I'm Afton Bain, and in Congress, I'll work for you, not the rich donors or special interests. Together, we can bring balance to Washington by making healthcare more affordable, bringing down the cost of living, and protect workers and small businesses from job-killing tariffs. I'm Afton Bain, and I approve this message to shake up Washington. Angry about high grocery prices, worried about healthcare.
I love that. I love that people are, like when you're running in Tennessee, you have to make it seem like you're advertising a new type of meat at Applebee's called the Sizzler. Like that's the background music of your fucking campaign ad. That's awesome. For $14.99 at Applebee's, affordable prices for the Sizzler. It's great. If she's not running under the Democratic Party, is she not running under the Democratic Party because this is in Tennessee? No, she is. Recalled vote 2024 President Tennessee 7, Trump plus 22. This is fucking awesome. Show me an ugly leftist. I'll wait. Me. Your dog needs health care. I agree. Isn't it pathetic that my dog has better health care than you? Isn't that crazy?
Okay? Just because y'all should be ashamed.
She got kicked out of the area that she was in the Capitol because she was protesting a pedophile and she hit her head. And Republicans are using this against her, which is crazy. A Republican attack ad just dropped too. Let's take a look.
In here. Many of you have been part of my story. I was someone who always wanted to get out of East Tennessee. Let's show the entire country
What police abolition looks like, that, we can do it.
I took that fight statewide.
For bullying the ICE vehicles and state troopers.
Now I'm running for Congress because
I hate this city.
as a state representative in Tennessee,
I don't want children, I want power.
I'm Afton Bain.
I hate all of the things that make Nashville, apparently.
Afton Bain here.
She's amazing.
And someone who's been trying to make healthcare more affordable in this state for a long time. And I think the paradigm is shifting, and there's a few reasons for that. We've had a Republican trifecta in the state for 15 years, and it has not delivered for the Tennessee people. We are the most dangerous place for workers in the country. We have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country. We have the highest inflationary cost of groceries in the country. And they look around and there's no one else to blame, right? I mean, obviously they blame immigrants, but immigrants are not the reason our grocery prices are high. Paradigm is shifting because the Republican trifecta has gotten lethargic. While they've been scapegoating and terrorizing, we have been building and caring for each other. We've been building the organizing muscle.
Oh my gosh, she's awesome. The only thing that I disagree with is that she said affordability for healthcare and not free healthcare. And oftentimes when people say affordability on healthcare, they just mean like they're not in favor of Medicare for all, which I suspect she might not be in favor of Medicare for all, but who knows? Everything else is pretty solid. By conservative logic, state troopers assaulting her, good, but her saying we're bullying state troopers equals bad, yes.
We need to actually win this election. The affordability crisis is hitting everyone. I'm someone in the legislature who's fought to end Tennessee's regressive grocery tax by closing corporate tax loopholes. So there is a shift, and it is going to happen in Tennessee. And as W.E.B. Du Bois once said, as goes the South, so goes the nation.
Very tough district.
Oh
but you can
my
see
God.
why people are excited about it. I mean, she's very impressive. Knows what she...
Oh my God, brother, who is this person? What is happening, bro? What the fuck is going on? Bain Truther from Nashville, she's goated. GOP here is so cynical. Would love to see her on the stream. We need a social worker like her. She's been outside for a minute, probably just treading lightly because HCA and healthcare companies based here. Afton is a very powerful white woman name. Yeah, but that's a good thing. Yeah, being a powerful white woman in this situation is solid as hell. I'm telling you, Assange is a closet socialist. She's been endorsed by the DSA before and is a paper member. Afton Bennett is running for the Tennessee House District 51. Please join us and learn more as she sits down with us to talk about her campaign. The special election will be coming up soon, August 3rd, with early voting starting this week. Who cares? Talk about the White House. Who even is this woman? Oh my God. Talk about the White House. White House, White House, White House. Who is this? Who cares? Talk about the White House. White House, White House, White House, White House, White House. Lemo! Wait a minute. Other things are happening in the world, even though you spent the first 4 hours of the broadcast talking about the shooting that took place in D.C.? Chatter. Who is this woman, though? She is running in a plus 20 red district in a special election in Tennessee, and it's actually very close. Okay? Instead of coming in here and fucking screeching, maybe you should actually listen to what I have to say. Also, if you want to know what my commentary looks like on the White House, all you need to do is subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, okay? And rewind. You can use the rewind functionality by subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service for free, mind you, for free. I'm broke. Do you not have a Twitch Prime? Ask for a gifted sub, and you shall receive. Fudge that, not giving money to Bezos. Well, actually, it's not even on the rewind function because my fucking stream busted. So you can just go and watch the old VOD. So you don't even need to subscribe to use the rewind functionality because Twitch pooped earlier and I covered it for 4 fucking hours. And you can go, yeah, I mean, you got gifted a sub anyway, so you can use the rewind functionality in the future. But you didn't even need to use that this time around because my VOD cut out and I forgot. So it's already readily available as a VOD on the platform. And I'm certain that there's already YouTube uploads as well. 2024 tweet of her. Tennessee 7 nominee Afton Bain just deleted this post from 2024. Fortunately, the internet is forever. On this Juneteenth, we need less white folks posting Canva graphics and more adopting prison abolition as a political foundation. Here's my lineup of books that enhanced my political education. Black women did a lot of labor to get me here, and I'm eternally grateful. Oh my God, that's so sick. Wait, she was posting this in 2024? This is like peak woke 2020 posting. She was Eddington posting in 2024. What the fuck? This is a rare gem. Wow. What exactly does Canva graphics mean? Canva graphics is like the corporate Memphis visual style, closely associated with those like shitty ass fucking woke infographics from 2020, right? Isn't that what it is? Like that's what she's talking about when she says shitty ass Canva. Like that's what she's talking about when she says shitty ass Canva graphics. She's talking about like corporate Memphis shit. I was impressed with Afton Bain and talking to her. Republicans are tagging her retired culture war stuff. It may not even work in a Trump 2020 district. It's interesting how she's the first federal candidate to connect the Epstein files to oligarchy. Oh my God. Canva is a non-designer design tool, lots of templates. Okay, chatters, I don't care. We're moving on. I got the message, okay? She was trying to say like those shitty infographics that Instagram, woke people on Instagram would post that were like, here's how supporting Israel is actually a decolonial initiative or whatever, okay? That's what Canva graphics she's referencing. Talk about Jewish supremacy. What the fuck does that have to do with anything right now, man? What are you saying? Get a fucking grip. God damn, y'all are so fucking annoying. He says sorry, he can suck my dick. He's lucky he only got a fucking day ban. It's my least favorite type of fucking leftist chatter who's constantly like, you're constantly doing Jewish exceptionalism. You're doing, talk about Jewish supremacy. God damn, dude. Finally, someone other than Zoran or Trump getting a little shine and chatters are losing their fucking minds. Yeah, this lady is awesome, for the record. She's dope. And I'm very excited to see where this goes. But the fact that you got Kamala Harris, like, endorsing her and shit is wild. I interviewed Afton Bain this morning, and it turns out she's a longtime Breaking Points viewer and held up her copy of We've Got People. No way. Aside from those 2 strikes, she's a highly impressive candidate and is closing the gap in her Tennessee special election fast. She didn't buy the squad. I didn't ask. Kamala genuflecting on the fucking socialist wave here is pretty awesome. The Kamala thing was so bizarre because Bain left before Harris showed up and neither of them ever mentioned each other. Kamala was there to be at Fisk University. Fisk is in her state district. Okay. She's dope. Hey, you haven't addressed my revolutionary concerns in the past 20 seconds, and as a revolutionary comrade, I'm very concerned you might be compromised. This is true, I am. I am a filthy revisionist. Oh, yeah. Also, Kat Abu-Ghazalek did not get endorsed by the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and the Congressional Progressive Caucus is backing Daniel Biss over Kat Abu-Ghazalek in Illinois 9. He will be a strong partner in moving forward critical legislation, Pramila Jayapal, Maxwell Frost said. I've been annoyed with the Congressional Progressive Caucus. They're so fucking lame. But I don't know enough about. I mean, obviously, I got my dog in this fight, and by that I mean Kat. But a lot of the members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus are just. Kat's background is honestly sus as fuck. What are you talking about, bro? She's literally Palestinian. What the fuck do you mean? Why? Because she worked at Media Matters? Is that why? Just because her campaign manager is a liberal violinist? What? How do you have a sus background at 26? That's the point. She's not. Aside from being Palestinian, her family are huge Republican movers. Who gives a shit? The fuck? She literally spent her entire fucking career working at Media Matters, carefully mapping out Republican brain rot. How many of you also have fucking family members that you vehemently disagree with? It's not like she chose her family. Liberal Zionist. Kat Abu Ghazalik is not a liberal brother. Kat Abu Ghazalik is not a liberal Zionist. She's literally fucking Palestinian, man. What are you talking about? What the hell? Not her chatters mean her campaign manager. I don't know who her campaign manager is. Yeah. If she was a liberal Zionist, the Congressional Progressive Caucus probably would have endorsed her. Apparently, she voted for Bush in first grade. Her campaign manager is Sarah Hurwitz. No, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about? Sarah Hurwitz, the lady that's been going viral, the Obama speechwriter, by the way, is who that chatter is talking about. She's a basic progressive, not a leftist. I know. Anyway, this is not about Kat anyway. Yeah, this is why people are saying that, because she does this kind of thing. I strongly oppose Israel's attacks against Iran and Iran's attacks against Israel, both endanger civilians and risk all-out war. If you like my opponents and only condemn one side, I hope you find a spine and some moral clarity. Oh my God, I can't believe she's running for Illinois 9 and isn't saying that she was really excited at the prospect of the Iranian missiles striking Tel Aviv. Wow, that's so crazy, guys. That's such a crazy take from a person running for fucking office. Yeah. She should have been saying, what is it? Udrup Tel Aviv or whatever, the fucking song. Like bomb Tel Aviv, but in Farsi. No, it wasn't in Farsi, or is that in Arabic? Oh, I thought it was a fucking Udrup is Arabic. Hassan, how do you know this? Wait, what do you mean? I always assumed it was in Farsi, but maybe, my mistake. It's Udrup in Arabic. That's one of the Al-Qassam songs? Oh, makes sense. Anyway, we got more details on the background of the shooter.
Plus, Russia is offering up an explanation as to exactly how a transcript of a cozy call between Trump's special envoy and the Kremlin was made public.
I don't believe you can conserve what you don't love. Climate tech is really expensive, and really communities in the global south don't have access.
Wait, what's out front? CNN, I suspect, has new details on this, but this is how we got here.
The fact that she thinks...
Because I was looking at Afton Bain.
...that men can get pregnant. It's not necessarily the fact that she thinks having children is giving up your power. Her nightmare is having children. It's not necessarily her far-left positions, but it's actually the fact that she hates the pedal cabs, the pedal buses, and country music and Nashville. That's what could doom her political career.
I think that for a lot of Nashvillians, they have not seen those more, extreme videos. They've all kind of come out in the last 24 hours. Like, until this point, we had just heard about her not liking Nashville, and then suddenly it was like everybody realized that she might actually have a shot. We jumped into gear. They started pulling all of those clips, those old, tweets where she was saying that she was in favor of burning down police stations, which is something that she said back in 2020. So I think now Nashvillians are going, oh, okay, no, this is far more serious. This isn't just about affordability. So about 24 hours ago, I was worried that she really had a shot. Now, after all of those videos have come out, I'm feeling a lot better about the current situation, thankfully.
Okay,
I think if someone were to, if people are saying like this is the affordability candidate, and then the opposing side is like, but she said shit, and I don't really like what she said. It's scary. I feel like she's gonna win. Looking at Brett Cooper makes me realize that if she was blonde, she'd look like a racist. I think she still has the capacity to look like that with her current hairstyle, chatter. She literally looks like Ben Shapiro, who is racist. What the fuck? Famously, Hitler was a blonde guy. Yeah, I mean, there's that too. But Chad is drunk early today because tomorrow's Thanksgiving. True. No dispatch. Chatter, fucking calm down. I'm waiting for the updates on the White House shooter. Okay? And then I'm going to get into dispatch. You are a bitch. Just fucking wait. God damn, dude. Hold your fucking horses. Yeah, also, this doesn't mean anything, okay? Daniel Biss calls for U.S. to recognize Palestine. Boo fucking who, okay? This is just like, this is like the safety, the ultimate safety position for a Democrat. It's not even the bare minimum. Or you're going to get banned if you play an episode of Dispatch. I will get banned. But guess what? That will give me more time to play Dispatch on my own then. I can't believe that. Yeah, I know the shooter has been identified. I know. That's what I'm waiting for the fucking CNN news report to come out. Fuck me. Holy shit. In response to questions from Evanston Now about her support of AIPAC in his email, a spokesperson for Fine's campaign deflected, writing other candidates can fight over labels. I was on the metro 2 stops away from where the DC shooting was when it happened. Damn. Hassan about to be clocking in offline hours like his no pixel RP over again. Yeah. Getting banned for streaming a game on Twitch? Sure. Well, 2 stops seem pretty safe. He's literally a Zionist. Everyone stop yelling. This is a family. They're hitting me. Okay, I know. I understand that with Daniel Biss. That's probably why the Congressional Progressive Caucus saw him as a safe pick, because they're fucking annoying and they do shit like that. But yeah, 4 senior U.S. law enforcement officials briefed on the investigation tell NBC News the suspect they've identified is Rahmanullah Lakanwal, Afghan national, date of birth. What the fuck? Date of birth 2/9/1996. Last address was Washington State. Yeah, we're about to hear some crazy Islamophobia, bro.
More National Guard presence in Washington, D.C. You heard Pete Hegseth saying this is to ensure that the city stays beautiful and safe. And I spoke to a number of Bowser's administration officials as well as various D.C. law enforcement who said that they were expecting this to happen. They expected that President Trump would use this basically as the next step in bringing more National Guard to Washington, D.C. So something to keep in mind there. But I can tell you, Jim, I mean, the White House is watching this incredibly closely. They are not only just watching the logistics of what happened, trying to figure out who the suspect was, but they're looking at motive. Was their motive directly politically related to what happened? We know that having the National Guard in D.C. and in various other large cities has become somewhat of a political flashpoint. In addition to that, was there any reasoning, or was it part of the motive to have this shooting occur so close to the White House? Of course, President Trump is not there, and President Trump is well protected. Was this some kind of symbolism? And you're really seeing what the White House's concerns are and what they're doing reflected in this whole of administration response. They have been very careful and brought in really the top guns on all of this to try and make sure.
I wonder if he's too young to be an interpreter or related to an interpreter. If he's an Afghan national, I could see him. I mean, he's like 30, 29. Could be the case.
Let me ask you your reaction to seeing a shooting tonight. 2 guardsmen in critical condition shot in the nation's capital on the eve of Thanksgiving.
Obviously, it's horrifying just to see the images, but also just having obviously known and knowing a lot of guardsmen in the National Guard, not just in D.C., but here back home. The incredible service to our country and to community should always be at the forefront when we're thinking about the work that they do. And at the same time, you have 2 of them now in critical condition right before the holidays. So it's horrific. I'm glad that we're making progress in this case and to understand actually what happened here. I imagine in the days ahead, there will be a lot of information coming out of law enforcement and the FBI, and certainly Congress will be fully briefed as to
Look at that. Terror suspect Rahmanullah Lakanwal came to the U.S. in 2021 during the withdrawal from Afghanistan as a part of Operation Allies Welcome, per law enforcement sources, which means, first of all, this is interesting because it continue without supporting us. Why would I ever support you, New York Post? That photo might have been correct, by the way, the naked dude. But yeah, this they're gonna fucking say Joe Biden let in all these Afghan refugees into the country. Another instance of like Islamic style terrorism. Why would you not support them? The New York Post? Why the fuck would I support the New York Post, dude? Do you know how many fucking articles they've written about just me alone? Yeah, it's totally not terrorism law. What? First of all, we don't know what the actual reason is yet. Okay. I do like that you immediately went, oh, he's Afghan, so obviously it's terrorism. If he was a white guy, I feel like you would have a very different opinion. I'm not even discounting the fact that it could be an act of domestic terror. Okay. But you're very certain. I'm glad that, it's not a white guy for you. So you could actually look at this and be like, maybe it is domestic terror. That was quick. Yeah. The tweet I read says terrorist suspect. He seems a bit young to have worked for the former Afghan administration over the U.S. I bet he was probably a family member of someone who was. Yeah. I'm just trying to map out a motive. And if I see relatively young Afghan national who came to the United States of America with the withdrawal, and I suspect there's probably animosity there. Where could that animosity stem from? Most likely family members that were left behind, that were translators, that might have gotten like fucking killed by the Taliban or something. You know what I mean? Like collaborators with the American occupation that were not allowed to return. And then, that could be like I'm making shit up right now. This is all suspicion, wee woo, speculation alert. But that is what I could foresee this happening, because this is a consistent line of resentment and anger with a lot of people of this sort of background, right? He's 29 years old. He was 25 when he came to the United States in 2021, and he might be a little too young to have worked with the forces. America betrayed a lot of people in Afghanistan who helped America. Exactly. Yeah, this isn't about the suspect, but the threat of deportation could be a motive. He supported the U.S. war in Afghanistan. Now he may be deported to the Taliban. He escaped Afghanistan and started a family in the U.S. Then ICE arrested him. If he's deported, he expects the Taliban to kill him. Yeah, like there are many stories such as this one. There are many people who got refugee status, or at least like was told that they would have protection in the United States of America, and literally did work and collaborate with the American invasion. So.
Seen a difference in Washington, D.C. Crime is down significantly. Chairman, hold on. We just got this. I need to get to it.
Oh my God, they're so happy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're nutting. Bet money Hassan, open hands. That toot good, Hassan. The spicy noodle hitting with the toot. Bet money Hassan, open hands as women. That toot? What's the toot? Dude, I swear to God, so many of these fucking schizos are genuinely projecting, I think. Like they just like fantasize about that spicy noodle hitting the toot. What does that mean? He thinks you're a cokehead? They're on drugs before Thanksgiving? No, they're disgusting. They literally are like, "Oh, I bet he actually abuses women. I bet he beats women, dude. I bet he open hands as women." I assume he means like slapping, right? I don't know why he's talking like he's from the 30s. Yeah, I bet he's like fucking beating the shit out of his dog Kaya. It's like, dude, you need to understand something, okay? That makes you weird. You're a weird guy for thinking like this. You're a weird guy for saying this. You're an even weirder guy for just like writing it in the chat. It's so strange, man. Why are you fucking fantasizing about me potentially being like a abuser of women? The fuck is wrong with you? Hassan, why do you always fall for rage bait? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this is. Like, if you find yourself bought a 9 from a DC crackhead, I'm just saying, if you find yourself fucking fantasizing about me potentially doing like horrible things, that means you couldn't find anything that I'm doing that is causing this level of animosity. So maybe you should reconsider. Touch grass, you fucking loser. And yes, as we were talking about, of course, the shooter is a legal migrant on Biden visa. Oh my God, they're nutting. The moment that they find out, look at the moment that they found out the background of the shooter. Look at this.
We've seen a difference in Washington, D.C. Crime is down significantly. Chairman, hold on. We just got this. I need to get to it. This just in, sources are telling Fox News that the shooter is an illegal immigrant from Afghanistan who came in during Operation Allies, welcome under the Biden administration. And he overstayed that visa. All right, Chairman. So Fox News is learning that this person was here illegally, overstayed his visa, and that's who this shooter profile is. What's your immediate reaction?
That is crazy, bro. He's not even fucking hiding it. He's not even hiding it. He's like cracking us. They're all cracking a smile. And the other guy is so giddy, he's laughing. Bro, you're supposed to be angry, you fucking idiot. You're not supposed to be excited. You're not supposed to be elated that 2 National Guardsmen were shot in the fucking head. This straight up shows you what the priority is. This straight up shows you that for them, it's more so like, oh, I'm going to craft an incredibly... Imagine thinking you're special because your mom shat you on one side of an imaginary line rather than another. Basically nationalism. I agree. They're literally fucking excited that 2 National Guardsmen were shot in the fucking head because now they can craft more anti-immigrant propaganda. They're fucking giddy, dude. Like, you can see it. You see it in the attitude change.
My immediate reaction is we tried desperately to get an accounting of all the people that came from Afghanistan to the United States during that disastrous withdrawal during the Biden administration. That was a huge priority for the House Oversight Committee. We never got that information. We were never allowed to get that information because I don't think the government had any idea. I don't think they kept an accurate accounting. And if they did, I think they realized there were probably lots of gaps. We were told there were going to be about 2,000 people that had worked with our military as people that tried to help with the cause to help protect our troops in Afghanistan. Right. But then at the end of the day, there were closer to 100,000. But we don't know what that number was, and I don't think the government has kept.
Why do I have to give up my credit card number to sign up for Chad Vice? What are you talking about? No, you don't. What the fuck are you saying? Are you getting fucking scammed, dude? Is someone phishing you right now? I clicked the link and it wants me to give it to prove I'm human. It's the link pinned in your chat. What? What are you saying? He is lying. Oh my God, it does. I just unpinned it. Let me investigate. I think it might be a Bitly thing. Wait, what? Do not under any circumstance fucking do that. It's a Bitly ad? Are you being trolled or something? Bitly makes you wait a couple seconds. The ad might be sus. They're trolling. I didn't get that. Stop scamming your viewers. Dude, come on. Come on, man. Come on. Send me a screenshot, chatters. Because this is where it goes if you click on it. Yeah, bit.ly/ChadVice screening takes you directly to the fucking to the link. I think maybe you don't have ad block on, so Bitly is just like pumping scam ads on you. Hater clicked on an ad. Don't let them fool you. I don't think that person was a hater. It asked me for CC2. No. If it is asking you, if the link that you're clicking on, if it's asking you for a fucking credit card information, then you're getting served an ad, like a scam ad. Do not give your fucking credit card information to anybody on the internet. What the fuck? No, the actual link is a Google Docs submission form, but they're using Bitly. It looks like this. It's an ad on mobile. Is your Active Directory secure? Here's how to optimize protection and streamline recovery. What? Yeah, you're probably getting a fucking Bitly. Don't use Bitly if they do that shit. That's crazy. I did not know that Bitly does this. I didn't even set up the Bitly link. Okay, I'm gonna be honest though, guys. If you got duped by a fucking Bitly ad that's asking for your credit card information, like, you're not cut out for the big 225. Okay? Like, that's like that. What are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about, man? Never give your goddamn credit card information at any point on the internet. Classic abuser behavior. It's the victim's fault, huh? Yeah, kind of. At this stage, if you are competent enough to be able to navigate Twitch, but you are oblivious to the ways in which people try to fucking scam you with a literal phishing ad, then yeah, this is like some real let's put you to bed, grandpa moment. Like, this is straight up one of the most basic parts of operating on the internet. It's also kind of funny because, like, you know, this is something that boomers used to fall for, but I guess Gen Z is also weirdly falling for it. It's like the one group that was spared seemingly might be the one group that might have been spared seemingly is the fucking millennials. Did you mean big 2025 or am I a boomer? Yes, I said 225. I meant 2025. Anyway, yeah, these guys are super horny for this thing.
So 2 senior law enforcement sources tell NBC News that the FBI is now looking at the very distinct possibility this was an act of terrorism. The suspect, an Afghan national. This was a targeted attack, a horrific attack, with the aftermath caught on camera. Terror in the heart of Washington, D.C., just 2 blocks from the White House.
This is a targeted shooting. One individual who appeared to target these guardsmen.
Video captured the...
It is pretty crazy that they were so quick with it, straight up. They were like, oh, he's Afghan, terrorism.
Moments, police and National Guard troops subdued a suspect while a few feet away performing CPR on someone who's down.
Oh, no, they had that shit ready to go? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, don't make me play it again. They got so giddy. They got so giddy at the prospect. They were like, oh, we fucking got one, finally. Finally, it's not a white dude. Yeah. Thanksgiving convos just ramped up. Chatters are fucking cooked. Can you play it again? I wasn't watching. Yeah, no. As I said earlier in the day, depending on what the background and what the profile of the shooter is, they are going to move on quickly. Earlier in the day, they didn't know who the shooter was. So before they found out the shooter's background, they were saying it's the 6 Democrats that said the military has a duty not to follow unlawful orders. They are the ones who are responsible for this. And now that they found that the suspect's profile is that he's an Afghan national that came into the country under Joseph Robinette Brandon, they openly here, I'm just going to run the video again. Look.
We've seen a difference in Washington, D.C. Crime is down significantly.
Chairman.
Look at how he's smiling when he got the new information. This is literally in real time. Okay, you can see it happening.
Chairman, hold on. We just got this. I need to get to it. This just in. Sources are telling Fox News that the shooter is an illegal immigrant from Afghanistan who came in during Operation Allies. Welcome.
This guy at least, middle guy at least does the, oh, I can't believe it, before cracking a smile. Look. I'm gonna show you every single person's face individually. First, look at how delighted he is. He already is incredibly excited to deliver the news.
I need to get to it.
He stops everybody, goes, I gotta tell you this. All right.
Just in, sources are telling Fox News that the shooter is an illegal immigrant from Afghanistan.
So he goes, oh, I can't believe it. Then watch the second guy. Watch the second guy's face after he goes.
Who came in during Operation Allies. Welcome under Joe.
He can't even hold his fucking smile. The main host is excited, okay? He's literally smiling.
Under the Biden administration. And he overstayed that visa. All right, Chairman. So Fox News is learning that this person was here illegally, overstayed his visa, and that's who this shooter profile is. What's your immediate reaction?
Well, my immediate reaction is we tried desperately to get an accounting of all the people that came from Afghanistan to the United States during that disastrous withdrawal during the Biden administration. That was a huge priority for the House Oversight Committee. We never got that information. We were never allowed to get that information because I don't think the government had any idea. I don't think they kept an accurate accounting. And if they did, I think they realized there were probably lots of gaps. We were told there were going to be about 2,000 people that had worked with our military as people that tried to help with the cause to help protect our troops in Afghanistan. Right. But then at the end of the day, there were closer to 100,000. But we don't know what that number was, and I don't think the government has kept good track of it. And I'm sure there were mistakes that were made.
And we found the guy's social media yet? That's the real question. Do we know what his social media is? It's hard because there's a cricket player with the same name. Really? Are we going to see levels of Islamophobia not seen since the Cuomo campaign last month? I don't think so. We'll see.
He immigrated.
Here it is. What do you know?
Well, this individual appears to be from Washington State. It appears that he immigrated here into the United States in 2021 as part of the operation to bring Afghanis who had worked with or assisted the United States government over into this country as Afghanistan was beginning to fall.
The Special Immigrant Visa Program, SIV program.
Right, exactly. This was the Allies Welcome Program. He applied for asylum under that program and was granted that asylum in April of this year. although he's been here, it appears, since 2021. So that sets this in a place where the FBI is going to be looking at what was.
Wait, why the fuck are they saying he was here illegally then? I don't understand. MAGA gets more honest about their intentions every day. That's it. I want a king.
Was the vetting that was done prior to his arrival here, when he settled in Washington? What has been his activities here in the United States? What brought him to Washington? How long has he been there? But it's going to give them a better direction at this point as they try to get from who is this individual, which they believe they've established, to what is his motive. Now, a number of motives could come up there. One could be that he was disenchanted in the United States. Another could be that he was angry at the U.S. military or felt betrayed and came upon people in uniform when he traveled to Washington. Or it could be something altogether different.
In other words,
let's wildly speculate. I mean, I did also speculate on it, and I said similar things in terms of like finding a motive. They're obscuring it, but this means the military is familiar enough with him to be an informant for them, so to be granted asylum. So what radicalized him? Was he a hardcore jihadist or a blue-haired Maoist third worldist? Fox News won't be able to settle on one. No, I think it's the more common one is that I could see guys like this having a lot of gripe, PTSD, having a lot of anger and resentment towards the military in general, for like, or the administration in general as well, for in a lot of circumstances, like not helping some of their friends or some of their family members that they promised they would help. Like it happens. There have been other instances of this happening as well. I wonder, are you sure he's an SIV or just an Afghan that came over there in the airlift? SIV indicates service to the U.S. government, but a lot of randoms get evac during that time who weren't SIVs. If his status expired in September 25th, it sounds like he's a random, not a SIV. Could be wrong though. Yes, CNN says the National Guard shooting suspect applied for asylum in 2024 and it was granted earlier this year, so he's not even a visa overstayer. Crazed gunman who shot 2 National Guard troops in a possible terror attack near the White House has been identified as 29-year-old Afghan national who came to the U.S. during the chaotic 2021 Afghanistan withdrawal. Law enforcement sources told the Post. Rahmanullah Lakanwal was allegedly lying in wait before he rounded the corner near the Farragut West Metro Station Northwest, D.C. around 2:15 p.m., then opened fire, striking a female guard in the chest before shooting her in the head. According to law enforcement sources, Lakanwal, who entered the country under Operation Allies Welcome and resettled in Bellingham, Washington, then allegedly fired and struck at the second guard until a third guard stationed nearby rushed to the area, took him down. The 2 armed soldiers who were patrolling the siege when the suspect launched his rampage were taken to a nearby hospital in critical condition. The suspect, who was reportedly shot 4 times, was hauled away nearly naked in an ambulance and acted alone. So I guess that chatter, that random fucking weirdo who posted that photo was correct. Police have not revealed a motive for the attack. Law enforcement source says the FBI is initially treating the shooting as a potential act of terrorism. Why was he naked though? I guess they took his clothes off or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like if he shot the people naked, you would have seen it, right? They probably stripped him of his clothes, searched him for a bomb or something, or gunshot wounds. Treating his gunshot wounds. Most likely the second thing, because they say he got shot 4 times. It's time to arm the National Guard. Wait, what? It's time to arm the National Guard. They're the National Guard. What do you mean, arm the National Guard? They are armed, you fucking idiot. What? Is that a joke? I'm confused. They patrol DC without arms? I've quite literally seen motherfuckers with guns in DC. Like, maybe some of them don't have weapons, but I'm pretty sure they have arms, dude. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. Also, we know that at least one of the guys definitely had a gun because they shot the suspect 4 times. Unless you think the suspect literally shot 2 National Guard troops in the head and then turned around and took the same gun and started fucking firing on himself. Low-ranking National Guard soldiers don't carry guns around in DC. They use blades only. Wait, what? They use blades only? That's crazy. Trump is going to go fucking scorched earth on illegals now. They all have to go. A king doesn't sound so bad. Blade? What do you mean blade only? Like, he's just running around with a katana? Like, what the fuck? Anyway, let's hear what else they're fucking saying.
Exactly what they're focused
About
on.
the details.
Clearly, he approached no one else and fired these guardsmen who obviously are wearing uniforms. So was this something that was motivated to attack U.S. soldiers? Again, the fact that he immigrated here from Afghanistan, that is also part of this investigation. FBI's counterterrorism teams are pouring through all of their resources to see what they can learn more about this person's history, where he came from, anything that he presented when he entered this country. All of that is being worked on right now. But no, at this point, John, they do not know exactly what the motive is. But obviously, the fact that the circumstances are sort of blinking red if you're a counterterrorism investigator at the FBI right now.
We'll let you get back to your sources. Evan Perez, thank you so much for giving us the latest. With us now, CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller, CNN Law Enforcement Analyst Jonathan Wackrow, and former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis. John Miller, let me start with you. What more are you hearing from your sources about the investigation and about the suspect?
Well, it's becoming a little bit of a clearer picture. So, you know, authorities were clear this was a targeted attack. Chief Carroll from the Washington, D.C. Metro Police called it an ambush. Evan Perez described a video where he comes around the corner, sees the two uniformed soldiers, and then approaches his arm extended with a pistol. So we know this was a very deliberate, very chosen attack in terms of this target. What do we know about the individual? We've been trying to dig into that. What we know is that he comes here from Afghanistan. Now, this is a guy who's been living in Washington State, not Washington, D.C., on the other end of the country. He comes here from Afghanistan in the summer of 2021. Remember what that was like. Refugees fleeing Afghanistan, people had to be recommended by U.S. people on one end, vetted on this end by government background checks as far as they could do in Afghanistan, have sponsors and so on. He settled in Washington. He applies for asylum in December of 2024. Now, he goes through another vetting process involving that, and he's approved for asylum in April of this year under the Trump administration. He comes in under the Biden administration. These checks are being done. I remember as a part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force in New York, where we supplied people for that vetting process, it was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of people. They were being kept in military installations. A lot of that vetting had to be done very quickly. I also remember we had to go back afterwards when we found information on certain people and bring them back. In this case, that's all we know about this individual. But
yeah, it turns out when you get your information from Fox News, first and foremost, you arrive at the wrong fucking opinions. Because Fox News literally immediately was like, this is an illegal immigrant.
No, although
it turns out he actually did have legal status, from what I understand. Either CNN is lying or Fox News is lying.
Jonathan Wackrow, we looked at the map. You can see Farragut Square. I mean, this is really just a few blocks from the White House.
2 blocks.
So how does that impact the investigation?
Well, first you have to think about what does the security at the White House look like, even when the president is not there. And it's constantly going to be these rings, these concentric rings of protection that radiate out from the White House. This location was clearly within one of those rings. And because it falls within the proximity and the security zone of the White House, you have a heavy
Both could be
concentration
lying, not gonna
of
lie.
uniformed division officers from the United States
Both
Secret
could not be
Service.
lying at the same time. That doesn't make any sense. You either have legal status to be in the country or you don't. It's ridiculous.
I believe that the Secret Service is one of the first uniformed officers on scene. And when you see that very dramatic video, you see them doing two things. They're trying to maintain scene safety, but they're also in public safety, but they're also trying to address the medical condition at the moment and take somebody into custody. So there's a lot of things going on at the same time. But the fact that additional people were not injured, that the suspect was immediately brought into custody, has to do with that proximity, because you had this surge of...
Man, why do you listen to these moron chatters? None of what is true. The National Guard in D.C. was given orders to carry M17 pistols a couple months ago. You can see the announcement on the Joint Task Force D.C. website. Yet, some of the National Guardsmen, I think, depending on whichever, like, what patrol it is, I don't think they all have guns. But I have directly seen with my own two eyes, when I was in D.C., National Guardsmen carrying guns. So I said, I don't believe that chatter. I have literally seen National Guardsmen carrying weapons. I witnessed it with my own two eyes. You've seen it on stream, probably.
Differently, having it be targeting National Guard, uniformed National Guard, as opposed to uniformed police officers.
Right. The symbolism here is incredible. Within a couple of blocks of the White House, 2 military personnel targeted by an individual who came from a war-torn country. There's clearly a lot going on here that would send this in the direction of the Joint Terrorism Task Force and really have to take a hard look at that component.
It's always the illegals. Oh, thank God, dude. Thank God you can bust a nut, chatter. You finally got one guy who literally isn't even illegally on U.S. soil, by the way. Insta banned, but we need to let these hogs in because I need to hear more of them, okay? I think Kai moved her paw striker with the lightning power that Zeus granted you. Dude, that's so funny, dude. You're so fucking funny. Confident AF, dude. It's funny when a 14-year-old is making that joke. It's not funny when a 35-year-old comes into this chat beating a dead horse. Or an abused dog in this instance. And why would I want to? Yeah, it's a fucking old ass meme at this point. Dude, that was freaking fire though. That was funny. You are confident AF, chatter. You really are. I hope to God you're like 12, please. It's a 2015 account. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. You're a whole ass adult. Anyway, as I was repeating to that one other chatter who was like, oh, it's always an illegal. This is the one time. And even then you're wrong because it doesn't seem like the person was even here illegally. How are you going to be wrong even in this moment? Like, it blows my mind. Anyway, but once again, a lot of these guys actually do, like, Republicans do use fast and loose. Like, they are fast and loose with the term illegal because the legal status, one of the guys that, wait, you found the social media profile of one of the guys that was making a dog joke? MHUD says, one of the dog joke people that got banned earlier, following Mady X Melons, anti-whitewash, blacks taking L's. Nice profile, man. Cool profile, brother. It's not every single one, right? But it usually is. Hunting down dissenters. Gaslight phase, hunting down dissenters. Do as I say, not as I do. Let me repeat it again. Do as I say, not as I do. Maybe have a dog and it not be part of your persona if you don't want to fucking question when you're evasive. You're no different than the GOP. Then be better yourself. Brother, this dude has been waiting. He has been fucking waiting. This is a dissenter. This is a dissenter. Meds now. Meds right now. Meds right now. If you're saying I'm no different than the GOP and you find yourself in agreement with this fucking person, you really got to get your priorities in order, brother. Holy fuck. This is how it goes, though. This is how it goes. Motherfuckers stay in here for like 40 months, subscribing for 40 months, and then one instance and they flip. This is the negative consequence of this is the other side of the parasocial coin. People become literal fucking lunatics, okay? And it's not like they go away hunting down. Like, you're making it seem like a guy who came in here making a fucking Doctober 7 joke. We hunted him down when he's using the same username on every single profile. Maybe you just feel kind of embarrassed that these are the guys who are still carrying on this battle. You know, you think that's what it is? You think that's what it could be? So you have to cope and act as though, you know, we're over here we're hunting down chatters. Even this chatter, in 1 second, just from his username, I know his city, fave game, fave teams, and fave food, just from Reddit, get real. Yeah. It's also funny because, like, people literally go from, people get a fraction of the microscopic lens that they put me under, okay? Just a fraction. Like, you don't get, you don't get the entire lens of scrutiny in front of millions of people, and you don't like it. While you're in the process of misunderstanding, while you're in the process of literally doing that yourself. It's just the same usernames because they're 39 years old. It's so easy. It's not that hard. Yeah. Be normal, man. Be fucking normal. Dispatch now, King. Hold on. I want to see a little bit more of the coverage here, and then we'll move on to dispatch.
A targeted shooting. By all accounts, it was an ambush. We yelled a question to the police chief and the mayor as they were walking away from us this afternoon about a possible motive. They did not answer that question.
Oh, fuck. CNN live stream went down. Oop, never mind. It's still back.
Guardsmen are in critical condition tonight. Mayor Muriel Bowser is calling this a targeted shooting. By all accounts, it was an ambush. We yelled a question to the police chief and the mayor.
I started the game. I started dispatch for people tuning in now. I started dispatch yesterday. I started the first episode and the second episode last night.
Who was in West Palm Beach traveling with the president. What is the president's reaction to the shooting tonight, Kristen?
Look, the president and the White House are watching this very closely. We saw President Trump on Truth Social posting about this, giving details that were not already public at that time, noting that both of these two National Guardsmen had been critically injured. And on top of that, that the suspect had also been injured. And that was the first time we had heard about what had happened to the suspect. We know he's being briefed constantly, and there are a lot of questions within the White House and for President Trump himself on what the motive was. They're still figuring out how this happened, what this looked like logistically. Obviously, we've been piecing it together ourselves through witness accounts as well as video evidence, and that's what the White House and all these federal agencies are doing. But there are still questions as to why exactly this happened. As we know and we've reported, the National Guard has become somewhat of a political flashpoint. Did that have something to do with it? The other questions about this are, was the proximity to the White House something that they were paying attention to? Was that something that was to send some kind of message to the White House or to President Trump? We still don't have the answers to this. But as you can see from the response, it is a full of administration response here, and they have their top people really working on this and communicating with the president. While we won't see him again tonight, we are watching to see if he gives the public any more updates on what he's being briefed about.
And of course, it is important to note the president was not in the White House. He was in Florida, where you are with him tonight. Kristen Holmes, thank you very much. With us now, CNN senior legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Elie Honig. Elie, good to see you.
Republican senator calls on DHS to locate all Afghan nationals. Brother, straight white guys are doing fucking mass shootings almost on a weekly basis. Nobody does a call to literally get every single straight white guy in the United States of America to go through an extra lens of fucking scrutiny. Afghan National does this, immediately collective punishment. And there is no way to describe this to people. There's no way to be like, hey, you know this is fucking crazy, right? Like, you know this is an insane thing that you are demanding. Especially because all of the motherfuckers that are saying this and all the motherfuckers hearing this also agree. They're like, no, that does make sense to me. Oh. This mode never left. You know this, even though you were a little younger. Yeah. Put Michael down. Sorry, I was reading what M. Hunt was saying. It's for real, just Googling their usernames just to confirm I'm not insane, that these people are actually exactly what they suspect they are, and like 90% of the time they are. Yeah. There is the 10%. There is the 10% that, will get swept away by other donkeys. But for the most part, it is exactly what you suspect. It's like a guy who's a dick tone viewer, lolly profile, blacks taking L's account watcher, enjoyer. Their entire fucking subreddit history shows that as well. And then the guys who are not like that get very offended when you point it out. Guys who actually did believe the fucking meta will get really pissed off when you point out that like their allies are disgusting. Instead of being like, well, maybe I got a little heated here.
It was unlawful. So what happens next year?
Yeah, so the administration has already announced that they will appeal that ruling, which came down 6 days ago from a district court judge in D.C. So that judge...
Stop saying they're in Bangladesh, okay? No, many of those people are fucking American homegrown losers, okay? Calm down. Jesus Christ.
To keep in mind, president is in charge of the National Guard in D.C. That's different. In the states, it's always under the governor.
You guys got to stop with that shit. Not every fucking hateful white supremacist is a brown guy. What are you, stupid? Do you not know how Americans operate? No, they're American. They're homegrown American idiots.
Thursday morning, CNN is serving a full course celebration.
The X update broke people's brains, I think. Yeah, Donald Trump won. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Donald Trump won the election. Plenty of white people voted for him. The idea that like every single white supremacist account or Defend West account that you see is like Indian is ridiculous. There are a lot, and it is weird, I guess, when you don't factor in the reality that like Twitter revenue, $50 of Twitter revenue is actually pretty fucking solid when you're living in a developing nation. And you don't want to factor in why that actually gets a lot of play on the website, right? It gets a lot of play on the Twitter. It gets a lot of play on Twitter because there's a lot of homegrown racists who demand more Defending the West accounts to consume the content of. Okay? And also because Elon Musk is tweaking the fucking algorithm. That's the reason why they're serving this market. But the very fact that they're serving this market implies that there is a market to begin with. There is a market for this kind of white supremacist content. That market primarily is still white Americans. You are 100% right, and people don't realize how much they're pushing an already insanely bad environment online for South Asians, this type of racism that so many people feel comfortable doing because they think no one will defend them straight up. Yeah, I don't like that. Like, it is a strange phenomena, okay? I understand. It's a strange phenomena when you got an Indian dude with a Twitter profile that is a objectively white supremacist Twitter profile consistently talking about how like Indians need to not come to the West. Okay. But that dude is desperate. Okay. That dude is desperate for the most part. And the reason why he's doing that is because there's a lot of fucking white dudes in the West that want that. It's crazy. It's like when Nazis cope and assume that like American politicians, my good old white politicians, my good old Christian politicians would never actually defend the Jewish state of Israel if it wasn't for Jewish hypnosis. You know? The fuck? No, dog, they love that shit, okay? They fucking love that shit. It's not blackmail in many circumstances because they also love it. They also love demonstrating unlimited loyalty to the state of Israel. Stop coping. White supremacy is good money because, well, Elon Musk tweaks the algo, but also because there are a lot of fucking white supremacists living around us. Making $17 USD a month by copying and pasting MAGA slop on Twitter Blue accounts does not mean they're motivated to destroy America either. They just want to make some quick money, and it goes a lot further somewhere in poverty. Exactly. Anyway, it's called perverse incentives in economics. And for the record, I'm not defending the racism accounts, okay? The racism slop peddlers. I'm not defending it at all. They should stop doing that in general. But just make no mistake, while that is weird, but it's like the more interesting part about it, in my opinion, is the fact that there is a market for it. Okay? Sure sounds like you are sus. Yes, I love all of the fucking white supremacist 1776 accounts that are literally in my mentions every day calling for me to be murdered. You're right. I actually love, I think it's totally fine and totally okay and totally cool. You do realize that those guys are up my ass more than they fucking, more than they do anything to you, right? I'm simply stating that while their position is funny because in many instances, they are literally making it more difficult for, people of their same background living in the West and making it impossible for them to ever travel to the fucking West in general while highlighting white supremacist values. The more interesting part about that is that there are plenty of fucking white supremacists out there who love that shit. You think Own the Libs 1776 was really Charlie Kirk? Yes. All right. Fox wants to reopen an investigation as to why we pulled out of Afghanistan. Yeah, we should just go back to Afghanistan. That'll fix it. Fucking awesome. All right. It's dispatch time. We're doing episode 3 and maybe if I have time and energy, episode 4. As well. Okay. You guys loved it. Gaming is back in a big way. And it is happening. I already told you it was happening. Promises made, promises kept. Dispatch, no cuck, sex, no cuck, run. Episode 3+4, in parentheses, potentially. Get in now. Okay, here it is. Let's throw on the freaking chat as well. Almost the perfect day to get banned. Ruined by circumstances. Waterboy seduction art incoming. It's not happening. Summary of episode 2. It's too sad to summarize. Let's be real. Can you make the chat font bigger for editors? Sure. I'm gonna be honest. It's too sad. What happened in episode 1 and 2 is too sad. My name is Mecha Man. I am a short and scrawny 3rd generation superhero. Both my grandfather and my father died in the mecha suit. I survived. Okay? However, I very publicly quit. And then after that, a beautiful woman by the name of Blonde Blazer found me in my lowest moment, saved my ass from getting my ass whooped by a bunch of colorful balaclava wearing low-level criminals that I was trying to stop. Muscle mommy blonde baddie rizzed me the fuck up, made me think she was into me. We kissed. We shared a kiss, a kissy poo. It was a beautiful kissy poo. Turns out, here is a brief clip of that interaction. Okay, for those of you who want to know.
Greetings and welcome to this.
This is a cool summary. Who the fuck is this clown, bro? This motherfucker maxed out in the combat. Fuck this guy. I hate this guy already.
Can count on.
That guy's literally you. I know, but I'm seeing myself as an Aaron Paul character right now. I'm putting myself in the mindset of Mecha Man.
Blonde Blazer.
Oh, this fucking asshole. What does he want?
Are you ready to go? Who is this? I thought I'd cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend, Phenomenal Man. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about. Robert?
The 3rd Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes. Blonde Blazer told me about you.
Really? Did she, say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said you're a capable, honorable man that truly cares for others. Why are you so small?
Hey, come on. You gotta stop asking.
Small?
The way you spoke of him made him sound impressive. I only seek to understand.
Small?
How was his first day? Was his lack of size and strength an issue?
No, he was great.
Oh my god,
It was
bro.
a great first day.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us.
Jiro, baby.
Tokyo? I'm sure they could accommodate one more. Especially a special occasion like this.
Gotta get home to my dog.
Actually, I gotta get home to my dog. He's very needy.
Oh, of course. But to be responsible for another life is a beautiful thing. Even if that life is a dog life.
Yeah, right.
He said, Jiro. Bro, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Are you joking? Oh my god, incel arc. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Mecha Man School Shooter Edition. What the fuck? Oh no, no, no. Yeah, I got cooked. But honestly, I'm gonna keep going. Okay? And today, I am going to turn this bus around. I will get the blonde baddie. I will get the blonde baddie. Trust when I say this, okay? Trust me, I'm getting the blonde baddie this time, for sure. What is this, episode 4? Episode 3, turnover, okay? Let's get started on episode 3. You're gonna end up with Water Boy, and I love it. I will kill myself in this game, okay? I will kill myself in this fucking game. Stop saying stuff like that. Water Boy can make you wet. It's okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, what are you doing?
Brother, your warranty already void.
How can you just toss it around like that?
No worries. I'm pretty strong.
That's not what I'm saying.
How you got this thing inside your apartment anyways? Oh, super heavy, the bugger.
I disassembled it and took it in little pieces, which is what I thought you'd be doing.
And how long did that take you?
3 or... No, it was 4 days.
I get 20 minutes.
It just feels like you could be a little gentler with it. It is, you know, my whole fucking life.
Every time I walk in this place, I get sad. That don't happen to you? No one ever tell you that? Or no one never come over to tell you that?
I'm poor, Royd. Is that what you want to hear? Does that make you feel good?
Yeah, bro, you're not poor if you can keep this suit going. Like, where you sleep?
We're figuring that out.
With blonde baddie.
Huh? Shoot, even the beef got a bed. This the type of apartment you see when the detective kicked the door in, you know? Shine the flashlight, serial killer shit.
All right, I get it. Can we focus on...
Where the Astropulse at?
Lost in the blast while I was flying. No clue where it landed. I spent a couple weeks after it happened trying to track it down.
It powered a whole suit.
Yeah, it's the only piece of the suit my dad didn't have schematics for. That gonna be a problem?
Might not. We figure them out.
How'd you know about the Astro Pulse?
Oh, brother, everybody know about the Pulse. It's actually 2 wicked pieces of tech, huh? First, you get the Astro Pulse, this genius design energy cell. But inside them, you get the stellar core.
Can I help?
No, brother. You good. What's crazy is when you mix the control fusion reactions with the plasma containment. Oh,
Royd is the
you got a
goat.
core one super crazy energized plasma state. Unreal stuffs. Like you caught one small star and chop them in a bottle. Genius.
So you can just make me a new one, right? Which is why it's not a problem.
The Astro Pulse super awesome, but we'll be all right. Whew. Man, maybe we go for lighter metals this time, huh? You know, I actually met your dad one time, long time ago. First time I come mainland, he'll catch me trying to steal stuff from Radio Shack. Then we talk tech stuff for like a whole hour. Then he would take me to jail. That's how I ended up in a Phoenix program.
That's longer than any conversation I ever had with him.
Bummers.
Guess when you're building astropulses, there's not much time for talking to your son.
Not so sure about that.
I don't understand.
You see, there's gearheads, then there's science nerds. One kind garage, the other kind lab, you know. Your father one good gearhead, but I just can't see how he'll make something like the Pulse. You know, science nerd.
How would you know this from talking to him once?
'Cause I'm both.
Royd is the
I'm
fucking
the one
man,
gonna fix
dude.
your suit.
He is the man.
That one.
And he's
Whatever.
jacked.
That's your father's suit. We gonna make this one the Robert suit.
This is incredible, Royd.
He's gonna give me a big old mecha dig.
I hope you like it, brother.
Royd, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you is what I need to say. This is unreal.
We make the man Mecca again.
Make America great again.
Kobe.
I think he did that on
Kobe.
purpose.
L Coward, shut up, dude. I'm trying to fucking manage these freaks, okay? Sometimes you gotta take L's. Oh God, Waterboy, what a fucking letter.
Hey, Chase, I need a favor.
Favor? It's not enough of a favor getting you this job working with those stupid ass pieces of. Oh, who's this, huh? Who's this little guy?
His name's Beef, and he's the favor. You mind keeping an eye out? I feel bad leaving him at home, but I don't want anything happening to him.
Robert, I would literally let everyone here melt in eternal hell, including you, before anything happens to this dog.
Oh!
What's your name, little
Blonde
dog?
Patty's back.
My name's Beef, and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like. Robert, you got a sec?
Sure, yeah.
Dog gets more attention from Muscle Mommy? I mean, that's
What's
normal.
About the other day with Phenomenon.
Oh, yeah. How's dinner?
Oh, it was awkward. It's why I didn't want you to come. Phenomenon and I broke up.
Over Tokyo Dream Sushi?
Oh! Oh! What now? Oh, Chatters! Oh, fuck you! Hey, look at that. We are so back. The haters, the haters. Fuck you, the haters. Oh, we are so freaking back, fam. We are so back. It's not even, who's in the cuck chair now? Phenomenon. That's right. You're in the cuck chair, bitch. Oh, tall, dark, and handsome, beautiful mustache, 6'4". Fuck you. We're back on top. We're back on top. Let's fucking go. Whoo! I see an opening and I take it. Phenomecuck.
It's just the timing felt right. I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta shake shit up. It felt a little impulsive, but maybe it was a long time coming.
Well, are you happy?
I don't know. I don't think I know yet.
Did I fuck that up?
It is what it is. But that's actually not what I wanted to talk to you about. I was thinking about it over the weekend, and I'm going to cut someone from the Z team.
Awful answer. Bro, what if she takes her mask off and she's chopped? Brother, we keep the mask on at night, okay? That's number one. Number two, I'm playing it cool. I'm playing it cool. I'm playing it cool. Calm down. You guys are going to say Miss Legendary sex scene every time, huh? Shut, yo, did he hit you again, ass up? Okay, dude. I need to play it cool, okay? Trust the method. I know how to riz. I know how to fucking riz, bitch. Shut up.
Or you are, rather. Maybe I'm just looking to shake things up all over the place. Create a sense of urgency.
Well, I think it'll scare them.
Is that a bad thing?
Maybe. Maybe not. Tough to say. I don't know them yet.
The reality is, cutting someone towards the bottom of the leaderboards will show everyone we're serious.
Bro, I don't even care about firing these motherfuckers. I'm just literally trying to figure out in my mind, I'm doing mental math, which one of these answers is going to help me fuck Blonde Baddie. Okay? I can't even focus on what I'm saying right now. This is messed up. Holy shit, dude. This is a full Sekisui run, okay?
I'll let the team know.
Oh, I already did.
I suppose it'll be an interesting shift.
Cut day, huh? She ain't bad. Those three ain't shit.
Did you come over here to tell me that? Because it's almost exactly the information a leaderboard gives you.
Actually, smartass, I came over to tell you that one of your team members is in need of assistance.
I am not cutting Invisigal, bro.
Sonar, you all right? Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
Want to say something cool? Handcuffed you to a squack.
But you said it with a hot voice, so I assumed you meant boobs.
Okay, team, I know Blazer mentioned someone's getting cut, but don't let that distract you from doing a good job out there. That's what you'll be judged on.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Sorry, what's bullshit?
Judgy bullshit.
How is that?
Yeah, only God can judge me.
Okay, false. I'm judging you right now.
It's bullshit, because it's not like you gotta deal with this kind of bullshit.
Also false. Of course I'm being judged along with the rest of you. Do you not know what a job is? What the hell is going
None
on?
of us have had real jobs, dude. How is this a surprise to you?
All right, fine. Just ignore the pressure and do your jobs. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last.
What about me?
Can somebody go down to the gym and help Batboner?
Who?
Don't ask.
Losing feeling in my hand, and not in a fun, kinky way.
Oh, fuck. All right, I guess I know who I'm cutting.
Altercation with my team and a monster down at the beach, and there's some debris of...
Low John Monsters parts in the secure waste collection, large media and civvy presence. Okay, we need some strength, right? We need some vigor, and we need, I mean, he can do it on his own, probably. He can talk.
Hey, take it easy. I've got you.
Wait, what the fuck? I didn't put Malevola on there.
No.
What the hell? Press shift to see what the stats are suggested for the mission. Yeah, all right, whatever. Sabotage.
Set me fucking coffee down for 2 fucking seconds.
Malevola put laxatives in Punch-Up's coffee. Oh, what the fuck? Force it out of your system. Punch-Up sabotage, but he can force it because he's got good force.
I did unspeakable things in that alley.
Oh, they're sabotaging each other so that they can...
You know, this is really fucking immature, guys.
Serves them right. You let your guard down, you perish.
That's a
oh
pretty
no,
fucked way
they're
to live.
working against one another. Fuck me.
Oh my god. You do realize that sabotaging each other isn't going to guarantee you a spot on the team, right?
Oh, still
I
success.
think you'd pull that off.
I like that.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my fucking lord. I cannot believe that. Okay, what do we do for her? Charisma or mobility? Charisma, right? Make her combat?
There's a drug deal happening at the Birds Airport right now. I think you should send things right for
She's an all-rounder. Okay, I feel like it's weird to send the bat guy because they asked for the bat guy, but fuck it. The bad guy loves drugs. Wait, hold on. Maybe, which one was a drug dealer? Was it Invisigal that was a drug dealer? No, it was actually Sonar Lamau. They say that to throw you off. I mean, yeah, Sonar, or not Prism. What am I? All right, whatever.
Sure?
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna send him along.
Fuck yeah. My 2 favorite things. Drugs and boobs.
Rip. Whatever. I'll figure it out. I believe in Charlie.
So, Turtle fans moved in, flipped a grill, started a fight, and ruined a bunch of hot dogs.
Break up a fight. Go on the offensive if you have to between UCT and State fans. Should we go with fucking Golem on this? I don't know. Vigor, DPS.
I'm doing it.
I think this is a dangerous combo.
What's a guy
but
gotta
fuck
do
it.
to rise up the ranks around here? I'm trying to waste my day. What's going on here? Nobody
Punch up,
sabotages me
lock
except
flambe
me.
in a sensory deprivation tank.
Why get in the pot in the first place?
I don't want to talk about it. Said that if he wanted a spa break, I'd make sure no one bothered him. Which I did.
How is that even possible, bro? How stupid is this fucking guy? It's hacker man time, though. I got this. It's easy peasy for me.
Drowning in here.
Uh-oh. I fucked this up.
Got you.
Wait, did I fuck this up? Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, what the fuck?
Are you fucking... Oh, yes.
Left, down, down. Oh, this doesn't do shit. Never mind. Left, down, down.
There we go.
Left, down, down.
Emergency unlock activated.
Drowning in a sensory deprivation tank is not the kind of wet I like to be, Robert.
Oh, dude, this is the easiest lock of all time. 83%.
I'll, be right back. Just gotta go powder my coat.
Oh, come on.
Dude, you promised me you were gonna cut back.
I will, right after this bump.
Oh, no.
4 more bumps.
Been a while since I had to call in a coke-related favor, but this shit was worth it for sure.
Ugh, fuck you.
Hey, my grandma just got scammed by someone claiming they work for you guys. Speak to a victim, gather intel on the scam and the scammer. Okay, there's not a lot of intellect here, so I don't know how we're gonna do this. All the intelligent, I guess she's fine. Send Golem? Why? Golem can't speak for shit. And Ku is not smart either. Or Ku is smart, actually.
Going now.
Let's do both.
Too Betty and Betty.
Invisigal is playing a loud sound to deafen sonar.
I'd be impressed by this if I wasn't in ever-increasing pain.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't believe this doesn't happen to him all the time.
I have no idea what would it be? Plug up your ears? Let's see if this works. No! When a hero gets injured, their stats are decreased by 1. Oh, it was brain. I mean, I should have done withstand. He was in dumb mode.
We followed the drug traffickers to their base near the refinery. Let's shut them down for good.
Go on an offensive strike. Base. Bring lots of firepower to stand a chance. Be prepared for a lot of firepower too. Fuck. You have level ups. I don't even know what I can do with this motherfucker. He's cooked. Do I have another one? Why charisma? Because he's a charisma and intellect. You can let your heroes rest all the way until the last second before the mission expires, so take advantage of that. Going in charisma on everyone might not be right. No, most of them have like decent combat capabilities anyway. Sonar has skill points for his bat form too, I think. No, I think it auto translates, right? You need to specialize. I thought, oh, what the fuck? 39% as a fail.
Don't sweat it.
How is that a failure? Oh, because they only came one at a time. Fuck. Is anyone coming out of rest or what? Okay. No, they're still resting.
You look different.
Diamond in the rough. On a call with 2 sloths, certain sloths may grant +2 and +1 others when Golem is assigned. Let's see. Maybe I don't need the coffee. Okay, this is a 100% easy.
Perfect.
I shouldn't have sent 2 on that one, I think.
I just kind of wanted to know if he could become one with it.
Incorporate it into your body? I don't know if you can incorporate it, right? Is it pry yourself loose is mobility maybe? Is that what it is? I'm gonna say pry yourself loose. Let's see if it works. Okay, thank God. What?
Guess I just live here now. Could be worse.
Oh my God! She's gonna fucking fail too by herself. What the hell is going on, man? Let's see if she succeeded. This is the worst. Okay, fire all of them. Fire all of them.
Actually want to be here.
Fire all of them. No, I'm done. I'm done. Fire fucking all of them, dude. Fire all of them. All of them deserve to be fired.
How to stop a landslide? Stand aside.
As hot and threatening as that sounds, I'm not going anywhere. We're tied for the bottom with fucking Invisigal.
Not for long.
Dude.
Oh, come on. We're so cooked. We needed Golem for it.
Roberto, my boy, excellent choice. First of
Send
many
these
we
two.
can make together.
I can't not. Sonar pushed me into the pool during the water aerobics class. They refused to let me leave. I hate the water and old people.
You have signed your death warrant.
Worth it. Next time, don't promise a man boobs.
Backstroke away.
I promised you anything.
That's mobility, right? Backstroke is mobility, right? Yeah, okay, she can get out of that one. Are you fucking... Oh, thank God.
That was nothing.
You should really see my butterfly stroke.
What happened?
She's fine. Just walked into my sword with her face a little bit.
I don't believe in punching women, but I do believe in punching demons.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
Everybody should step back.
Tailgate Brawl has turned into the mascot Inquisition. I cannot outrun them forever. It's too hot. Help!
Oh, we're fucking cooked. We're just so cooked. Invisigal, please.
Sure,
and
your
Golem,
call.
Guess what?
please fucking don't cook one another. Please don't sabotage one another. Just work together, please, please, please.
Hey, Rob,
what is going on?
I'm pretty sure I've got the scammer on the line.
I have to do everything on my own, bro. What is happening? Everything I have to do on my own, brother. Oh my god.
All right, let's see where this asshole is.
Match the frequency?
Got him. Warmer. Okay, not over here. Nearly there.
Where is he? Blind? Was this it? Look at the below sign. What? Match the frequency of what? This is not it, dude. That's the double blue hexagon is not it, you fucking assholes. Oh, this is it. Match the frequency like that? Oh, isn't this it? Oh. At least I found that fun piece of shit.
Get some help over here? The lot is... No one moved in like an hour.
Lift their spirits and grab their attention. That was low difficulty, by the way. Those ones fucking suck. Don't let chat get to you. I mean, I still cooked it.
Busy, but okay.
Antco Cybertrain with precious cargo aboard is minutes away from colliding with the stopped freight at the station.
Halt the train before it crashes. Rescue precious cargo aboard. Wait, is he still? He's still, like, he's still bat mode, right? He's still maniac mode.
Whatever.
No, he isn't.
I don't need this shit.
He's injured. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's halt the train before it crashes. I feel like you need speed and you need strength, right? You need ass beating capabilities. And out of the ones that are available right now, she has mobility.
But deadly.
All right, I'll just go with these two. Fuck it.
What does fire taste like?
Pop rocks, but more spicy, kind of like a spicy pop rock.
What the fuck are Pop Rocks?
Wow. So you're
Please let me get a dub here. Jesus Christ, that's been so hard. Second slot gives Coop mobility. Come on, baby.
Almost feels unfair.
Let's go.
Almost.
Is this it? I got so... This was horrible. I got my ass beat, dude.
Oh, great job.
Bro, you hate Malevola or what? Kind of.
Watch me burn.
Oh no, what does this mean?
Burglar spotted, headed towards the
Oh,
alley.
because you got a successful...
I'll handle this. I'll slice it next time.
Oh, fuck.
Stay out of my way.
What are you doing, Invisigal?
Not getting cut?
It's like you said, the way to win this leaderboard
Game is to not lose, right?
Yeah, that's not what I said.
I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's the same guy.
Bitch!
Yeah, so the perp that just ran by was lightning struck. This is now the second time that you let him get away.
No shit. That's crazy. Oh, chill out!
She kind of deserves it, honestly. It's hot,
I'd
though.
only say cut her, but the way things are going, I'd cut the whole damn team. You need a reset, Robbie.
All Z team back to base and in the conference room in 20 minutes.
10 calls as a junior dispatcher. Lack of team synergy. Oh my god. It's not even my fault, bro. Blonde Batty is never gonna fuck after this. This is the worst. I'm so cooked. They're firing my ass. I mean, Blonde Batty is never gonna fire me because she still low-key likes my shit, but...
Yeah, I know.
What are we doing? What the fuck is the point of
I'd rather be somewhere else.
I had 1,000 better things to do. There is so many things
I was about to hit the gym to give Teresa a different workout.
Can everybody take a seat so we can get started? Hey, can I get your attention, please? I would like to get started.
Oh, looks like this motherfucker's got the power to fly.
Oh, Bobby boy, watch where you're going at.
Oh, serves you right.
Give him the chair.
I understand you're big, but you need to be considerate of the people around you.
Wait, I thought that was like letting him sit on the chair.
Have a seat.
I'll sit on the floor.
Suit yourself.
What's going on?
Cut Coop?
Oh, I offered him a seat.
So we getting this party started?
Yeah, what's this shit about? Let's go. Come on. Fucking wasting my time. Let's go.
Okay. As you know, by the end of today, one of you will be cut from the Z team.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, you said that already.
Cut me from a job I didn't want in the first place.
Miss Blazer, maybe if you gave us a dispatcher who knew what they were doing, you wouldn't have to throw no one out.
Hey, Nicki Mirage, I'm standing right here. You can talk to me.
I wasn't talking
That was
to
racially
you,
charged,
bitch.
I think.
Which weak-ass superhero team did you come from? Fucking Geek Squad?
Doesn't matter where I'm from, Cardi C. What matters is I'm
Okay,
here
that's
to figure
definitely
out who
racially
stays
motivated.
and
What
who
the
goes.
fuck? Hey, yo, what do you mean? Hey, yo. That's crazy. Okay, chill. Nicki Mirage is one thing. Now Cardi C.
Lady, haha. Let the man talk.
Okay, whoa. You talking shit, you hipster motherfucker? Over here looking like Mumford fucked all his sons.
That was funny. See? We're just busting balls.
Keep talking. You won't have your tiny inbred balls left to bust.
Ask next time, or there won't be a next time.
Don't threaten me, you butter knife bitch.
Okay, I'll make this quick. Most people will look around this room and see a bunch of villains. Not even the super kind, just plain ass, run-of-the-mill, vanilla fucking villains. But that's not what I see. Because lucky for you, I'm not most people. When I look around this room, what I see is potential.
Got there in the end.
Unfortunately for you, it's a curse. Because there isn't a thing in the universe that goes more wasted than potential. And despite how common it is, no one seems to forget. It's what they whisper when you leave the room. Oh, so-and-so had so much potential. It follows you forever. I'm here to help you lift the curse of potential by getting you to fucking do something with it. You're all part of the Phoenix program. Any of you know what a Phoenix is?
Ooh, city in Arizona.
Yeah, the sweltering ball sack of America.
Nah, if Florida's the dick, then Louisiana's gotta be the ball sack. Just, position.
The Phoenix,
sorry,
according to legend, is a beautiful bird of prey that was so tired of its immortality, it tricked the sun god into dropping a spark on its nest to set it ablaze, burning it to shit.
He's right, but they ain't
instead
hearing
of
him.
dying, the Phoenix emerged from ash. All of you in this room are Phoenixes, and it's obvious what that means. But for you dumb ones, I'll spell it out. The Phoenix symbolizes redemption. It's what you're here for. It's what connects everyone in this room.
So corny. Shut up, bitch. It's pretty solid writing for a video game. Yes, it's written like a comic book.
Up who you were to become.
Of course, it's corny.
Who you were meant to be.
Phoenix is also a lame-ass band my lame-ass roommate listens to.
You're late.
I like that band.
You would. What are you talking about? I was here the whole time. I turned invisible, genius, remember?
Great. Then you know we're cutting someone, and you, Miss Hot Topic Sale, are at the bottom of the leaderboards. Have a better second shift.
Fuck, I need this job.
What for, Coupe? We all know you'll just be working the roulette wheel.
That's a croupier, you idiot.
The fuck's a croupier? I'm just saying, you're a degenerate gambler.
I'm straight up keeping Invisigal no matter what because she's hot.
Great speech back there, Robert.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, you heard the man. Get out there and do some stellar dispatching. You got this.
Oh my god, Kaya's snoring.
My client requires protection while he does some shopping. I remember this man, and he's right to be paranoid. Secret police hired me 3 years ago to kill him. He pissed off the wrong dictator, who shall remain nameless.
Okay, I'm sending Coupe. Oh my, she's seizing up. She's barking, she's doing little baby barks. Do you see? Look, you can't hear because the noise gate's not picking it up, but you think it's a good dream or a bad dream? Hold on, I'm gonna wake her up a little bit. How dare you wake her up? What if she was having a bad dream? You have gray beard hair, Uncas Cook. She went right back into sleep. You don't wake dogs from bad dreams? Wait, what? Why not? Kaya will remember that. You're supposed to let them sleep through bad dreams? Wait, what? I always wake up my dog with pets when it looks like she's having a bad dream. Yeah, I always do that. Because they're in REM sleep, it's important for their brains. I don't want her to, some people think it's dangerous. Wait, really? It can be dangerous for you. It's also good for their brains. I just pet my dog whenever I feel like petting them. You can't wake her up because then she'll keep having the same dream. What? Some dogs might bite. Yeah, Kaya's never biting me. Okay. Are we letting crazy chatters talk during gaming? True. All right, we're back. We're back. Nebraska vets in the chat. Chat giving you TikTok comment advice. All right, we'll do flambe. Split DPS to vigor to maximize percentages. Coupe already almost killed him though.
I've taken up sewing. I like the various types of fabric and stabbing things with needles.
Caked up bot, thank you for the gift of subs.
Hey, busy. I just got Robert's joke.
What joke?
Offered me a seat? It's funny.
Bro, that was like 3 hours ago.
Stupid. You're fucking dumb, son. Oh no. Oh no.
I didn't think today could be worse than Friday, but here we are.
Are you fucking kidding me? What a start. What a fucking start.
Just cut me in line at the Utopia concert. I've been here for 12
Perfectly smooth out line cutting situation at the Utopia concert.
Basic, bad, bitch. You've got super hearing and you use it to listen to a girl who knows 4 chords and can't write a song to save her life.
Say what you want. It's catchy.
Unbelievable. Groovy. I just took off my shoes. One sec.
All right, one person.
Yo, Mal, what
Riz
kind
it
of
up.
music you got in your heavy rotation right now?
You know, honestly, it's a lot of ska, but I had like a really big techno yodeling phase recently too.
Dang.
Line cutter pulled out a
Anything
knife.
good you'd
Actually,
recommend?
several knives.
Depends. Do you like the sensation of your ears bleeding?
Show her real star
All right,
power.
all for me.
Let's fucking go. More charisma, or should I give more combat to her? I think I need to do a little bit of combat too. Even her out a little bit. Embrace her base stats or meta. You can expand others later. Hit 5 first on their highest and second highest stat.
outside my store. They're creeping everyone out.
Identify the loiterers recruitment. Tell them to disperse immediately. Okay, I don't have any intelligent guys in this team. I realize they're all very stupid, except for Bat Boy, and I guess maybe a little bit with Coop.
I can fit you in.
All right, we got to do Malevola because she needs to level up too. She hasn't been leveling up at all. The matching jumpsuit weirdos are definitely a cult that's actively recruiting. What's the best approach here? Persuade them to
supporters
leave.
of Chart. Yeah, I know just what to say. I will have them running for the hills in no time.
Synergy. Oh, let's
Freak
go.
some fuckers out.
There's a bunch of men in the basement of Gigaburger for some kind of fight club. Shut down the underground fight ring in the basement of Gigaburger. Anticipate resistance from the fight club members. Okay.
Howdy me way.
Send in the boys. You know what? Let's do Coop.
All right, settle down.
You know, do we need a third? Flambe and Prism? I guess I need to send her so she gets upgraded.
Don't fall behind.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
My client requires protection at lunch with the governor of California.
Oh my God,
he's
Governor
still
Gavin
alive.
Newsom.
Are you going soft on us, Coop?
Please. They couldn't pay. So I canceled the job. No cash, no kill. So far, SDN's always paid on time and in full. So as long as the check's clear,
Check
I will
Prism's
kill or protect
ability.
as they see fit.
I thought they didn't let us kill people around here.
As they see fit.
This must have been a lock, right? Yeah, 100%. Because I sent in the whole team. Oh shit, they got synergy. Let's freaking go, fam. All right, I'm gonna max out his combat. This Flambe is my combat guy. And then what's the other one? Mobility. And then for him, vigor. You need more int? I know. Prism's abilities activates with 3 or more slots, and she needs to be in the second slot. This is an easy one too. We must have. Yeah, 100%. Locked. Locked and loaded. Okay, lunch enjoyed. I'm killing it. Okay, we're back,
There's
boys.
a difference between a chop, a dice, and immense. Hold out your hand. Let me show you.
We're freaking back, fam. Finally.
Learned from my sources that the next tournament will be held at the refinery in 1 hour.
That's some bullshit.
Entire Z team will receive experience. Convince the organizer to cancel the tournament and leave Torrance permanently. If that doesn't work, forcefully shut it down. Try not to destroy the refinery in the process. Or
Come on, Robert. Send
fight
me
in the
to
tournament.
compete.
Send punch
I
up.
win so hard, Torrance.
Okay, I'm not doing the punch up. I think the entire team is better. Yeah. Which one was it? I have to put in who as second, ability wise. Prism second slot. Okay.
I'm there. Call me a foul bitch.
I think this works. No, not Flambe. What the fuck? Wait, why? Don't send flambe.
Love a symmetrical stage picture.
Oh, it's an oil refinery. Oh, oops. Good call. Send it.
American killjoy, goody two-shoes piece of shit.
What is
Let's
this?
learn to
Hero
fly.
training.
Well, officially, legally. Your flight-capable heroes need a flight license.
Oh, which one should I fucking teach how to fly? God damn, everyone's talking about flambe. If you're getting rid of sonar, then flambe. I think I'm gonna get rid of sonar because he's too much of a he goes back and forth.
Cool. You think the SDN can be bribed? Maybe this
Even though he's
whole
my only int
leaderboard
guy,
thing
I
goes
need to
away.
level up int.
Bribes? How do you think they feel about menacing threats?
No.
Fucks.
Easy peasy, baby.
Killing it.
And the whole team leveled up. Let's fucking go, dude. All right, we gotta int it up a little bit for everybody here, because I think I'm gonna. I need to int it up because I'm the greatest dispatcher of all time. Waste. Yeah, I'm gonna use Coop for my int character because I'm gonna kick out sonar and I'm gonna need an int character. Flambe flies to all locations, greatly reducing travel time. Let's go.
My client requires protection at the Torrance Pier.
You want Coop because you think she's hot? Yeah, you caught me. You spoiled yourself? Wait, what do you mean spoiled yourself? I have to cut someone from this team. What is that a spoiler? They literally said you have to cut someone from the team. How is that a fucking spoiler? My client requires the protection of the Torrance Pier. Another security one. Protect the subscriber at the pier while he has fun. Be prepared to fend off any attacks. Ugh, she's not the best at this, but like I do kind of need her to level up a little bit.
Swift as the night. Sharp as my knife.
Sweet ass.
This could be a decent team. Uh-oh.
Can I have it?
Life trade. Malevola heals one hero when sent on a call together. She then receives +1. Oh, what the fuck? Let's go. It actually worked. She healed Coupe.
And if SDN disagrees with me, they're more than welcome to come on.
Get on the air with the Bone Zone. Participate in a friendly debate. That's so stupid. Yeah, I'm just sending in fucking Golem to do the debate. Wait, is Sonar beast mode right now? Oh, he is. Fuck. See, this is why I'm going to cut Sonar, because he's like unreliable. I guess I can wait for Prism to be done. And Golem.
I'm ready.
Radios are for music.
Oh, Flambe. Your position at the top of the leaderboard.
Don't be jealous.
I took a little peek at your file. Apparently you've contained more fires than anyone else on the team.
I'm like a psychic, man.
And there's a lot of potential here for a good housing insurance scheme. You just need a middleman. I could be your guy.
Ah, interesting. You know, if I'm ever in the market for a rat with wings, I know where to find you.
I know this man.
I know Sonar isn't random, chat. I know, but
Indeed.
I don't want to send him
And I
again
can assure
when I
you
have
he's a
other
terrible
characters that I want to
assassin.
level up.
And I, as it turns out, am an incredible bodyguard.
Easy peasy, baby. Hero training. If there's someone who needs extra hero training, I got some free time right now. Oh my god, train me. Train me, please. Wait, I'm not gonna do that right now. Hold on. This is a 4-stacker? Hey, yo. The Bone Zone. Oh my god, I almost didn't make it. What the fuck?
Keep it up.
Destroyed the fucking Bone Zone in the marketplace of ideas. Pro tip, you want as many success on missions with Invisigal as you can get throughout the whole game. Okay, thank you, chatter. Oh, this is fast. What the hell?
The Torrance Bank, and there's these guys with masks and guns.
Approach swiftly, but with caution. Fight the robbers. Rescue the bank manager.
Are you kidding?
Wait, why can't I send Invisigal? Time almost up top left. Make sure to train Golem when available. This is not going to be a good...
It's on my radar.
This is a crazy fucking...
Yeah, I follow.
Are we
Fuck
headed
it,
to the
why
pool
not?
afterward?
Okay, I have to
Yeah,
use
he's
this
had a
too.
dancer's idol.
Which one should I take out of resting here? Oh,
Lightning
shit.
struck spotted. Urgent care on Field Street.
Apprehend lightning struck. Go quickly before he gets away. Don't underestimate him. Hit him hard.
I already tangled with this dickwad once. Send someone else.
What the fuck? I have no one to send. I have no one to fucking send. All right, I gotta take one out of, I guess, mobility. Coop.
Back to it. Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Do I have another coffee? Oh, fuck, I'm out of coffee. Wait till the call is almost done. The call is almost done, chatter. Look, there's nothing. You can back out and let it run. No, I can't. I'm fucking cooked. Golem and Prism are almost all done. They're not, though. You can just let it run out, save someone from getting injured. She's not going to be able to solo it, I don't think. And there's no way Malevola makes it in time. What if she pulls it off, dude?
Sharp as my knife.
What if she fucking pulls it off, dude? All right, who the fuck do I train here? I guess Invisigal. What? She doesn't want to do training either? What the fuck's she good for? Bank robbery. They're trying to force the manager to open the vault, trap the robbers inside the vault, rescue the manager, brawl the robbers. I mean, brawl is easy peasy. I got all the brawl capabilities in the fucking world right now. Yeah, I got 10.
So you finally noticed. I'm perfect. Ready, set, fire.
She's cooked. She's not gonna be able to do it on her own. Invisigal doesn't want to work anymore because of woke. All right, send Golem to training. Trust.
Get it done, baby.
Fuck it. Why not? There ain't no way she made it. Wait, there ain't no way she actually cooked this. 22% shot. Oh my God. Oh.
Wonderful. On to the next one.
How is that possible? My queen. Oh, she needed more than that. Golem expands to fill each empty slot, increasing his stats by 25% per slot, up to 200 when beneficial. Once per shift, all of Golem's stats can be reset within the hero database, allowing for redistribution of points. This one, right? Left.
Huh. Pretty breathtaking work back there.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. This shit is weird. It's like we're working.
What?
What's the word? As a team.
Uh-huh. Baby, that's got a name. It's teamwork.
Isn't that like a sex thing?
What type of sex thing would that be?
It's not really safe for work, you know. I'll text it to you. One sec.
Choose one hero to receive the charisma skill upgrade.
Teamwork, all right?
All right, I'm gonna hit it with Malevola. Get that charisma girl. Even though Ku earned it, but she's not a charisma character. Bro, that was fucking nutty, dude.
Invisigal, where are you going?
Smoking in a playground. I'm with you.
There you go. One more strike against me. You gotta get rid of somebody, right? I'm making it easy for you.
No, you're quitting. You're not making it easy for me. You're making it easy for you.
You don't get it. Some people are born to be heroes. I'm not one of them.
Invisigal.
I tried. Just wasn't meant to be.
Meant to be.
You're the hero in my heart.
Blazer, Phenomenon, hero powers. Strong out there for all to see.
Flying through the sky. Nothing to hide.
What's your point?
Fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and skulk in the shadows.
Is that Kim
My
Il
powers let me
Sung?
steal shit and watch famous people fuck.
What the fuck? Is that a Are you serious? Oh my God. What the fuck? What is this emote mode, man? What is this fucking... Y'all are so dumb. I swear to God. Oh my Lord. What could that possibly mean when used in this moment with Invisigal? She just like him, for real. Misunderstood.
Being a villain is my fate. It's in the fucking stars. In the same way that Blonde Blazer was always meant to be a hero.
You make your own destiny.
Where'd you get that? Kung Fu Panda?
Liking.
Boomer. I think it's in Trolls 2 also.
All fine.
You've already been a hero, okay? You
Okay.
have no idea what I'm dealing with.
Oh, get out of here. At least you were born with powers. I don't have shit. So according to your dumbass theory, I should be an accountant.
Well, you are a dispatcher.
You aren't far off.
Fate,
So.
destiny, not having none of these things kept me
From being a hero before. And they won't keep me from being a hero again. Oh my God. You want to talk about fate?
This guy's the most active criminal in the entire city.
2 blocks from your location. Maybe it's third time's the...
I told you. I'm out.
You really want to let this idiot get one over on you a third time?
What makes you think it'd be any different?
The day's not done. Get this guy and it could make a difference.
He stole a roll of pennies out of the cash register at Granny's. I don't think he's moving the needle.
Oh, he's about to steal $250,000 of jewelry.
Oh, shit.
Respect.
So go move the needle.
Or are you just gonna sit there and subject kids to secondhand smoke?
Dude, I'm so invested in this.
Don't do it. Don't fucking give that kid a cigarette.
He's the one I bummed it from. What's the address?
She's a smoker with asthma. Wait, there's 2 of them?
You ain't
There's
worried
3
about a
of them.
hero crashing the party?
Load that up.
Oh shit.
Where's your boy?
Shit. You, donut girl. You sure you want to do this again?
Invisigal, are you alright?
Just help me find this fuck.
Got him. He's at your 5 o'clock.
It's not fair that you can see me, but I can't see you.
I'm flying blind here. I can't see anything. Great. Give me a second to tap into this.
Oh no, I have to save my girl, Invisibitch.
All right. A little more tricky.
Sure, take your time.
Shh. I need quiet. Oh, fuck.
What? What is it?
Antivirus.
Uh-oh.
There you are.
Come at me, antivirus. Destroyed.
Got it. I can see again.
That makes one of us.
This is how computers work. Yes, I'm in. I'm a hacker man, dude. I'm an international. I'm hack the world.
I can't see him from this camera. Let me
Fuck
try
you,
get another one
Norton.
online.
Wait, what is this?
Shit.
Easy. Use this incredible fucking amount of space I have to... Oh, what the fuck? That didn't do dick. Oh, hell yeah, bitch. What's up? Oh, that's exactly how computers work, by the way. That's exactly how computers work, by the way. Just so you guys know. Fuck. Sheesh, dude.
He's at your 7.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
He's heading your way.
Hack the planet. I'm not your grandfather's dispatcher, okay? They call him Robert Robertson the First. I, on the other hand, happen to be Robert Robertson. Wait, what? Where is this thing? Intruder detected.
Fuck you.
Wait, what the fuck?
Fuck you.
Wait, how did that one jump? I don't understand.
Come on.
Oh, I gotta do it again. I got it though. I'm gonna trap it. It's easy. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, why is that thing? That thing is crazy, bro. Dude, I am so hacker, man. It's not even funny. That's a crazy amount of code. Call it first try the way I did that.
On the count of 3, I'm going to turn on the main overhead lights, which should temporarily blind him.
Giving you a chance.
Code, he says. Guys, it's code in the game, okay? Yes, I'm a script kiddie. You can call me a script kiddie if you want, but I like to call myself a script daddy, okay? Call it first try. I did it.
1, 3.
How would that even work? A Pearl Necklace is not that strong.
I'm no hero. Fuck, no, let me try that again. Yeah, you see me? Wait, what about lights out, Thundercuck?
That's the one. Would have been better if you said it first.
Right, because lightning, thunder, struck cookbook so close.
First try.
Hey, Bengal boy! More like Bengal bitch!
Or bitch boy! Hey, Bengal bitch boy, fuck you!
Way to go!
Why are those assholes not being assholes?
Isn't this what you were going for?
Yeah, but I didn't think it would work. I don't get it.
So, this one keeps the comm line one-on-one. This one connects to the whole team. And this one goes out to the entire branch.
Fuck.
No.
Yeah, you got off light. One dispatcher broadcast the details of his botched circumcision. HR nightmare. Did you mean all that? You really think she has a shot? All that stuff about fate sounded good, but I don't know if you were just saying what you thought she needed to hear.
Yeah, everyone has a shot. People are who they choose to be. If Invisigal wants this, she has...
Yeah, guess what? I didn't know that was going to team comms. Okay? Also, I didn't know that Tony DeCoppel of CBS Morning used to be a dispatcher back in the day before he became a pro-Israel stooge on CBS Mornings. Okay? But yeah, you always got to speak like you're speaking on All Chat. Okay? Two Cut Tony, Double Circ Tony, big dispatch guy back in the day. Oh my God. What is happening? Tony 2-Tip, Tony 2-Snip. That's what you got to do. Just watch the beginning of episode 4, even if you're ending, so we can farm TikTok and get more watchers tomorrow. Damn. Okay.
Has to commit. It's too easy to quit when you're not good at something.
It's a steep learning curve.
I hate this chat. Fuck you, spoiler ass. What do you mean spoiler ass?
Was textbook.
Genuinely, dude, I'm really happy for you.
So, it's between Sonar and Coop.
What? That's not, no. Invisigal's still at the bottom of the board.
Oh, the one in the bullpen? That thing updates every hour. Invisigal moved up. Catching lightning struck really gave her a huge boost.
Bangle Boy? Really?
The donut shop escape, slipping past Malevola, now the jewelry store, really bumped up the wanted levels.
It's like missing the free throw on purpose to get the putback.
Yeah, exactly. I don't watch football, but I get it.
Oh my god, she's so hot. She doesn't even care about
I'm not supposed to
sports.
play favorites here, but even if she was on the bottom, I'm not sure I'd have let you cut her.
Then it's a good thing she's not.
Yeah. So.
Sorry,
these
Charlie,
two are
but
now
you
tied
gotta
for
go.
last place. Who do we cut?
It's not even a
Sonar
question.
Or Coop? It's your call.
Not
I
even a
support it all the way.
fucking question, dude. I'm never letting go of
Sonar
Coop.
it is. He had to use his distress beacon before he even left
Yeah.
the...
We are Charlie Kirk, okay? We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name, okay? we are Kirking out Sonar. Worst decision? Okay, well, sorry. Plus he slandered you? Okay, no, I don't give a shit about that.
building today, so I'm not sure it's going to work.
What happened?
Every time he goes on a mission, he gets kirked out of his mind.
Somehow gave me too much detail and not enough detail in one sentence. All right, I'll get started on the paperwork.
I'll let him know.
Hey, Robert, great work today.
Sonar thinks Robert abused beef. Oh, she want me. She want me.
So
you
I'm
saw
sure
that, right?
You know why you're here.
Nah, not at all, man. No clue. What's up? What's going on, Robbie?
You, well, I'm cutting you.
What? No. What? Invisigal's. So she should be getting cut. She's on the bottom.
Not anymore, actually. Her last dispatch put her above you.
They're gonna call security.
This isn't over.
It actually is. Sorry it didn't work out.
Watch your back, Robert.
Why is this? What? Did you?
No. You must have just locked it.
Sorry, force of... Fuck you!
You accessorizing?
You could call it that.
Did he try to choke you with that or something?
No, he just left it.
You're lucky he just stopped at the tie. Hey, check it out. I've been doing some accessorizing myself.
You are spoiling him.
Nonsense. Talking about.
You ready to go home, bud?
Oh, dude. Sex or Run, episode 2. Aw, she's proud. She's fucking proud of being bottom 3. Oh, that was cute as hell, bro.
I still would have cut you.
Well, no one fucking asked you, old man.
Lucky fucking for you.
Thanks.
Wow. Wow, Kaya. Do you see that? Una mas por favor. I'm just gonna watch the beginning of it. You and 36% of players cut Sonar. You and 77% of players threw the chair at Golem. You and 99% of players helped Invisigal against Lightning Struck. You and 64% of players said all of you are Phoenixes. You and 40% of players said you make your own destiny. Out of the 4 times a hero was sabotaged, you helped him escape with no injuries 2 times. You and 35% of players decided to shut down the fighting tournament. You and 88% of players successfully protected Victor Vaslov from his enemies. You performed better than 50% of players in today's shift, and you activated a hero's powers 27 times. You sent the perfect hero for the call 3 times. You barely succeeded on a call 2 times. Wait, sent the perfect hero only 3 times? God damn, I am so ass at this game. Still better than Squeaks though, right? What is this? Don't watch the beginning? Either do the full thing or just save it. No, I'm gonna watch it. Now I want to see it. I want to see it now. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. Oh, what? Am I hitting that? What's happening? Roberto the Third. Wait, she's just jerking it? No, there's a guy there. That's me. I'm the guy. I didn't even know. She was having a sex dream about us? Hey, yo. Okay, I gotta go. Unrelated to what we just saw. Okay? Okay, that's all for today, folks. No, I gotta go. It's late. Yo, he licking Sniz? I know, dude. He was straight up licking Sniz. Respect. Okay, that's sick. Finally, some real sexo happening here, dude. Holy shit. Okay, listen. My untimely leave of absence here has nothing to do with what I just saw. Okay, calm down.
I'm just doing this.
Everybody calm down, okay? Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. Okay, tomorrow's Thanksgiving. I'll be live as always, but obviously my family's gonna be here later in the day. I don't know if we're gonna be doing Thanksgiving. We'll see. Jank is a busy man. But we'll see. Like I said, we shall see. But I will probably be playing Dispatch a little bit tomorrow as well, hopefully. Foursome? Well, he's going to be at Thanksgiving, but I don't know if he's going to be here at a timely manner. But love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow, okay? As always, happy holidays, everybody. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euchre's face, sudden discord, agitprop, gray names take on race, tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force, the whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door, the H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord Friend gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pics so soon. You wait, say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait, ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. You wait, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll beat Nameless King soon. You wait, oh shit, he already did, oh wow. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll stop with that break soon.